Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. It's a good morning for you and me. Friends. And I've been here before. We share lessons from a multitude of languages, a multitude of cultures from all around the world. China, Mesopotamia, Egypt, did I say India? Fire. Let that coffee pot quit. And I'm going to start reading. If you would like to get the most out of these blessings, all you gotta do is close your eyes. If you would like to be entertained, comment, and do whatever else you would like to do, that's always acceptable as well, of course. One thing we admonish and admirate and encourage is for you to follow your heart. For it is your heart that will bring you the greatest joy. Fun factoid before we get started. Usually I start reading and I made my coffee all right. And then halfway through the reading or so, the coffee machine Coffee pot will beep, beep, beep. Shuts off on me. I gotta drink warm coffee, which is okay. I turn it back on afterwards. Anyways, it's just going poop, 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 poop if you hear it. So, a circle now we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be. Between the world of men we know, and with the mighty one shall show. For guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give her wisdom for the sun and sea and earth and sky, that your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving, waiting, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their paths and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness are rising with powers of Gwenpael. Fight the blight, speed dark and night in our right. Zikia compose, Yana compose, Zidingarikia compose, Yana compose. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Prenonsi Sekio Wasam Puto, right ahead, Hirusha, and Zirukai, Kodak Kutijin, was more, how Porotu keep a set the door side, basically, would you shotguns and a silent. Bashir Mataya Suwa, Bashamanata Yaswar, Nunani, Nodanadina, Nonan, Room for motion control, Missionary, Yasuwa, Missionary, Yansrayasva, Ingon Pram Bron, Unji Farshibatan Suwa, Homes, Trashi, Yatrashi, Varanasva, Rutadi, Rutadi, Chong Kong Kong, Chong Chong, Haya Vasharamantaya Suwagum, Haya Vashamanataya Swaha, Za, Hong Kong Kong, Unomokishuna Mara, no Namaha Samata Vashanam Ham, who had a Guru Bong Kong Kong, Nayanai, Maya Suwago, Maya, Maya Zwa. Spring quần rung on hino kachino karai kai pai suwa gom so fi chun tu ji ba te spa nu ne nu na mi me na na kring on pong on chi ra chi ba ri ya suwa gom shi ya ri ba ra ta ya spa o lo on krang rung na ra shno suwa gom na ma kar di bu ba bi bo bear bot bear bor bear on me Prenosi Secure was of two right ahead, Perusa and Zerukai Kori Kutizini was more half of to give us at the doors. I gave the two Chuckins and assignment. Parshuzu Baru, Gilma Kabal, Mamu, Lalabo, Pogo Gena, Tabu, Lugarana, Pardi, Sharuba, Stanbala, Saruba, Piku, and the Lulu Moshanabo, Polini, you can campaign the Lulu Google, I got about it to be like a ball of Girma Mashel, Zuma Bopo. Baru karaga ziku kiri magam kanam rupa gagalami zikini kiri lani saju mashanana sarolim parmaratu sisi masharnana suru saju mashanana sarolim parmaratu sisi masharnana luna ramandi julu tutu arata gigi lugo lugo si dorkin mangai goi si kornyani gigo the very kai kari nantala kubaru tuku tuku kakumas persana sakari masri sharu malam patu pedal lugo dor marata korbo marutu korak kurius saruru rupan maskin tutu dari kuking lugaran makia parung tuku narelo lugaran makia panrobi shua sarolimu baratatu sari masyagaranu zulumo dan tarbaho bil balai natara madu gaga tuku mas di sore masono gorso kuri masodorso sera pediku bapara suzukan pa lugalap da burai ni bo ya kingu barari mu waru kakuramu ni nuwa mi gashi We are Isharonofras, whom is found perfect before the next moment of Camille, shattering you. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses has the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Isha triumphant, even Isha Ronofos, the justified one. We are he who is clothed in the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of Camille shed in you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are a chart and sealer with the eternal nothing of Camille shed in you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious also over his enemies on the night out of battle, and of making the battering of the Sabal, David of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of the world, night out of making the stand, is yet and yet to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As to be some Asara kept up Koyan or ball and all Aritz on Sabo, Rubu and have them to Captain never to short Koyan, so horse arms a jet to in this rat and a tattoo letter. He come to work feet to our Natu never I about the two. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our hardest king, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with our plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light, and we now claim our spiritual birthright. God is clement, don't get who loves us, protect us now, we rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, I don't know if this will confirm. Lady all said and Navy saw it, I'll be shining bright. Support our macabre, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. To our own free will, as beings of light, can now allow our macabre to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Macabre protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever and done. Lilig news carrier stark sore katu martiku itu pengish ready alu abneshi cabinesh sare lu sayami ya waro tarta portu mujer sha Isaya riega biasha jereka tu piara blanca isayaro riega limuti portum prima tutto tiri shami na zumbria isaya ina zumbria riega ina zumbria piesha ina zumbria Azirika ina zumbria tu piara ina zumbria blanca ina zumbria tatara ina zumbria tatexi ina zumbria la takaruba ina zumbria tasanika Nish Mashkap Tulu Tamatunu Nish and People Gimori Tamatunu Nish Maduk Mashmashalani Tamatunu Nish Kish Parkamikunu Tapunu Inazumri Alu Taprasama ya Alu and Bar and Perik Bakabaes Akabaes Bakabor Bakabaes Bakabor Agabaez, Perik, Penini, Barunen, ya, Corboria, Rimba, Agora, ya, Yaksakaki, Yazaki, Kikasaru, Kikaru, ya. Stream cream Bashava Kani, Him Prim Patswaha, 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 and Shubam Giga Suchi Shagita Goshart I said Mora Yadin Guru Kalamas and Nikudin Gapin Naburu Train Kukariasha Submut Utu Ziana Kampazikia Kampakalu Barana Barbara Shak Baragi Gimbara Lord Bara Telor Bara Maskin Bara Utu Bara Ipa Bara Latu Bara Alasubara Paru Bara Uruku Bara Kegolor Bara Litu Bara Utu Sardin Nazul Ala Suladin Nazu Egin Soladin Nazu, Mula Soladin Nazu, Binge Soladin Nazu, Maskin Soladin Nazu, Bare Din Nazu, Siani Composite, Kia Compa. Sika Gagbare, Nagisha Shortishno, Masha Zigar Bare, Zigar Shubarna, Xar Sharmanixa, Namsaye, Doresh, Foreign Tagu. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ramerte Ram Rame Mano Rame Sastornam Tatoriano Ram Ram Varanarne Ubenaya Karyak Nam Homa Ganat Hari Yave Harmarte Turia Yarti Yarmahita no Tanti Pratudayar Pakatunda Makaria Soria Corti Samapravani Arcoina Mikurum Yardeva Salva Paria Shwatsar Vata Sri Guru Sharans Rose Vashnish Mane Mukure Sutapa Ragu Vartimon Chasu Jorga Pupar Charburi Tarozani Kisum Europo and Kumar Borgi Yade Hu Mohi Tara Hu Polisitor J Hanuman Yan Sudor J Karkisi Loku Karga Ram Tatali Pardaman Jani Putra Pansuratna Maha Vikram Bajarangi Kumartini Varsumati Kersangi Tanjan Varam Verosh Bes Sarkanang Kundo Puji Pesa Hutu Vojrodu Shegara Shekante Shane Hu Sorje Sankarsuman Kisrin Anantesh Prata Mahajan Vardan Vigyar Van Punyati Chator Ram Pashkari Beku Arto Prabhu Tresun Beku Rasya Ram Lakan Sita Manbasya Shri Guru Sharan Shru Rashnish Madane Mukur Surha Parnura Guvarti Mocha Sujur Guvar Charburi Tarun Jarni Kesumia Ropaman Kumor Borbuki Vidyare Hu Bohara Hu Polis Victor J Hanuman Yan Gun Sigar J Kartistin Loku Jarga Ram Tunatoi Partama Jani Putra Pansur Maha Maha Vikram Pashwangi Kumartini Sumati Kersangi Kanchan Veran Vera Subesa Karan Kuno Shiki Sehu Shuru Duvar Shekara Shekaran Timbo Sabache Sankar Suman Kisrain and Andesh Prata Mahajar Varnan Vidyapan Dunia teacher for Rampos Karite Kuarto Prabujan Presumably Rasia Ramlakan Sitaman Pasya Sorsmaru Dari Seriahi Karva Vikaru Dari Pankajara Vati Mau Dari Asor Sankare Brahmachandra Keka Sanva Raya Sanjivano Kanjiya Yeshri Raghuver Harshi Orari Arti Yerni Babu Barla to Mampayari Prati Sambai Sahas Paran tomorrow Yashkar Veus Kardi Sripati Kanvarve Sankardi Pramadi Bones Narat Sarat Sarkira Esa Priyam Kubor Dikol Jahan Kete Kavi Kubor Kai Sarketa Tunu Posu Prabi Kaniram Milaria Rashpardene Tumaro Montovi Parshan Manalakas War Baria Suja Jaranju Sahasra Georgian Parbanuve Yotati War Parjanu Prabu Trikumeri Mukma Jana Tiron Igarvea Shrajna Durga Parsjagar Jerte Surka Manukraha Tumpe Ramduare Turakvare Warna dia nur pasare suk wahe tumare saran kum rajar karu orarna arpante samharu eker hulu kante kalemba bor besar snik karna nabe mahaver jamnar sodna be nasaru karahi Sapera cepat nar hanuman bera sengkat se hanuman jur de man karam pakchat janjula saruparam tasve raja tingkat sangkatu saja urmando rajo pulau besori armi jarupan parpapet caranya patap tumor har si jaga pujiya saru son Tumrakware asturni kedan ram tuare ashta serti namne hikera tausmar den janti mataram rasyan tuare pasasara rahu ragu bartik kerta satu ore pacan ram ho pavai jartam ketur pasurave antal ver porjari jar anjar namari parkar Orde Kajetna Dari Harima Serhi Salve Supari Sankar Demir, Esampere, Josumer, Hanuman Palper, day to day, Hanuman Gosin, Krika, Rupuru, de Kiarna, Hinjo, Sadbar, Patkar, Kori, Jurte, Parandima, Asur, Korki, Joria, Parne, Hanuman Charlie, Sapor, Serisa, Ikoris, Tursida, Sar, Haricera, Karjetas, Hortarie, Minter, Varna Sakataran Murtiru Ramlakan si Pasar Hortari Pasam Sorbu Maranka Pushuru Sisa Vaja Sapa Javum Pum Pum Karneshwar Nam Cherry Diva Dinyam Pum Nam Put Main Frame Frame Name Flow Name Namo Bhagavati Patali Varhi Pari Varmoki Varmoki Atate Nam Harum Sakuti Nam Chamba Chopini Nam Mohemoki Nama Samba Sabini, Nama Sarva Dusa Pradusalam Salava, Sia Saktor Kati, Jibasa Malam Guru Skram Pasiam Grum, Aita Masraya, Atswa. Mani mama shira shari te shame shabe tasundum buku tabi shabi shabi sobi shabi shaya gene sunte shabi tarami roge ba shari ne vita pentare ne vita tantra shudai kure harare shuya sami body picture taru mahal shari te so gene kushara basha shudai matara shana uru shara yara paramana yara taya sara mara mukure are roge mugi are rate ne tare chini di chiari nare tonare Arunami Kunabi Akina Kari Kundadi Sadadi Mitagi Chukori Boru Shonyachi Devi Nina Devi Roke Taka Tobi Tanate Tanakushare Tanashure Tahachi Porasini Saruparane Baratani Shobatani so Yahabi Shani so Yinakarani so Yahagara Adara so Yatara Taratus Basu Shikia Randa Terbasaru Major said this of Shuru Sharaya told you I shouldn't be here today. Bright one of the heavens, wise strong mistress of the Nephilim, the ocean, you whose yes is true, yes, proud one among the Nephilim, the ocean, you whose command is supreme, mistress of heaven and of earth, of Ahu and of Geb, who rules in all places, Ishtar, at your name, all heads are bowed down. I, daughter of Ra, have bowed down before you. May my body be purified like lapis lazuli. May my face be bright like alabaster, like shining silver and reddish gold. May I not be dull. Manya mamane sira karite sama samite besanta mukta mukta tama sama sam kaya saya sina santa samite karami noloke besar pete besar di hidu abi tadi ni vista abi tadi pari suru yukula ni kuli arade parade sukang se sama pule buri kita dalam pariksita sanggona for saling korin pai besutani mantra serata turus sahari aksari saya partai pakula tahu dramanya nantai swaha para mahaswalu begitu buku tiara atau pertanyaan tempat ini bitini sitini ke bar swaha arte nari kunari swaha gar kunari kali bertanya buka sisang kulo ya perusahaan sisi swaha itu ruh Dana pati dana patani dana kusoi dana serada pari pura pasang saparani apartani samra parikite samgani akatani dama parikite sabra satu kusoi kate semepikri di daru pari partali swaha manor mor ni shiri jeli rinshel mershel woe sharnti mudlu so Luewe solo sangu solo chariercha ier kirin charli shelo polo nielo che posu poje picharni mi perdier pianto bolomi to tier dampo poi Shorty yoli mo yoli loli bololi Jojan se san mo san Lufo, Piji, Ligi, Damo, Lisire, Sengerne, So, Sharni, Posher, Shorty, Marbolo, Chaye, Doyo, Lodo, Bojo, Shelo, Chayo, Chaye, Do, Yepo. Lue mo ho na lo ye, ho ling mo he ko ri, yu ji mo ji ri ye, lo po di ni li di ni, li do po di yi ji, ni we ji ni ji ji, ni ne li ji ni ne li ji, po ri ye li na li no na li ye na lu ju na lu we che mi. Any purican pulishan pulimo, enki changyo li pulo shani erti kierti luiti mi lueti lu iti luni 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 loji 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 doji 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 loji tanti tanto borti tanto porti tanto jo sheli tanto jo polijo polijo polo porti popo tol cho sharpi sapo tol dormi po dormi sapo po shahe po dormi yo po dormi sen po do tarmi sen kerne ke Nia senge senke poke di lerdo senker dolo velo bri olor di sapo senke di samopo di kelar di saporda morzio boli cardi sapo sardo lo podio scello verno che di genne per gelir per di sas cum sa hu ong hong shang ong hong shang gong go bang king so ong grang grang grung gong grang grang gong the so gong go so ong king gong bang mong hong sham hong sham swing on swing a ring a ra ring on ya ru so ra ra bom zum mong grang grang grung hong 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 grang grang swing ping ping swing bom zum song swing chung gong gong so hong swing gong gong swing hong swing hong swing ring a ra ring ong ra ong ru so bang king so hong yin hong king hong bang dung anh chỉ nói ra ông phải sợ ta tu phòng mà su ku na ra mà so bi hung hung so na ra mà na sam ba ba tra mi ra na ra mà ta thế sa ha hung tu ku ju so na ra mà mo bi se ai o ku na ra huru huru kan dali mà dai spa ha bo so na bo so mo na mo bo ba ta so sai om ro ku su so la ti sa se lu kana sa va ta sa rami spa so kanji sai bo so mo lo lik spa ha de zi chi bo so sam cham cha sa spa ha ta bo so na ma sa ma ta bo ha ram ko na ba be ta ni spa Senju singing kanji sai bosu pasro dharma thi barto kanji sai bosu om am tu bar pa pats ha jor che ben kanji sai bosu om ha kurun kari pa jor tai kanji sai bosu om kala kurun kur dis pa no ordin kanji sai bosu om permeser mal is pa gor sa tu pasro sa pa hali ya bosu om di sheri shu ka bi shari is pa ha por jo bosu om cham is om jo bosu so mana makana amar o bosu so om trace pa chi so bosu om ha is mari is pa ha kur bosu Namo Kasilo Pariomo Kamari Moliswa, Nikur Bosses Womo, Doctors Waha, Okur Bosses in Kandra Bodies Waha, Guru, my own Namasmato Vasham, Kanamoro Sans, Votar, your home, Tratam, Gozans, my home, son, Panishan, home, Shashrom, Paikun, Tori, my home, after home, part, Tato, my home, Srikala, Rupa, home comes Waha, Gurjak, my home, Pashvajak, home, I said my home, Gara, Vashwas, Nisa, Pashwas, Pasham, home, Pamu, Gujako, my home, Aro, Rantas, Song, Bukino, Kampai, Kampai, Ông cũng như nông thôn rồi trong swah sẽ nên chỉ đủ dùng trong sĩ swah chỉ cụ cụ trùng rồi ra làm swah so cho trùng pro pak sa nai chỉ patai swah có một trùng pro pak sa nai patai ya swah to một trùng vis pro pani swah bên tai trùng sa swah chỉ swah to một cụ trùng mang kalari swah Ichi trùng ha sri swah kai thai mong tu mali hari swah te kini ti nomri swah mari chi ti nomri si swah te shuvong ti nomri kawin swah Dianum Dea Sara Savito Manda Mandia Party Nariana Sachi Siri Sanam Sani Vista Keropan Makolo Kunda Lapan Kariki Hari Haran Maya Papu Tursan Kakara Namaskaran Mantro Ramitra Yartama Home Primuravar Yartama Home Home Suyar Yartama Home Murim Barava Namaha Ram Kakar Yartama Home Rapusian Namaha Ram Yaran Kabar Yartam Home Mari Karya Namaha Mari Yartam Home Frame Savitr Namaha Ram Karya Namaha Rapas Karya Namaha Ram Prem Ram Sari for Sori Yana Yartam Ha Palasi Gayas as Namaskari Nikarwante Dini Prasam Balam Viram Just some culture yard kring monkeros or kring bong Shamasha Kashapia Kashapia Yapisha Mushapishki Yakimati Nor Kurusu really Michu Exulubu that a tupu epitashuno Kimamana Ruinati Kili Tushuli Mutuma Nakulu Shunuli Shunomanaku Dini Shunuli Tishumanakulu Tari Tarama Shaluti Shati Charushi Arapushu or Kishuku Sitting or Kokoshabukumbong. Ibikare Kashu money and do to station Alani or my TV for Yazi Yaya Zidinger Yarakampa and Kimari for some Jogi Shabubana Shabtolina and his part by Bill by Yarazi Kampa Kakambu Shariulin Kalpunoshi Shariuli for Boshi Shariuli Punushi Shariuli Sikunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Punushi Shariuli Punushi Shariuli Katin Punushi Shariuli and Alikunumi Putina Zumri Yuta Sama Agama Saratu is Masarati Charmoshil Surubi Shishali Nutis Sharma Lani or Abuti Shimayara Party Dina or Divin Rossi Kunusio Vani Mushiti is Masarati by its Masaratu Agama Saratu Yamasaratu Jara Porvoni Shumashkor Yamasaratu Zikia Paragolomones Yashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu clean the side Vietnam home some Bugarai from Hadumuda Fugara Nebuchadnezzar from Viratu Pumidevia Pero Dumudov no Secretary Maria Kina Neta Pesat and Tari Nekepta Sukore September City to Sukora Tata Isarang Mami Sanaria Namha Umiam and Raya Namha Corpusum and Rob Tasha to Anaya Metan Corpusum no Sekasa Metana Nam Sexa Sintakis with Sakaka Tekala Kapai Kana Kisari set Suruna Peg Markola Kutu Tata Rata Niom Ramandari Namha Umam Yamaria Namha Yamam Saro Tara Yamatan Happy no Happy Sakasara Nam Sak as a Echo Win Korana Nekta or Yanu and Yinari Sasa some like Sasari Katnamha from Barunari Namha in Chat Baruna Data Sarmala Yamatan himself no himself Sakasara Nam Saksaruna Pai and to do any Pupita Ramal to and Rata subsiding and compositing here composite Wyoming by order Namha City Markalam or Matu sitting and compositing here about two souls or data. Tata Lata is activity Takala Yanu and Disappeal from Bramar de Namaha. Brahma Numbu Maharo Maksara to lectures Raya Metank Pranu Pakapram Kapru, Devon Kekapasha Kapram Maru activity Takala, and Ishrati Nebu Mahaja Teus or Masfate Mukita Tapsakis, Church of Tuna Naru, Defnesu, Nether, on Prim from Sayagi at them on Prim Streams and Roy at them home in Prim Stream Mangali at them on Stream Boom Bar and Bambori at them on Prim from Spati at them home Prim Stream Sukurai at them on Prim Stream Shanshala at them on Prim or Bernam on Prim to Bernam Hajakusum some Kasha Pay Yamaha Direct Namorim Sarpa Nam Tana person in the Karam Dari Shankatu Sharbam Pisoro Tranapa Sambavana Mamisha Shashatlam so Mamsambor Mupurta Usharam Darani Karpasam Portam Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pramamia Yang Buka Sharmambo Perna Pratimam Buram Somya Puro Pesam Tamburam Paramamiam Devanam Chari Shenam Chakorum Shankana Kasanibam Puriputam Trio Kisham Tamami Bayaspati Himakutamri Nala Pam Neganam Parmampurum Sarvasa Srapavataram Parika Pranamam Nilanjana Sampasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Chachari Yamatanda Samputam Tamnama Mena Saneswaram Atakariam Mahavyariam Chandra Dija Vimortanam Semitil Garva Samputam Tamram Kalamamiam Palasha which was a Karsham Taraka Graham Sakam Doro Rom Uram Kampetum Pranamami Hamam Brahma Morali Triporan Kani Manu Shashi Bumi Sura Bura Shakuru Shashukra Shariore Uketu Sarvagraha Mama Supra Parasam Purume Shanti Ombur Wars for Tata Pitur Hariambar Kodavasya Diamai Vidono Pratudaya Tata Swahori Tata Swaha Nanasin Yanam Rasit Yasin Yana Basaman Gana Saya Kampa Agapati Anana Kampa Mashrita Nana Sia Kampa Yagamagia Sagasten and Kiasta Glois Nabogurios Morcurios Yastor to Yagarku Yarsina Bormas Arsi Foreigns Campas Vesakashin Talas Campa and Nabosatankos Campa Yagashi Asasia Kukulomani Yasia Markali Story Yagushia Yarnana Yarnani Yashaba Chukareni Yaramilo Yak Yashai Kampa Inana Ziama Kampa Pisarma Kampa ya yes arabur mashututu yarwa solo chi sakatamarin ya achari ya achara ya achare chi yor patala katamarin ya tinggal kan pasir ni karubur ya pasir ni karustu ya pasir stasera kuji barotu kan paya kan pa yaran formas baru na formas baru ya na korea yarsi yang kan pa yaran Yan Goria Yan Yaria Sibin Yarnia Kampaya Katalama Katara Kampa Parumu Paru Marukumu Paru Marukumun Paru Skali Yardagia Garia Magma Pornes Yamaru Tukuya Tuku Sorin Sugorin Zarin Zagorin Aksana Gasana Kana Pelu Kurku Ini Kamanu Yartuki Antara Yasi Patu Balu Patu Perjeriku Baga Kekampa Dazia Zag Bad Bazak Baron Noisali Genusu Kagyatsu Ishakeka Shkosha Desi Ramarayani Guru Klams Nikudim Garnina Puriuna Kini Kukaria Shishumur Malapaka Kitago Gador Marata Corboru Kakudamu Zari Masigarano Kingo Paralimo Zari Masigarano Aru Kakudamu Godor Marata Corbo Malapaka Kidagadu Kakudamu Zarim Masigarano Kingo Paradimo Aru Kakudamu Godar Marata Corbo Malapaka Kidag Trauma Comisa Mesukum Timpu Stiva Haramor Paru Kami Papanasno Yormu Chari Namaha Chom Makuki Arke Chom Ping Shring Boom Shring Kuki Arka Chom Boom Maria Kri Korana no Kurwasi Kenel Orayum Suprayar Nama Shring Basram Tehum Suprayar Swaha Kring Kali Swaha Sarvabista Merte Nemaha Kali Karnamha Nariyana Vermahe Vasudevaya Dermahitano Vishnu Prachuraya Devakanandanaria Virmahe Vasudevarya Dermahitana Krishna Prachuraya Tarposharya Virmahe Saswacharya Mahadevarya Dermahitano Rupa Prachuraya Makarantharya Virmahe Vakatundarya Dermahitano Dadi Prachuraya Karyaya Virmahe Karya Moriyai Dermahitano Durga Prachuraya Vegevya Mahe Kamar Acharya Dermahitano Devi Prajuraya Mahadevya Acharya Mahe Vishnu Padnya Charli Viman Dermahitano Lakshmi Prajuraya Sankin Jo Juran Den Jun Chanting Chan Jo Ju Wuran Den Jun Sankin Jo Juran Den Jun San Jin Jo Ju Wuran Den Jun San Jin Jo Julan Jin Jun San Jin Jo Ju Wulan Den Jun Uso Bajira Vajini Precious Paso Mamju Shadra Gunato Puri Puratan Dada Piu Parti Puranderanu Puratam Sarasi Vishwaharte Uso Devya Martia Piparti Chandra Rahavar Sunataya Rapayanti Afval Pahantu Suyama Soasva Aranya Arvarna Apakasuri Devitagi Yanya Namha Kariari Mahamadya Mahamadya Yogi Yageshwari yang Pipsur Kamjak Parti Mekur Karin Namha Debentrani nam stupiam debentro pribami parham ariarur yam shrikala char indikari hine pingkaji yanya swaha range pingkaji yanya swaha shom chokari si forjan maji pa firmans police structure se labe jo parti merde ki kuru swaha Isero sono storie piane carte temete kala nanna chimarni to tono Borbor Vaswa Hatas Veta Barniam but Kotobasia Irmagiti Yono Pratraya Ipsos 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 Shon Tatoro Toro Rataru Tora to Abra Gang 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 Gong Kang King Gong Gong Swing Dong Gong Gong Dong Bang Hai Guri Vari Yarnam Home Snari Vernam Home Pisabari Yarnam Home Maru Sudani Yarnam Home Vindari Yarnam Home Pundari Pexari Yarnam Home Visnat Vernam Home Visumbarari Yarnam Home Harai Yarnam Home Marika Yarnam Home Sarvati Sari Yarnam Home Sarvadharari Yarnam Home Sanan Kanari Yarnam Home Nera Dharari Yarnam Home Nera Kanari Yarnam Home Neri Sarari Yarnam Home Neru Parari Yarnam Home Nera Janari Yarnam Home Niskalankari Yarnam Om Yatrati Namaha, Om Nera Maria Yatnam, Om Sera Maria Yatnam, Om Saxian, and Om Saranya Yatnam, Om Saravata Yatarianam, Om Srimate Namam Local Sarianam, Om Siparianam, Om Service Robatarianam, Om Perobara, Tenama, Om Verani Dariatnam, Om Perapeta Yatnam, Om Poratnari Yatnam, Om Pornarianam, Om Poniat Tenama, Om Punyarianam, Om Punyakatariatnam, Om Paraparayatnam, para marnya namun para semai namun para saya nama para karya namun para ayah namun sorbeda markarya nama virus ya namun para karya namun sagalo paris ya nama miskalaria namun sarapes frequented nama mata samalan taramartra yurta astari ya namun para ayah namun pornar porus sari ya nama sestari ya namun sanana ya nama Paramiswara Mum Santari Mum Tantari Mum Jipurhari Yanama Jimitri Hayatama Jagamaria Yatamum Janamurtara Yanama Jipari Mum Jari Atari Mum Jaramania Sana Yanama Japapriya Yatnama Japustudia Yatamum Japaperte Namam Prayer Perte Namam Vipari Vietnama Vimalia Namum Vispar Pariana Mum Vispar Pariana Mum Vispur Trenama Virus Tariana Mum Virus Nus Vis Yariana Sanitariana Mum Kasakarakarya Namum Sraya Pradaria Nama Shruti Marikaya Namum Sraya Sam Namam Visvaraya Namum Sutaria Nama Mananataru Padia Namum Prantaria Namum Prisa Pataria Nama Taria Namum Payataru Padia Nama Sarva Serne Namum Tamoharaya Namum Jana Sakaria Namum Jarine Nama Panakandrasam Pura Paria Namum Janataria Nama Paktaria Namum Yogi Namum Yogi Saria Namum Sarvakartan Yarnama Mahar Yorkin Namahu Mahrumod Nerte Namum Saria Namaha Sreya Sat Namahum Hamsaria Namum Paramas Hatsaria Nama Facebook Trend Namum Vyaragya Namum Swaraja Namam Surasat Insak Sari Yarnama Judge Mandala Sam Yotaria Nama Maria Manyan Taria Namum Sarva Namaha Vispores Vararia Namum Tanat Porti Haruparia Nama Verahara Kamorte Nama Itisri Hayakuriva Stutar Satar Nama Pari Kuberat Namaha Janantaria Namum Srimate Namum Yetsaria Namum Urias Vararia Namum Nilisaria Namum Sankara Sakaria Nama Umahalaxmernas Borviet Nama Umahaparmariti Saria Namum Pornaria Namum Paramantis Vararia Nama Sakaran Priyaya Namum Sorkara Parcharti Saria Nama Umukuntarni Paria Karya Namum Purnta Karnti Taria Namum Diranti Yarti Pariyar Nama Umaharte Namum Korvati Yarti Pariyar Nama Puja Tamum Lakshmi Sam Raja Dalia Karya Nama Umila Parputra Yat Namum Kusati Sarya Namum Kulati Sarya Namum Umasparu Thari Yat Nama Visvaradaria Yat Namum Visvartash Klaria Namum Visvaradaria Nama Nakro Puparan Tarya Namum Manikar Pitrin Nama Kur Marta Yarnamum Visraparin Yarnamum Sitra Karmarna Priyar Yarnama Umakam Pinchar Yarnamum Malikati Sar Yarnamum Polas Yarnama Narvahar Yarnamum Kaliya Satyala Yarnama Rajantar Yarnamum Rabankar Yarnamum Sitra Katra Yarnama Sara Pors Marka Baharna Yanama, Sava Pamar Yanamo Marcha Gatar Yanamum Sumar Yanama, Samari Isparar Yanamum Pun Yatmar Yanamum Purpurta Sri Yanama, Saburjana Sparar Yanama, Home Niga Kortar Yanamum Nili Betre Nama, Maka Prakar Nariakar Yanamum Yaksini Kortar Yanama, Yaksari Nama. Parames Parane Namam Yaksara Yanamam Yakserni Yanama, Kinores Parar Yanamum Kinpurus Sanata Yanama, Natarianamum Karikariur Tarianama, Vaser Denamum Sarta Kapers Partar Yanama, Veris Parayanamum Tarantaria Sarianama, Masala Smart Talar Yanama, Omorus Tornier Nama. Sakritariat nama Pusalakshmi Samars Ritariat nama Danya Lakshmi Yan Televisariat nama Danya Lakshmi Nivas Borviat nama Masalakshmi Sarabasiar nama Raja Lakshmi Stiralariat nama Raja Lakshmi Janmalgiat nama Dari Lakshmi Pasrariat nama Makades Parayat Samjot Haryat Nama Omigantara Yartama Sarkara Yartama Yatariat Nama Omnidit Tartnamaha Omnirasraya Yartama Omnirupara Yanama Omniyatkamar Yanama Omnirat Sakariat Nama Omnirupravarti Savurver Nama Om Satar Nama Om Sarvaguno Petaria Nama Om Sarvajanyam Nama Om Sarvasmataria Nama Om Sarvakaruna Petaria Nama Om Saran Kapla Haryat Nama Om Karavar Suk Sam Desyayat Nama Om Sargatikar Suma Priyayat Nama Om Spartana Jari Varsiyar Nama Om Vidi Pita Samsrayat Nama Om Mahar Moru Tarastari Yer Ner Nama Om Mahara Sikara Samstutyayat Nama Om Stustariyat Nama Om Suprana Karya Jastariyat Nama Om Shiva Pujara Tarya Nama Om Manakar Harya Nama Sri Kupera Sutara Sakhan Nama Asha Sri Hai Kuriva Kavakan Mantras Yahai Kuriva Risyanu Chandra Sri Hai Kuriva Paratma Devata Shri Padisparaya Namha Iti Jamum Kim Virijar Harariyat Namha Iti Sakyum Som Kuperan Harya Namu Nama Iti Kilakamum Namu Hai Kuriva Jasukla Pardarya Vijar Mortarya Horijar Sutarya Buram Vida Pradarya Svaha Mama Sri Hai Kuriva Prasarta Sijor Tarta Avenue Kapakiyaram Kalasam Turti Sam Karsam Kamala Yorla Kartnam Kalandi Yorta Basar Karnit Kanta Prasernam Jan Mutra Saval Ayaram Sankala Karas Tarkaram Burskiran Sando Hardi Chita Tikartaram Batrapi Jarnil Terutama Varni Sarta Sortier Tham Departa Sarva Bormar Tham de Yari Stordier Haya Griva Sierra Partura Latam Kandra Mariarca Sastra Sertorso Padu Sabda Bramar Makas Roti Kuranam Kuranat Maka Patu Varanam Yarnar Samba Pam Jerbam Pagis Para Patu Mukurdo Danata Martio Stam Bramam Maka Patu Patunari Yarno Daram Siparma Servo Kumpatu Kapalu Kamala Prabu Veliar Mapetar Tempartukan Mandar Marco Mama Burjo Katur Burjo Pertukoro Eriendra Mardar Najarama Perdariam Pertuvisvar Matu Puskar Variam Mariar Mam Pertu Savar Mapertu Pitan Bara Kartin Koksin Koksis Varvirso Mebale Mando Bangu Vila Traya Nardine Parma Bario Biar Kurdiam Kuryat Borkor Koruda Modara Partu Jarurni Maru Sarana Partu Jarne Mahardisnu Gurpa Partu Janardata Paru Tripa Krama Partu Partu Parangu Area Sarvam Gam Savaria Partu Partu Romarni Esa Mar Saturnartikarta Partu Parma Lakshmi Parti Marma Putramas Kurturbine Patu Vandhurnus Resvara Mirtra Mitra Marta Patu Varyatma Satrusumarti Pranane Yarva Maka Patukistram Visvambarat Maka Barunarma Rasan Partu Payormatma Hargunataram Divataram Iskessa Patu Solam Jagat Guru Visame Samkartika Kism Karu Masasedananda Rupo Merjanam Raksartu Sorvara Prasyan Raksartu Savarma Enyariam Pura Prada Patu Neritram Sirkanha Prampa Vikari Visat Parunyam Visvaryaliam Semario Vartukobariam Vitara Patu Vesanayam Kajagat Guru Ura Pampatu Jagas Pami Patpararasta Prapar Rakasirnam tu Yastaranam Rakspahikalana Karyai Pamnaya Sererio Sosexarvetis Torupa Vedayo Rudyamasparam Salve Sapravaktaram Avedatra Saranjehu Ayagriva Prasarata Idam Kirtam Divyam Kavakam Deva Pujitam Yai Griva Matra Atapan Vande Mantrakan Purvam Samhitarkam Sri Hai Griva Sampurnam Kuparotananda Sri Raja Rodana Sparotana Lakshmi Priyatana Mudana Dayodana Capriyo Sino Dama Vrata Dayavam Uttara Vrata Diyalaksana Sampano Dinor Vijanara Sarika Daya Lakshmi Sama Rajo Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Bodhi Dharma Savaraksano Sarika Niriswaru Nera Lambo Nirinam Paripalakani Yarta Nerguna Karanis Karmoneru Padravanya Panarka Samarajo Navasangka Pravartaka Manyeskar Tretisa Mahukuna Karam Virta Yarsniko Yasna Sarki Yashabur Yojana Sarka Raja Kandro Ramati Sora Jarko Raja Borjita Visris Raja Parsastaria Visargambana Marnasa Vijayo Vimalu Vanjo Vanduro Janavatsala Virupa Sapriya Tarmo Vyaragi Visotor Murka Sabokyato Sanandanda Sarvasati Samandita Samantam Vrata Sormya Sarva Pani Vraka Suprita Sulava Sormo Sarvakyatu Tadra Samakana Priya Saksarvi Bhaiva Sri Garajita Svaharnam Sampritu Akilanda Pravarta Kavyo Karna Samprita Tarsvartana Priya Lakapram Varsi Akar Borabi Varchitu Darbudya Rudar Labertavo Dara Barharna Kinore Suvisrapanan Kaka Pravartaka Astalakshmi Samaryorta Vyarto Malavikuraha Loka Rajo Loka Paryu Sulaksana Sulava Surmarga Surto Sankarantara Priya Santa Sultana Purpeta Sasvarta Surankarti Karha Sarvaka Marju Surmati Sarvaki Terva Kanarkarka Sankarhasta Daras Remam Param Jurti Paraparama Samadhi Kuno Parnasa Ranyo Dinar Vatsarla Parapakari Papagna Tarundi Yasanani Arapakar Tata Sarva Kuno Peta Surindram Sevar Parva Visvakyo Virta Priya Aratata Soryar Prata Kale Pates Trutram Susirpute Derne Terapam Nodi Purusa Sriyam Devendrasani Pam Disri Kuberas Trutram Umyacharya Kuberia Vishwapanaria Tanadaria Pataria Daradaria Samali Deli Deparia Swaha Om Shrim Krim Krim Shrim Krim Parishvaraya Namaha Om Krim 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 Shrim Kubera Shalashmi Momati Hedanam Puraria Puraya Namaha Om Krim Shrim Lakshmi Krim Sahaswa Om Krim Jaya Kuberia Vishwavaria Dana Karshadaria Sarvaruka Vasikararia Dana Danya Aribadaya Dana Danya Somburu Derne Dari Tapari Swaha Om Krim Shrim Kuberia Namaha Om Yanchara Shari Vidmaya Hitasaria Dharmahi Tara Kubera Prajodaya Sikia Kabazi Gia Kabazi Arakapa Sitting Gia Kabazi Ningarana Kapa Ziku Giving Gampra Sikia Kabazi Arakapa Sikir kempasiran kempasirin garikir kempasirin karana kepaga kumaskar zana sikir kempasiran zikir kempasiran kempasirin garikir kempasirin karana kepaga tugala debor akibo sikir kempasiran kepaga Umman Brahmar Misrari Brahmin Parson Vermanaia Vermahia Ranya Karparia Metano Brahma Praturan Shazon Pari Vermahem Sro Daria Metano Brahma Praturan Umim Him Sausage Chicken Brahma Brahma Prashana Person Mother Puru Shubenbaha Puru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Puru Sacha Brahma Kashmir Shri Kurve Umanataya Namoversaya Namogaraya Namomukaraya Namohoman Vikram Mariana Mohanis Tariana Mohamadataria Nama Mariana Mohom Vishnu Priya Namom Virus Taria Nama Vitor Mariana Mohom Visudaria Namom Sasaria Namom Sutrus Daria Nama Om Masaparali Manataria Namoma Karado Daya Nama Omamiti Karaya Namahoma Karapas Paria Nama Omamana Spautu Yaya Namoma Guru Paria Nama Umpalaya Namahum Pasukaria Namahum Parapaya Karya Namaha Umparikaya Namahum Pamswara Nayar Namahum Umpasura Pasana Yar Namaha Umparsikaria Namahum Papira Pasati Ner Namaha Umpaitik Kamana Yar Namahum Tamuru Parya Namaha Umpapikaria Namahum Darindaraya Namahum Kasamparamashaya Namaha Umpalaru Parya Namahum Yivira Parya Namaha Umjuandalaya Namahum Rasmi Pataria Namahum Paramandafaya Namaha Yaya Namahum Visumbaraya Nama Sakopararia Namahum Sakopararia Namahum Samburia Nama Saranaria Namahum Pankar Sarasa Nama Pamasaria Namahum Pramadaria Namahum Pramakataria Nama Patipisia Yatamum Paskaria Nama Pausarasa Namahum Yapartania Nama Papipataraya Namum Tasakaria Nama Lokalisaria Namahum Sivaria Namum Karaya Namahum Paraya Nama Punya Namahum Punitaria Namahum Parsaya Nama Parikaria Namahum Niskalaria Namahum Paraparia Nama Parikaria Namahum Srasaya Nama Santaria Namahum Danataria Namahum Maria Mandaria Namaha Savapujaya Namahum Savakaraya Namaha Nerasaya Namahum Neranjanaya Namaha Petaria Namahum Saraya Namahum Savaraya Namaha Daranjanaya Namahum Abetaria Namahum Fire Paria Namaha Tamoharaya Namahum Yugis Paraya Namahum Karapanaya Namaha Valaya Namahum Prakarine Namahum Sokalakaraya Namaha Chitukaya Namahum Chivaria Namahum Jaya Daria Namahum Jaya Priya Namahum Vishnu Paria Namahum Verustaria Namaha Verantra Pasam Sutyaya Namaha Surya Praya Namaha Pranadaya Namahum Vishnu Taparia Namahum Taria Namahum Uttararia Namaha Napastraya Namahum Raya Pusaria Namaha Pujankaria Namahum Pari Uparia Namahum Sarisuparia Namaha Sakuru Paria Namahum Karvu Supaya Namaha Brahmavitikaria Namaha Susomna Paria Kaya Namaha Funny Ravi Pusaya Namahum Raya Namaha Gorve Namaha Shri Gorve Namaha Ashme Shri Gorve Namaha Uset Neptet Vitiam Kaipina Hor Rotia Tenabosset to Utu Nezot Korsti Hapasti Hatunum Snapper and Besek Namaha Kanamiu Sartiu Tutor Amazing Martu Faru Kanamiu Shekaru Nekanu Kanamitian and Deve Saha Karu Nebaru Shari Harui never thinking Sabuari and Mapapayu Uti Nehemnico and Head Never Chesor Teba of Nature from Graham to Civil Sea Floor Riti and Riti Vingator Vingan near Morta Marti Serche Verbi from Nori Turman Hero Motskill Dunskill Bia Fiori or Free 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 or in Frigier da Free Back die Vergils Virta Hangetic Gorsver Dergsviptar Erdik Bodo Fior People Finwi Jarviska Sia Theoria Bosum Skjorving Serming Yengving Gertun Old Por Horror Jaren Korn Kursing Kuro Skio Maybe clear Maybe Sveitors fri Jervi Tre Rigor Gior Near Svo Control Jon Fimbo Slidor Race League 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 Mospelning voor mij en blok in contact je meer ook meer door mijn woord desle ordem de soort mond voor Amerika meer os best minutos entre mil coraça noord neer naar de body oor el gathering of ser there is geen huis er geen huis noord die ver noord solo focus means bier Sermissimo virtuinspio arti hoc ioritar paricimpintur moltos neodorin neritis utrius frio volin norne nertindendi furbo nor oid modiner vi gando vindor dorin Valley Doin Dekli Vitor Nana Records Vitromno Dort Body or Story Hernio Floi Dori Tu van Bari Epifili or Siori or Yor Loporski Your Scarpin I all Angi Erkinski Post Finkinor Yagrazero Vertandisco Rita Picre Nertin Pior Borskior Expior Kimi or Pim Online Bitway Crossways Lawsuits Falsely in Luni Vinsuo Bossor Osnior or Team Free Loki Abinaria Mana Pana Yaris Nuda Maria Mana Samaria Visayam Gatras Utadariam Sirtan Vistararia Tararia Samsaraska Tati Diviaturnia Makarnde Toramala Capri Borgas Carnde Sripati Padari Bierne Baba Baria Kercherde Vardesaria Pipera Pacarmena Sa Taba Hamna Mama Kerna Svam Samutro Hitaranga Kvakarna Samutro Nataranta Udarkar Nagardi Artariurja Tampujar Pula Mitra Sati Sortetor Seba Parti Asurtam Paramesvara Parapariyo Babarta Babarparito Hamdamaudara Gunan Mantirva Sintra Partiri Erna Govinda Babarjala di Martana Mandara Paramam Dharamapranaya Subvam Menariana Karuna Maria Saranam Parvarni Kavarko Koranuri Kisarpari Maria Parana Saroje Sarava Satviti Srimat Paramahas Parivarasya Sri Govinda Parya Puja Parasisya Srima Chakra Parka Parta Kurtosar Pari Stotram Sampurna Om Namo Trat Pararen Sumbau Mogu Kata Matraya Surbanyar Kosarni Samita Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bharapi Tukarambi Om Surbarni Sumbahum Jashrakum Parum Shrim Ring Krim Kolom Konabataya Varabaran Salvajatane Vashamaraya Swaha Karpurusharya Virmahapakratundaki Mahitanutali Prajudaya Om Shanti Om Ganaraya Saya Nam Home Gam Ganapataya Nam Home Lambodoraya Nam Home Om Ganaraya Virmaham Pakratundaki Mahitanutali Prajudaya Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Swala Shorya Jaya Jamana Yasa Sarvashatrum Samara Shamala Pampu Dushtu Grahum Swaha Arunam Karuna Tarangi Shan Kushar Pushpa Nachar Marti Rabi Rutam Ayukra Maria Babipa Paria Papa Shrima Ragni Shrimar Sinahana Shvari Sitari Kunisam Buddha Deparia Samuryata Oya Babu Sahaswaha Charu Babu Samak Ita Rages Baru Papashaya Pura Kono Kuru Shwala Panoru Mekshu Udana Bachatan Maya Trasaya Ganesha Rora Puramaja Brahmakranda, Mandala Champaka Shuka Purnaga Shurkan Tikala Sekaja Kuru Pinta Manishne Kana Kutera, Mandita Shrami Chandra Viparaja Dari Kastara Sho Ita Muka Chandra, Kalambamruka Narpi Shishar Varanas Maram Karika, Ruhato Chana Cheri Kapata Lakshmi Paripaha, Chalan Minar Palo Chana Nava Chapak Pushpapa, Nasatanda Veraji, the Derekati, the Skari Nasambarana, Sura Kadamba, Majali Pluta Kana Pura Manupara Trekking, Yukali Puta Tapanodu, Mentala Parma Raga Shilatasha, Paripalo Pola Bo, Pava Petuma, Passion and Kariarana Jara, Veni Uvalma, Shosidi, Japa Promores, Ibrati, Chana Sreti Petrogata, the Barton Visions Wahasaki, Partila comes Sreti Petroga from Japetini Ugari, Asari Niasa, Onkasiama Paramara, Satnam Hasalasi Brati, Chana Sanama. Mungkin Sreti Petrogata Patia Namari, the Ombishari and Nama, yes, Wahasakari and Nama, Parayo, Patila Karikanama. Napo Nepet Yoga Nam Hasamani Tiari Sari Nesa from Gustipiam Nama, Rim Tachani Piam Namahana, Mike Yapim Nama, Amana Mikiam Nama, Rim Kalestiapiam Nama, from Karas, Plastapiam Nama, Itikari as a Chromagaya Nama, Rim Spis Farms, Kayapat, Amkapay, 3 episodes, Thomas Petitis, Nangane, books from the architect, Pananium, people talk about the studies for the people the DVD para sa form John kami ang pagkiyami kaya karam smart ang mikas kaya push pa piyami ang paya pamika ya itu pamukurapi yami pramra yami kaya ang torman ni tayami kasyami pamamtar ni ya torman ni beya kami pari tayami sam sa pamika ya small karpa jom smart kami japa malaman torma mama le maria sa pamatos for pinito sa pagkasali niya sa tasman ni sindi pa pagkuru matro sita guru presida kay mamasa sa ito betul matro kung primam tori Prima Yehiva Saya Vesai Pribru Torge Am Incromum Paspa Hasadanga Niasa Roma Daya Yarnam Harib Sabisis Rasivam Sekay Pasram Kapakayun 3 years for Roma Solia Petitis and Ines Book from Yaki taking Mukutayanam Tiputupi Matevi at his studies for the Pini Departed DVD of Sabat Savam. Kami pagkapujan pini Yamike Karam Smart Mamin Samike Apushpa Jami on Pujamike Jumamukapijam Anyamike Ajipam Shami Pamamtamike Amtroman and Pieriam. Ibartiam some making use poker pujam some coming smart dump skill 3 from Ras Karamam Karam Japam set about to Papa Betevi Prasata Mestre Japan Talama Matron Male Sabata Pama Pretty to Supapa Pam Sum Kurishimi Badro Yasom Vedam Kasofiarum De Karte Himium Prince Diai Namha Ingines Hogan Hogolo Nozo Correas or the on board more or your author whose or the Arlitasca neutral male of Air Martius Papina James Bibicalo had called India Mario Pianim or Bo Hentalia Bibicalo or the author Ponch Piosoffer Os Force of More and more Journal or the wars for war make Torto or Yol my Kaima Yol Petina Femil one pure mountain Orbas Otoi Borsi Migovic Beam Posos and Jersne Ser Nes Volo Neo Seva Neo in Campos Kinunda in Grassverdi Erbier Yorsi near Fish Homo Yoku Pieres mi Corna Ransporku Sol Stern Sornana Solo Skerna Babas Kun Kisol Sornan Selling Morla Yardi Wortori my Jor Nor Navy Sea of Orso Arti Morning Navy Sea of Arming Games Artistos Non Navy Sea of Orso Kitchen Quello Roadstula and then go no copy journal phone of no portu morning. Two of New John Dagger 4 of the Ton Chroma John Total Sale I barely warps or film jumbo of la Eagerbo or Smelbo or at a talvo motan gets corpo or tort corpo the fluid or meat theater group or Barin Veterkis for Torco owns Bravo no person major a more or major or Tottenham conjunct current school of store Chemical Copper Potuk Seversketi Voto Zoto Kipcho O Prims Profi O Core Lanes Lichum or Vos Motsor Germ Motser or Brain Vorku Oro in Dorina Nor German Liken Morku Om Verkori Jorku Sem Dorin Saki On Bol Belgoria Bo Vikinganio Es Bo Sir Ternas Foro or Di Peter Bushman Nor Polongor Hapa in Orina Polo. The random blem them race friend walk or yum embrace prep their win more in embrace a mother oka terrell took mogo chilla pia peaks of monista that the run tarantek torn brigateron ogaran then torn all of the one whereas and in doors or rig work or rig nors sorceress as severe two for echelon moon a chrome blue come forth 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 Universe dient Warsaw for week Norden also read as vir two from Echelon Monek Bombro Oros 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 or week what where breed or read Orosi Ros constant of his layer through stroke from Bernice and to score ace via endosolientoles ipse corniendo menosor pensarvises Narbis quois non difficili esser impossibili vestimigare Dominatus omnipotens rex artium et dominus dominatorium en quoius malomnes victoria constita domne bellum contritio copius me visiu perum means tam vocus eodoro ontietois magnificentis advarin macum advarin cum hel advarin mac cum sexorum in persum mantum oparum darin arturum in quantum traconis traconis Dim or need to or needing concerta and sharator mopos some or a shama was a onion of cocoa prospect to shot Secunusia vai no GTT uni Osimushito Kala to go to Mosik Paraditum Cabritum Namarik Mashashu Ashatu Kashar Erini tu Ibiarani Iria Uishtaria Usisu Elia Maria Amrusana Tukula Salalu Mushau Uraku Intana Alu Ukia Uti Iya Usu Na Mash Iya or Nam or Norku Eli Nubu Zertuti Zeribizi Alma Yarani Rapupi Shima Dabari Dina Dilinos Ush Salam Kashartiya Char Epishu Mushta Ishiya Isma Sarati Sharmushil Shuruki Shalimuti Jalulu Zalul Shashu Nursha Ludabdusha Iku Amara Inworti Iya Imazalu Litatu Shari Pushu Ishpi Imatatu Lisharmit Yorusha Urturu Apustusha Solu Kalamtusha Maserierna Semani yarna pagrita kira dupera semani yarna pagrita kira dupera semani yariti pagritus nila dupera semani shti pagritus nila dupera semani ya imaxa pagrita kira dupera semani ya anang pukoti kira yalani mushir to dupera semani ya ina idari tapsa dupera semani ya ina scuparti torsinia vadu piers mani ya ina isha duordi tapsadu piers mani ya ana ispadaptir pirla sitting compositing nul and compositing nul and compositing and corcoren sitting corcoren compositing nara that sorima sitting da sorima compositing and lua saka compositing and lua saka kapa sitting no tela compositing and cortila compa sitting meshara compositing and meshara compositing mara in compositing namar Ingernil lage compositing city kishmar sagbar larin bolarma compositing barbar borde gorde ordin kerriene campa siniganini duarni tingerandorla ias arni sokor nurga katar karner ne campa sinigarana compositing 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 canabo compositing garistor compositing garishomashu compa Sinigaro compa sinigar maru compa siningari gador compa siningari kiki compa siningara nulaki compa siningara lula work korage compa siningani lalin korage compa siningani ni Pipila share ke kampas siling kernin karkarage shiling papapara ke kampa siling karamura tingkar kalaner ke kampa kakamumu ucuk sulala sur kidim semula sebinggarmu usul maskin suziar kempasi kia kampa siling karin lalu korkorage kampa siling karin lalu korkorage kampa siling karin ini bila share ke kampa siling karin ini ding korkorage kampa siling anuna tingkar kalau ini kampa siling karana kampa siling kia kampa papa para arta marta arta papa para arte ke गर्ने asal korwa sa bimurna tenam tarkara si bimurna terum tim surpur bimurne kala sur karni murner te tim surir bimurner te kala sur karni murna terin ger sur ger bimurna terin merla biar merhaspi arbara par li beyesh kasharti arti manu kashar tu shartur yutarni Chính 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 chào thai chọn thạch riêng riêng báo đô tình cụ sẽ bồ mẹ bồ minh hậu sinh gì hối minh trình diện sẽ nan ninh san vốn nông chú bồ bù sáng kinh chú chú rô rê lành chính cụ sinh châu chọn chú cổ sinh chú hồi chiều tên sinh 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 lành thông minh đang sinh đô kia chỉ sinh vô dễ quấy sinh chú Hữu sinh vụ bên thế sinh nhận diện thiên sinh đàn gián minh cổ trống sinh di sinh lan dạ đô kỳ trong khuôn trình trì rô linh linh sinh sinh sản dần dô linh bảo thế an dụng an mấy sinh chính đi sĩ hôn phố vụ sản doan minh sinh linh bảo vụ đó sinh hình nhung chụp vụ thôn vụ chạy về vô sinh chí sĩ rô linh linh cả thô thì sản sô cho nhân giá chân nhàn hữu vô quan linh vô tu sinh quan thố đi sĩ linh lô sẽ chỗ vô chí bồ đề hoàng dinh hồi giáng chân đầu này về trình kinh tế phần tây quay số thằng kinh tế sáng nhô minh số trái sáng danh bối đi đã độ doan hãng kỳ sinh trình thì đi sinh dô tràn tí sư ra hết khi phần sinh đốn rộng rốn dụ hoàng lan ta dô dô bạc hình quay sản sinh bố sư ra lấy bộ phụ mình vô của trở thành cảnh lô ta động con trời doan gia nhiều phu gây vụ chỗ rèn nhỏ quay quan kẹt chân sinh chân dụ an sĩ dù quen chỉ số dễ ban chế bên dàn nhàn ở trên vụ dụ bà hai sĩ quen mô quan sự sự sẽ về vô doan sống vui sự sản đau kỳ chẳng vui chỉ chiều rù lì linh专quan sản trọng sẽ an thì专专quan thì bên trên quan số quan chế trên vụ sinh động sản chế nghe về đồ vụ du phụ有真长久无限期是无限停止不会不了天寒地扬州团成熟企业半生有不明山界为社会物理社会完成就力一序类听君我有山丹成为完人也有别离雷神天命同会就这无比真的尽管传染不出现人直接罗里领数彰显就掉有成就检查山刷将乌鲁鲁先出去看人领家盘山配连传经千关有金大脚在直接罗里领传运就运传太祖或者是出去家在家 or 火箭步不有方海会以上是有些山湾人的人呐，贝尔奈说的呀，通常是有树林服用其彰显见闻单数不交在是体有明明体无情体能给见前路你可服用民用若要有时间前山中。Namo Helata Nandola Yaya Namo Aliyah Poloje Isho Polaya Yaki Sarbo Yapo Yamo sa do po mo ye mo e ja luar ni ja ye hong sa po la pa yi so da luar da ye na mo ji ji li do ye men ga li ye po lo je ren di shi po la len to po na mo lo la jen chi ye ji li mo he po do sha men sa po wa ta do shu pen ga shi yo yu nya so po sa yo na mo po sa du Namo Pokemo Kero Yajerta Unga Polo Yaru Jari Giaro Digi Mohe Poti Sado Posa Posa Popo Mola Ola Molo Moji Moji Lorti Jonjo Lujo Luce Mendo Ludo Lupa Shayari Mohepa Shayadi Lula Pula Rirni Chipola ya jala jala momo pamola mori iji shina shirna ala shanyo pala eli pasha pasha pola shaya hulu 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 mola hulu 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 jili sola sola jili jili shulu shulu potiya putoya 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 nidiriya tola trên chi chi lì ya se ni ram po ya mo nam so po ya he ji to ya so po he mo he ji to ya so po he ji o po yo ni she po la ya so po he lo la trên chi so po he mo la lo la so po he ji la sen ga mo ke lo so po he so po mo he ji to ya so po he ji la ji to ya so po Otomo jeji toya so po he lola jen chi po ke la ya so po he mo po li chen che ya so po he na mo he la na ro la ye na mo wa li ya po li chi di so po la ya so po he hong ji ya du dan mando la pa to ye so po he bo re bo do mi do jin jin quan ji sa pu sa jin xian bo re bo lo mi han pu xi yo an wu yo ji kong du yi ke ko xe li ji xe bo yi kong kong bo yi xe xe yi ji ji ho kong kong ji xi xe shu zhang jin xi yi fu bo xi xe li ji xi yu fa gong zhang bu shen bu me bu go bu 人不人不ရာချကူ空中无学无手神经习无缘而必学生意无学生行为出发无缘现乃习无一世界无名的无名间乃是无了息一无漏时间无日没了无是一无的一无所得故 Utisado oro bolo mido gorjen wai wu wai kuyo wo kongbu yuan li dian do me yo chen ne pan san si yo yo fu yi bo re bolo mieng do bo de ya no do lo san yo san por ti ku ji bo re bolo mi 我是大神州，是大明州义务，上学义务，等等中门能住，一开开有人，是不如不说不来不如你就就。Gioie, Gerdi, Polo Gerdi Bollo, Sengeri Porti Sapohe, Nan Mo Furto, Nan Mo Ramo Yerna, Mo Senkeia Nan Mo Guanji Zapu Samo, Essa Jora Pagenje, Da Gertuan, Joje, La Partigen Jonto, Bornimo, Ebo Demi Lulu, Diseja Sura, Jelly Shaye Hong Sharne and Botamo Jendo Mo Nichola Hang Hong An Ba Lato Bonan Ni Hong Namo San Mando Mo Po Nana Pola He had to share so long Namadi Shito Han KKKG KG Hong Hong Ruwala Ruwala Bora Rula Bola Ruwala Disecha Sishili Soposha Sadija Shili Soahena Mofo Foyanamo Damo Yena Mosenke Yenanji Di hulu hulu si tulu si li poli dali polu si li suwahe han namo page warida abalamida yoliana su boni si disida dai jola ye da kai dai ya alaya herki samyo tan buta ya nata ni ya tanasali pasensi kelly pari Shorta tala martite kernasa mabugera shisha awa bishu ima hernaya pali wali suhe namo buke parti kisha share julu be loli bola po hera share yara tu jedu ya la kisan mo sarbo boyardaji tu Pishashi, Samojere Sohe, On Mani by Mehon, Magani Yena, Giro de Rapa, Dajete Gerna, Werani Pesa, Oro War Tarbu, Ligeta de Nabu, Alana, Nabuli, Diode Barananu, Maluoje Holaya, So Heli Polio, Lipo Hel Heading to Lordly, Dini Helidarni, Irini Dimo, Hedijani, Linkandi, Namo Weni Dupo, Dopo Hair, Doye, Lia to Emily, Dupo P. Emily, Toshi Tampo Bear, Mia, Topi Chia, the Andy, Emily, Topi Herja, Ando, Terni, Keke, Noshi. Dojiarin sopo hernamo foto namo pro darmo namo se hernamo shirimo he dipiri erdan niatolo nifu lono shelisan manto da shernimo happy hello der tisan marun tojo borli Furno alino damo dimo happy kur bir limo erlimi Larry Lobo Digerisci sentiger di San Mantuato Wano Polo Jordan Yarndian Ration Puartian Junjaejo Warrior Lord Tonchon Shanshi Show Yo Swan Junio Sherman Yendi Yo Where Dan Dio Bo Benchang or one wo yo wo way follow so sha Senyo Ma Hung 请起先一起为千千年能个夫一起为参人行里情一主要命我呢。Nesraiki sarna pesu kemne truasha nuzes kaprusha radem perushaps kabugin jarora katem sekem nebeno mati kinjapen yordo neps wa mari basharab nem courageous and any name rasha labs the potem sultan mekin minar the percentage of the mekamut of nebu neps competent dasharuna fay toyum sumba wara tapen sulu Suru and Podna Trus min marcha tai tasa nefana tepke marol mutev mutapepe Tasen neferat ai menshushat apu mahita patotat namo ai partapset neplutet kentatet har mahit har attempting what nushat passing mehi apam roya shapskim wasing mehi abjuti shup tapram kaputora makaru menanda papashara api yapasara api yapasa sa api satu api namori jamane kop romori korseke torama kurti Heru time heru nature tepe peru ahermen heru tare heru menantu Heru beno heru soiset soisar tepi oi kepta kepkele tisman tepe kenur beno swamor pe ken kapetches from tuari sore tem kedef seri keru semester keru kurues I can know some metus make to my suit besat kunmasha sinasahet suatai pada dapat yang sem kentu suari chudim chudas kabarna ken hui ari tinu mena sinaseren no warap pen mude video roshan ken bu form set su apne ketum ken het gebe outside na bu domini min het repet pet het tortenen on shara haket wajif mor second repet net tot Tejata Tampoa Sekim Toy Renampu Amuk Ted Pijua Papua Mehet Sekim Resu Sekim Toy Amenabi Sekim Papas Parabasti was said it was just minute, but I couldn't push your rest of me heading to Akusator Pagos experimented sweet to take Lumu Sekusa Persenu Primaskepi Capisarmented Sumare. Sarapet Saran Medu second a better picture Pentium Capatuna for Maria Puntes, but a popedem cakes, Kiswarshness Cordiation Pomps and a Pambasakuna Mark and the Atu Ormamenti mare peri seru kemin şekeru enken sor keru bastru hatare kare kremeti on tebe nebra selekti nambu ne tim separi ma papa puru ki ne fort ne ko so sota para ne mare te ke percui ne peti tasmen mentu nuts of kapu shishar so keta pur me or motoi os boch kom ne mai pasnes kom problem peta so ne ken tro kapti in cheta putta so ne ken tro kapti maren ne tro ken mistuma ken ne blu ken tro ken men tu Orama Sushi at the Tanjara to another their Kineta Sarwanenium Sanelli, so joy can exenetical core shotek, Nesikum Curry Poecamo Jerry or a Mecker Cruise or Nation, and me as usual with the Viti to Abec to a new case no of Sigma Kulmatli or better made to rooms or Capatan to Signasic the duty arms to an Akamopush or to lecture ramen. You can pour me push on Kikiatun Tatek Fu Potami Sotek. Shortly after that, Puma Mukasa Sarani Pui, Wabudi, Ketan Martin, Japan, and Head in H. Sarema, Hotavini, Kukot, and Mambrut. I get conducted to extend it to Mediaps if you can add a number and you. I meet one bed, no bed, my heart, or meet up in a proud woman head. Toros at the top of the Yana, Madame Canoe, and soon no canoe, and yet at that petty substance, Mary won't come on, never read that of subsistence, so no man. Ariuno so para camutek mesentu ne para kemti mamaru ne separate ne tap ne metren do ita pachim shini ne tokai kam taku sa tam satu tamana frua ti ok seperti hold up thing also hold up importi mesu poti te piu mat to re kem se tu mutet neutronum nu kuna para nu de punu nu shini apol korumu ne tri uniam samramo forming not in kapernam or totally hold up some kapram set to autumn janet and lami like musical shamar So oi partico potero super cam ne meza curtain Mexico exika kartek nu tek winem param nu uaptra on protect ayak unu tam kiu kubsen forsen toy kromo chu to na bria so mat nu in pe mo ne manama sikwa kem su en pe tesenet ne tek na tri tap tap sek per nu kup tap pro tarap snack ti ko ma ka wona ke prasas saratola nu ben sa sutun doi param ken mutap ne na bu na ke tim ke su bisen ne jau benek Sarene Tamo Hoik Nataritium Sikming Penatrum and Suene, Nupsek Hakusuri minutes in the Sky, Kwama and Jar win at 3-1, who had so myself to us of the Jar Water, well, Hekajuru, Nets, get at Kwama and Jar win at 3-1, who had so my sushi photo, Pejara and I know an Pejan and Jen, who kept the front to run out of Tatum. Mamit Masarud was attended to my work, never natural relational cookie, and desk mamma and Kentucky fruit up and tafu. Multimedia pernah roson and wrong American Corona Bupisa Kaning Abbey, I get me through your Joy Katara Next Shipetapum can carry in American OPU, so good kept the good take but now those out of some never awakening with your ways at worshipful tap. And that was so was and since when the Petronas and a penny securoni security said to Daddy so but I was at Pajari said it one I'm sick, no book up Capri Capernac Capru never crash Caperam Bam, yes. Una. Ang teman kabi ari mo rin makabi ari sa doy sa piso sa bay kukeram kabi mi tu ari tu sana sentara sabi natin kabe sa presyon ako nung ay panatuni of the slim visit use karke kya kare jazara tu amo petem toy mi tu karam sa makru amo nepsen tu nabi kare na bura so rusham tu amo am ne biskete pananda kamaru mo nepsen tu no nabi kare na bura so rusham tu amo amen si kete rar kare makru Munepsin to me Panamits Madassican Wabek Wabek Wam sitting later Rana, Wabek on the through some of the second account Pekat Curtis, Rush Branky, Barry, Gork, Sorty, Kai, Pitek, and Karabek, Unoatem, Kabek, in Kabiat. Agnesruana Shorebesha Petikati Netiku Samonum Gemetikatu Sinkar, Sikornashami Tuana Makuti Sarek Kemi and a middle Lucinim Kaisen and Supreme Katina Kapkak, Upcore Tagna Raisharu, Rakabwa, Mekwa, Manika, and Sadula, that's the people making Memokor Kasuatek, and Shunatuni at Piatin of Nati Woman and Penina Tunis, Resector Precated and Tundi of Sumuni for months of Gibson and Devas. Jara masa karab so tepe sor save sarina kepru wasu tsun kebra ke kepam hop undra prun chunu keptuni piat yaminam saran tru imes Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancients of presence of a map, forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road, the five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood. Prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from the holy wells, waters rise from deep within us, and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone? Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer, as always time? We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, onward, into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land. Spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision, this first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compasiana Compa, Newt, give, Newt, Kansu, Kepra, Ra, Tuma, Arsimitokisho Bananisham through na, Arsimitokisho Bananisham through na, Arsimitokisho Bananisham through na, Abradabra. Me. All right. I'm going to fill up my coffee, and then I'm going to get to reading quite immediately this story from a couple of our favorite brothers. In case you have not been around or you are new, what I wound up reading over recently, much love, Brother B. What I wound up reading over there was essentially blessings in native tongues and their origins. And man, bro, I'm just loving your little setup, man. You got those pants to look happy and cool, dude. You look that looks like a groovy jamming setup you got. That's cool. Um, Let me thank you very much for the compliments. Thank you for everybody that's here. Again, I'm gonna grab my coffee. Every morning we go over plus places I've been in the world. I found the blessings. I've shared the blessings, and I've been going over them for years of my life. And now that we have the ability to share this publicly online, that's what I do. I share those blessings of goodness. And so my heart is love. My brother V here, his heart is love, and everything we do is in the pursuit of fulfilling and that love just to its real degree. I mean, doing the good thing, helping people, and sharing our positive energy. And anyways, I'm gonna go grab my coffee. I'll be right back to start a story. I would say that if you are watching and tuning in and you do like the vibe and the magical aspect and so forth, light a candle if you got one. Bro's got the sun shining through. That's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, look at what Bro is doing. That's stupid cool. That's not stupid. That's gorgeously cool. Oh my gosh. Look at that. The sun is literally making a cross. Fucking it's the solar wheel. That's so Willow. That is the solar wheel right there. That's some real stuff. Everybody can see it right there. Boom. Have all sorts of amazing alignments. The Three Feathers, one of my favorite stories. Oh, this is a great story. This is the one, man. This is a good story. Oh man, okay, man. Okay, let's see, it is 7:40. There was once upon a time a king who had three sons, of whom two were clever and wise, but the third did not speak much, and was simple, and was called Simpleton. When the king had become old and weak, and was thinking of his end, he did not know which of his sons should inherit the kingdom after him. Then he said to them, "Go forth, and he who brings me the most beautiful carpet shall be king after my death." And there should be no dispute amongst them. He took them outside his castle, blew three feathers in the air, and said, "You shall go as they fly." One feather flew to the east, the other to the west, but the third flew straight up and did not fly far, but soon fell to the ground. And now one brother went to the right and the other to the left, and they mocked Simpleton, who was forced to stay where the third feather had fallen. He sat down and was sad. Then all at once he saw that there was a trap door close by the feather. He raised it up, found some steps, and went down them. And then he came to another door, and knocked at it, and heard somebody inside calling, "Little green maiden small, hopping hither and thither, hop to the door, and quickly see who is there." The door opened, and he saw a great fat toad sitting and round about her a crowd of little toads. The fat toad asked what he wanted. He answered, "I should like to have the prettiest and finest carpet in the world." Then she called a young one and said, "Little green maiden small, hopping hither and thither, hop quickly and bring me the great box there." The young toad brought the box, and the fat toad opened it, and gave Simpleton a carpet out of it, so beautiful and so fine that on the earth above none could have been woven like it. Then he thanked her and ascended again. The two others had, however, looked on their youngest brother as so stupid that they believed he would find and bring nothing at all. "Why should we give ourselves a great deal of trouble to search?" said they, and got some coarse handkerchiefs from the first shepherds' wives whom they met, and carried them to the king. And at the same time Simpleton also came back, and brought his beautiful carpet. And when the king saw it, he was astonished, and said, "If justice be done, the kingdom belongs to the youngest." But the two others let their father have no peace, and said that it was impossible that Simpleton, who in everything lacked understanding, should be king, and entreated him to make a new agreement with them. Then the father said, "He who brings me the most beautiful ring shall inherit the kingdom," and led the three brothers out. and he blew the 3 feathers, which they were to follow. Those of the 2 eldest again went east and west, and Simpleton's feather blew straight up and fell down near the door into the earth. Then he went down again to the fat toad, and told her that he wanted the most beautiful ring. She at once ordered her great box to be brought, and gave him a ring out of it, which sparkled with jewels and was so beautiful that no goldsmith on earth would have been able to make it. The 2 eldest laughed at Simpleton for going to seek a golden ring. They gave themselves no trouble, but knocked the nails out of an old carriage ring and took it to the king. But when Simpleton produced his golden ring, his father again said, "The kingdom belongs to him." The 2 eldest did not cease from tormenting the king until he made a third condition, and declared that the one who brought the most beautiful woman home should have the kingdom. He then blew the 3 feathers into the air, and they flew as before. Then Simpleton, without more ado, went down to the fat toad and said, "I am to take home the most beautiful woman." "Oh," answered the toad, "the most beautiful woman. She is not at hand at the moment, but still thou shalt have her." She gave him a yellow turnip which had been hollowed out, to which 6 mice were harnessed. Then Simpleton said quite mournfully, "What am I to do with that?" The toad answered, "Just put one of my little toads into it." Then he seized one at random out of the circle and put him in. Then he seized that one at random, he put her into the yellow coach, but hardly was she seated inside, than she turned into a wonderfully beautiful maiden, and the turnip into a coach, and the 6 mice into horses. So he kissed her and drove off quickly with the horses, and took her to the king. His brothers came afterwards. They had given themselves no trouble at all to seek beautiful girls, but had brought with them the first peasant woman they chanced to meet. When the king saw them, he said, "After my death, the kingdom belongs to my youngest son." But the 2 eldest deafened the king's ears afresh with their clamor. "No, no, we cannot consent to Simpleton's being king," and demanded that the one whose wife could leap through a ring which hung in the center of the hall should have the preference. They thought, "The peasant women can do that easily. They are strong enough, but the delicate maiden will jump herself to death." The aged king agreed likewise to this. Then the 2 peasant women jumped and jumped through the ring, but were so stout that they fell, and their coarse arms and legs broke in 2. And then the pretty maiden whom Simpleton had brought with him sprang and sprang through as lightly as a deer, and all opposition had to cease. So he received the crown, and was ruled wisely, and has ruled wisely for a length of time now. I love that. I love that story. 3 brothers, 3 feathers, 2 brothers Well, they have their sights on other things. And they like to make fun. And they thought they had the upper hand the entire time. Simpleton met some friends. It's amazing. We talk about telepathy very often here. And yet, it's such a far-fetched idea to telepathically connect with an animal, a frog, an insect, is any conscious life. The old monks who designed the fighting techniques, what do they call it? The crane, the mantis. These are moves, these are positions, these are martial arts, body positions. They learned how to fight after an animal, after insects. They learned from them how to actually defend their bodies. If they could learn physically from something, I think they were doing a lot more than just looking at it. This is where my mind goes. Immediately, the ancient Egyptian, the old door, the old door, old door. It's the original 8 creators, and it was 4 and 4. So people would say there were 4 males and 4 females, but this was like 4 fire and 4 ice. Got it? But this was like before fire and ice. Before fire and ice were a thing, you had these 8 individuals, and they were more like mm, primal existence of prima materia in its most raw form. And so you had these energies, and they balanced each other. And the old dog, the old black, old black, old black, old black is literally, literally. They have frog heads. Their heads are frogs, and so Simpleton, he was given the finest robe from a frog. He was given the finest ring by a frog. He was given the finest bride by a frog. A frog delivered all of these things miraculously, as if they'd never even been created on Earth. A lot of times people are like, man, my keys disappeared. I always put them right there. My keys always go right there, and they're not there. Who took my keys? And then you go crazy around the house and you look all for the keys. You can't find the keys. Something falls, crashes, breaks, or another, and then you give up on it and you're like leaving the house. You're like, forget it, I'm going to leave anyways. And then as you're walking out, they're on the hook. The keys are on the hook where you originally put them. Does this happen to you? You've had some occurrence. Maybe it was the edge of the shelf. Maybe it was the edge of the desk. Maybe it was something disappeared that you love. And then out of nowhere, it showed back up. This is called teleportation. And we can get gifts from friends in other dimensions. Anyways, believe it or not, but the old wives' heads were frogs. They were frogs, frog bodies. And I don't believe that was just by some chance that they chose to be frogs. Here's it. This is something different than I've read before. However, I always enjoy reading it. There it is. And I read some of this to you, bro, the other day. And so this is getting back to, this is getting back to, quantum architectural computing. So just in case, we have Ptah, we have Ra, and we have the Anah. Homage to you, Ra. Homage to you, Ra, and hail to all the creators who came forth from thy members. O Nikupatea Sasatim, hearer of prayers, thou art the great I and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thy ears ever merciful unto those who are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Abduad. O King of the Netanumidapmiel, shedding you of all the creators and gods that are, Lord of the great throne, Hiku Patera Tinen, eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse, active one who came forth active, Umna Room who renews what already is, whose respect is created the Anah. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. O Ta Tinen, the Ka of all the living, were created in the image of Ptah, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Hero was created from the thoughts of Ta's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Ta's tongue. Ta's heart guides the Anad, while Ra's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create the Anad. Ta had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikopateara called the names Ta, called the names of Shu and Teknut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. A Tumra thinks only the thoughts of Ra, while the Anad speaks only the words of Ta. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Tartinin, thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Ta is the creator of all crafts and trades, for Sekhmet is the great defender and beloved of Ta. Sefiparam Hisrabu Tishtif Ra, for never tongue, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethanum Dipkamil shedding you of Memphis. O Arnathum Dipkamil shedding, the creator of the primeval mound. Hail unto the great, hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made Aru, who made heaven, Aru after the conception of thou's own mind, who suspended Aru by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Ra. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western Aru, like all the mysterious Nephilim sharing you of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anad and thy mysterious seat, like Abis, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, sheta, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones in the hereafter Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, Ned Ikupatea Rasa Satim of Taktinin, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Ta, Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hiku Patera Sasatim, Kakinin of millions of names. Hear our prayers, our ayakana, our pleas, and our praises, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hiku Patera, the Comanche, thee, Hiku Patera Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are new bent, our ears are opulent, our nose are kinships, our lips are sebet, our teeth are karab or kepara, our neck is kenemet on ket, the divine mother, our hands are kernu, the Neb, the Lord of Taku, our forearms are Nave, the Lady of Sais, our backbone is Tut, our privy member is Alsor, our waves are the Lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are Sekir, our buttocks are the eye of Heru, our hips and thighs are Nut, our tongue is Hikupatera, and our feet are Hikupatera. Our fingers and leg bones are the living eye. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some metanuminative male sharing of some creator and God. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men, nor God, nor saint or dead, nor they who have perished, nor any of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth and advance. Our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, Hikupatera Tartetini, we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our call. We give you our name and we receive your heart. We receive your heart in return. Our heart is your shrine. O Father, Mother, Hikupatera Tartinin, we give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hiku Patearata, Tenon of light, may your light be our light. O Hiku Pateara of mercy, may your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation, such does the Ankh flow forth. We who come forth from your body, such does life flow forth. We are Hikupatera Tatene, such does life flow forth. O Hikupatera of life, light, and mercy, hear our ayakana, hear our prayer, hear our supplication and our praises. The upper part of thee is Aru, and the lower part of thee is the Duat. The winds come forth from thy nostrils, the celestial water from thy mouth, and the staff of life proceeds from thy back. Thou making the earth to bring forth fruit. And through you we seek to create every aspect of our life. Hikupateratatanen, great creator who stretched out Aru, the architect of all that is, the opener, the Lord of Shed, who maketh his disk of Ra to revolve in the body of Nut. Hikupatearasasatem, molder of the creators of the gods themselves, of men and of everything which is produced, maker of all the lands and countries, and of the great green sea, in Unalum's unknown name of Keperta, bringer of Hapi from his source. May your creative ambience flow through our spheres. Let thy presence be known in our minds and in our hearts. High supreme of the multiverse, there is nothing that has developed without you. Whose development is their development in the course of each day? proceeding from what the Father and Mother has determined by the Shed and Ankh. We stand loyal and dedicated. Hail unto thee, Hikupatea Tatene. I are Neverlimited Male Sharon of Memphis, Master of Sakor, who concealeth his form. Thee, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Hikupatea Tatene moves within the wrappings of the forms of creation, who traverses through endless ages of eternity, being born through repetition of thyself. Thou drivest away the darkness by the beams of thine eyes. Thou ascendeth into the zenith of Aru, and thou comest down even as thou hast risen. The roaring voice is in the cloud. Thy breath is on the mountaintops, and the waters of the inundation cover the lofty trees of every region. When thine eyes shine forth, we are illuminated. The Ancient One who has reached the limits of time, the immovable One who traverses every path. Praise giving to you, Hikupateratati, Lord of Mahat, soul ordinate or Nobadabakamiel, Shen among the Adnad, who created cities, shrines, sanctuaries, perpetual offerings. O Hikupateratati, and beloved as King of the two lands, that you may give life, prosperity, health, alertness, favor, and love. We will proclaim your power to those who do not know you, and those who do, to the small and the great, as is done for a righteous man who has set Amun in their heart. Primordial waters, when he no longer saw his mother, the Aket cow and humans were born from the tears from his eye, and he salvated when he saw her again. And the gods were born with the saliva from his lips. The primordial gods rest in their nails. They had been expressed as this goddess had conceived them in her mind. They protect Ra inside the cabin, and they hail this god, saying, Welcome, welcome to you, offspring of Nath, work of her hands, creation of her heart. You are the king of this land forever, as your mother had foretold. However, the primordial gods were repulsed by a spitting from Nath's mouth, which she had produced in the primordial waters. It turned into a snake of elbows, and it was named Apep. His heart conceived the revolt against Ra with his associates coming from his eye. Now 7 words were spoken successively from her mouth. They became the 7 divine beings. For what she had proclaimed, she gave the name to the words. She gave the name to the word of God, to God. She also gave the name to Sais. Thus were born the 7 words which became the gods of Mahet, Waret, who ensured the protection of Mahet, Waret, wherever she went. Om Narayarna Vermahe Vasudevar Yarde Mahitano Vishnu Pratordayan Om Devakenananarya Vermaha Vasudevar Yarde Mahitana Krishna Pratordayan Om Karposharya Vermahe Sahasracharya Mahadevarya Yarde Mahitano Tuga Pratordayan Makanantarya Vidmahe Vakratuntarya Dharmahi Tanu Tanti Prajo Daya Om Karkajanyai Vidmahe Karnyama Koryai Dharmahi Tanu Durga Prajo Daya Om Devyai Cha Vidmahe Kamaracharya Dharmahi Tanu Devi Prajo Daya Om Mahadevyai Cha Vidmahe Vishnu Parnyai Chadir Mahitano Lakshmi Prachodaya. Then she charged into the cow. She placed Ra between her horns, and she swathed him, hearing. And she swam while carrying him. And the god said, "Here is the great swimmer with her son." This was the origin of the name Mahedware. When she reached Sais on the evening of the 13th of Apathi, it was a beautiful and great festival in heaven, on earth, and in every country. She took the form of the goddess Ore. She seized her bow in her hand, her arrow in her fist, and she settled at the palace of Nath with her son Ra. Ra then said to the gods with him, "Welcome, Nath, on this day. Welcome and enjoy yourself on this beautiful day, for she has brought me here safe and sound. Ignite the torches before her. Celebrate in her presence until dawn. Given the third of the summer, to enter into the palace of Nath to make a solemn oblation consisting of all good things, to proclaim the professional ritual of this goddess." That the lector priest announces her coming until the third hour of the day. She who appears in procession, the mother of mothers, Nath, the great mother of God himself, mistress of Esna, as well as her divine college, to carry a bow in front of her by the very great prince, as well as the signs to unite with the disk, to halt upon the return to the Epiphany. An offering is made, solemn and divine, consisting of bread, white bread, cakes, beer, wine, all good things, cheddar, honey, milk, fruits, vegetables, flowers, incense on the flame, oxen, poultry, silver, gold, perfume, frankincense in the whole of the temple, both inside and out. Perform the food service as to make the divine offering every day by the great purifier who is in service of this day, to reveal the face of the god of the city, to reveal the face of the goddess Nath. Read the book of songs relating to this day. Adore with crowns to purify the divine college with water. Sanctify the temple in its entirety. Weber, the head lector priest, a golden monarch, and Ians is around his or her neck, decorated with the face of a ram, shoulders covered with hackles, and ostrich feather on her head, stands before the goddess, face turned to the north. Perform this ritual appropriate to this day before the goddess return to her temple in peace. Away, 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 away. Here she is. Come enjoy, Nath, in the great cow. Come in peace. Away, 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 away. For her arrival, Nath, the great mother of the creators of all the Netherlands, of all the gods and goddesses, mistress of Esna, Ooh, mistress of Ken, ooh, the appearance of this goddess and her divine college at her headquarters, like many torches inside the temple that men and women are celebrating. That this whole city shouts in joy, and that no one until dawn will sleep. That it will be a feast. Hail to you, Nate, the great mother of God, hidden of form within Sais, the braided one, enduring of love, beloved of her heir, the good nurse of the noble child who nurses him every day, who conducts the clothing of the mummy as she protects the body of the god. She who makes his protection daily, who causes that he rest in the sarcophagus, who binds his name as the strong bull. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hiru, the Peru, the king, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever. May Kikupatera Tartenin sword victorious. Let Loom be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the 9 bows, Lord of the double feather and shining ornaments brilliant, who makes the Neternuma Devakami al Sherna alive, radiating, the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakar Natar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Gad, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members. You had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Hiko Patera Sasatem. Many hymns, many songs. The great unknowable one who created the gods, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks and the very green, singing on the creator's behalf of creator of the kingdom. A gift of the living king to Hikupatera Sasatim, south of his walls, Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikupatera Sasatim, Hikupatera Sekor, Lord of Shariyah, and also Nebuvrostol. May you all allow our call to come forth in the day to see the Arten Ra. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikupatera Sasatim since first we were on this world. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the park of Alsar, celebrating in the district of Bakar. For the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy for the two lands, royal scribe, oral have them vindicated. Hikupatera Sasatim of emerald skin, a beautiful face with a poultice beard, wearing a skull cap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikupatera Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Of thy own free will, bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and every night and into the unknown home. Hail to you, Kepra, even Kepra, who is the creator of the gods. You rise and shine on the back of your mother, having appeared in glory as the king of the gods. Your mother Nut shall use her arms on your behalf, making greeting. May you give power and might and vindication in the coming forth of this living Ankh to the Ka of this child. The Oaris has opened unto thee. We see thy bark with Heru at the helm and Tahuti and Mahat beside him. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously, Lord of circles, establisher of the city of the sun, the sender forth of light, who governs his circles, the great Nakarnamadapnil Shinra. Hail to you, Lord of all. We have come to Sahu pure. The eye of Heru is upon us. Allow our awe to correctly guide us in this destroying hour. Descend, appear as thou art, even as the odd falcon. We receive thee as thy celestial cow, who is thy sacred eye. We receive thee through our blood. We drink to thee in our breath. Come to us. We receive thee. Repel the crocodile. Protect us. Make way for us. Safeguard us in truth. We do not fear. Encircle us. Make goodly the paths for us in thy dignity and in thy power. Embrace us, for we adore thee, for we work for thee. Our aspiration is to serve thee ever so correctly in thy holy work. Kindly we request thee to come to us in peace and love. O Arnetanumidapamiel Sher, who is the life force known as Ra. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kemetonket, the water of life, the divine mother herself. Hear and save, O thou queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kemetonket, hear and save, O thou who art in matter manifest. Thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us. O Lady Kinnaman, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies. O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, our lady, hear and save. By thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and say. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breast. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kedemetonkat, hear and say. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our kavana, our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kemet are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I the speaking sea, I am the earth and its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Kemet am I, and to my beauty troll. All glories of the multiverse bow down. The blossom and the mountain and the dawn, fruits blush and women are creation's crown. I am the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. I am the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness is surely mine, is mine. Kemet Onket, the water of life, the lady of Sais, the divine mother herself, am I. The love and light of David Gaia, the wealth of kisses, delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. I am the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. I was sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. I am the grail and I the glory now. I am the flame fuel of thy breath. I am the star of Pico Patera of thy brow. I am thy queen enraptured and possessed. I do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness return to me, to me. Dear Lady Kenemetonket, the Divine Mother herself, and receive our prayer, our supplication, and our praise. thee we worship, we love most intensely, we invoke and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our very life, of our own. We are Kilimanjaro, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom, we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Gavin and Cod. We are the wife and sister of the king All-Saw. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Netheret of the women. We are she who separated Aru from Geb. We have pointed out their path to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Assad, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you, O Mother Kinamadonket. Great art thou in thy splendor. Mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kinamadonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man has ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. Oh, Iset, all said, Kinamadonket, dar, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Unalum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and glory, and even unto death, and into a new life. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Brekket, Lady of Briquette, Lady of Set, Lady of Rosari, Lady of Tisharet, Sahat, Mother and Horizon of our in the attack boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hisra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethernim of Neil Shinu. Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. Oh, here is now Sekhmet with lion's head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Upatiara, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. Oh, here is now Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wasteland, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. Oh, come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nephilim, Depkamil, hidden, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor, greater than all set. Sefiparam Hasrahapu Tishtiv, greater than Hathor, Mashakasa, greater than Bast, Parahaka Kaparu, greater than Mahar, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery, Sekhmet, imminent one. Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden of thy name, rapturous our dying, Lady of Opt of Minta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sav, Rastol, Lady of Tepnep of Ahut, Lady of Aru, of Yarvin, thou art the Neteret, Amiseset, destroyer of order, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Take our Asapusa Remkakaraman, Seviparis, Absaraputishvip. Take our Asapusa Remkakaraman, Seviparapastopishvip. Take our Asapusa Remkakaraman, Seviparapastopishvip. Mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahata. Mightier than the Nephanometal from the net of Kebanu, adoration rises unto thee who makest sound of their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahati Kebanu, mightier than the Nephanometal preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mupashakasa. 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 At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling anyone. We lose ourselves in it. New, give, new, nath, give, nath, accord, nath. Symptoms double knowledge from 39, symptoms double knowledge from 39, symptoms double knowledge from 39. Abrada. All right, let's hear your volume, bro. Hear your volume on this.
I love you so much, bro. Look at his setup. The sun, I have this in my. It's life, new life.
Back up
Beautiful.
from the camera though, because of the audio volume.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Back up. You back up. If the phone's fine. There you go. Raise the volume to whatever you need to do so you can sit back. Remember the good posture. Let's not do that forward and forward.
Yeah. It's already on maximum volume, bro. So we were.
Yeah, your volume. You either got to whisper or we got to keep your volume quiet for another 2.5 hours.
Some awesome sauce squared, bro.
Cut the volume. Because it's either whisper or your volume's just too loud right now. So it'll wait for a couple of hours.
It's good like this. Like this?
It's better.
Good. I hope there's not like background noise, right?
Well, it's not background noise. My neighbor literally is on the other wall. It's a wall and then his room. And your on YouTube, your volume comes through the. I'm saying this a second time, so it will be the last time I say it. Because next time I'll just bridge you off and I'll invite you back when time's correct. Your volume comes through exceedingly loud, so you don't have to. You're speaking loud and it wakes up my neighbor. So I can't do that. There you go.
Understood. Okay. I got a bit excited, it's like.
People on TikTok, they don't get that because they don't see the split screen or anything, so they have no clue. They have no clue what's going on. I guess some might. But if you haven't been around, this is my my trident, and it happened when one of my altar fell down, and I put it together, and it's got an antler, deer antler, and a spear. And when I was reading earlier, it talked about how like the bone or something was like put together. And I was like, oh, I was like, I'll bring that out for the What I was reading, that was some pretty cool stuff.
She was extra powerful, bro. This morning.
So it looks like you found a really good place, bro. We're hanging out there in the woods and stuff.
It's the same one. And it has 9 leaves. And it's here.
It's really amazing because, bro, like, you made some awesome advancement yesterday. You discovered the treasure chest and what it contained, and throughout the evening, literally, like, all my memories, I said this before, but all my memories, step back, raise your volume and stop getting close to the camera, to the phone. What you're unaware of is that my mother died because of a tumor in the exact shape of her cell phone in her brain. Stay away from the phone because it will kill you, quite literally. It's funny and interesting in a roundabout of ways because people, none of that matters. I'm always going to look out for you. I'm always going to look out for you in every aspect. And that's why I love you. And that's why we get along. And that's why we're brothers and best friends. Because a heart of love, and that allows communication. It allows for two pillars to be created. And that's a thing, like this when I was doing this right now, when I was doing that, and then we go up to the right, when we go up to that, if you just change from there together, right? So we're here, so let's do that together, right? Boom, so we come up here and then we go up together. And that'd be like the arrow going up. That's two pillars. We're two solid pillars on our own. But when we lean in towards each other, we create a new direction for humanity.
So correct. I love already best day.
Yes, yes. And I am working on my audio to create like a little cubicle of audio so that it is suppressed so that you could talk a regular volume. Like we're working on it regularly. We're making
Like
improvements every day.
the daily improvements with my bro, as you know.
That's it. Yes. Yes. So
Should maybe be better. Like, am I less loud now that I talk? I lowered something,
it
or
seems
no?
pretty much the same.
Okay, I'll whisper, whisper. That's the way. That's the way, as we say.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Now here's something. Here's something that's cool that you will appreciate. Now, by learning how to speak correctly, okay, by learning how to speak correctly, and you're leaning in again to hear better. So is your audio truly low, or are you just looking in for a better view? Because it's not my face you need to look at. Remember, you're connecting with me. Let me teach you 3, 2, 1. People go into a temple and there's a ceremony going on. Everybody looks at the ceremony. But that's the wrong thing to look at. You want to go inside because they're creating the environment. And yes, it's spectacular to the eyes and the senses. But by ignoring all the stuff on the outside and going within, that's how we can deep dive.
You told me this. I'm feeling relaxed. Like I did a legit feeling better. Somehow even better.
Now, here's another thing as far as volume control goes. When you learn how to breathe better, you will learn how to speak smoother. The smoother the speak, the less you have to add the whispering sound. Because I can talk at that volume without a whisper or with a whisper. I'm still speaking at the same volume. All that changed was the back of my throat going.
I think I could try that. Is this better? Like,
Well, actually, the reason why I'm presenting the material to you is because this is something you can work on every single moment of your life. The deeper the sound, when I go real deep, when I go to a real deep volume, that bass penetrates and creates vibrations and ripples in cosmic space. So if I speak real smooth and I get the out and I speak real smooth and soft, then I'm literally creating in silence because there's no ripples happening in the space around me because it's much, much, much more. It doesn't have that bass tone.
yes, yes. And feeling this, sitting up properly, genuinely feels better. Like,
You'll notice, I noticed this myself, sitting up with a better posture, with the neck back properly. I mean, not forcing it, stupid that, but proper posture on the spine. I get more ideas. More ideas flow through me. They pop out faster because the transmission is able to really receive everything out there with clarity. When one is bent over, they are breaking the transmission. So when they're hunched over and they go back and forth, then literally they're getting fuzzy information and they go, well, I'm not sure about that. It sounds like a good idea in my head, but that just don't work, so I'm not going to do that. And so they don't get the clear information. They don't get the full transmission.
that makes much sense, and I feel it already. Like, thank you for always looking out for me, bro. Yes, you know.
And this comes right back to me because every moment I see you going forward, I'm like, boom, I straighten up myself. What I said, when I'm seeing you, I'm like, boom, I got to do this to myself. And this is why we love each other so much because we are not just a reflection, but we're also a soundboard. And so that reflection and the sound, sight and hearing, can actually adjust to breakneck speed. That's progress.
You teach me so much, and I give you like water.
That's cool. Yes, 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 yes,
I
yes.
adjust something. Be a moment.
And this is a real truth, and I'm going to talk about this. So Willow is a room. It's called Willow, Scandinavian. Other tribal groups around the world are very familiar with this symbol of the sun. Even New Mexico has a symbol of the sun that is quite similar to the Mesopotamian sun. The 8 and the 4, the rays, the cross, the ankh. I was looking over as I think it's Slipnir's. I gotta pull that up because he is an 8-legged horse that Ordine rides upon.
And I was looking up Kalki more, avatar of Vishnu. It was said he was gonna be on a he's gonna usher in a new age of righteousness, exactly at the time where there's most corruption, and he's gonna be on a white horse with a blazing sword of fire. Like literally, when you look up in the Google, type it in like final avatar of Vishnu. It's gonna yeah, it's gonna say that. It's great. It's like white horse,
Boy,
blazing sword, new age.
wow, 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 wow. Man, gotta contain that excitement. Damn, I am. I want to jump up. I want to jump up. I want to. Wow, 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 wow. Holy cow! Wow.
I connected that yesterday.
Here's something. Here's something. We're gonna. I'm saying it. I'm saying it, but because if I say it 3 times and I don't do it, oh boy, I'll, I'll, I'll whoop my own tush for not doing it the next time. So by saying it, I'm pushing myself to do it. I noticed that there is an audio delay between us. However, I I don't know. I think I want to press this delay. I want to get more familiar with the delay between us that's happening through the stream just naturally. And today we're going to learn some mantras. No, mudras. Today, bro, we're gonna learn some mudras. And those mudras, mudras, mudras. The mudras are hand gestures. In the morning, at the beginning of the ceremony, I go through Rin Nazis a kill we was on futura head Hirusha and Jusirusha Korakuti. Genius mahar pracukiva septo sai pesa to tipjarkins in asarame. Okay, so what I'm doing here, what I just spoke, contain. Okay, small tidbit to the side, ancient magic workings. you contain ancient sounds within longer hymns. So we take primordial sounds, we put it in a formula, and we put other sounds around it so that it's giving praise appropriately to one direction, but at the same time containing the essence of another energy that's going to complement that energy. So we're literally doing like quantum physics at this point. Okay, so there's that. So within what I just spoke, where nós aquilo som toda de hero já dizer código de gênero was mouth, but to be the sepitals I pay for two hoodie shockings and asaramen. So that whole set to there essentially are the mudras and the mantras to activate the 9 chakras. So I'm speaking them and I'm performing the hand gesture to activate them. So we're going to learn some mudras today so that while we're talking, we can do a mudra and actually have a message go with our hands while we're talking. And what I want to get to, this is the this is the kind of stuff I've been working on my whole life, and this is literally why I created the language that I created of the book, etc., published and all of that, because I want to communicate faster. We can communicate faster. I want to communicate faster. That's what I've been after since before my mom passed away. I want to communicate everything I in as short amount of time as possible. Anyways, so today we're going to learn some mudras and we're going to get a sub conversation going goal wise. I mean, we're going to work towards we're going to start introducing the mudras today, and we're going to work towards having a conversation with our hands in these ancient mudras, which does connect with sign language. I mean, sign language is mudras. It's an amazing, beautiful reality. And so, one thing I admire about the Indian people is that they put on dances according to their songs, traditions, and culture. And they are literally, the ladies or guys are doing the mudras, and they're literally telling a story with their hands. If, if you can understand the language, if you can understand the mudras, you can be like, oh, so this happened, and that's literally they're dancing and telling a story with it. It's a beautiful thing. It's beautiful. And a lot of people out there are like Indians. What are you talking about? Hindu, has a country called India, and they're Indians. There's the other Indians, and everybody's always like saying things. And I'm like, dude, they're like cousins, bro. Like I've lived amongst both peoples, and like they're brothers. Like they got like split up. Like that group got on that continent a long time ago, and they branched off from the main place. Like not branched off. They went wandering about. Then they said, I guess we'll just stay over here for a little bit. And, one thing turns into another. And, you develop certain attitudes. Different aspects. If mom and dad aren't away, aren't around, they act different. You know.
You know what? This reminds me of when you were explaining sign language and mudras communication. Octopus, right? That's what we were talking about the other day, like that, and eight things, and they make them into shapes to. But they also have colors, I guess.
So I'm looking up slip. Oops. I'm sure I've got this story in a book quite effectively. However, okay, so those are some cool pictures. Wow. Oh, that's stupid cute. Oh my god. Look at this picture. Oh my gosh, this is stupid cute. This is not this somebody drew this. This is not this is somebody's modern interpretation or whatever the case, but I'm actually I got this guy right here.
I love that.
That's this would be more something appropriate.
Interesting. And
Now,
Kalki's horse was
now,
white.
okay,
And
so well, there's different variations of Slipnir. Let's because I'm seeing pictures of him black and white. And when I got my personal divine reading that I carved onto my staff, the the M rune came out, which is essentially the divine stallion, though two of them came out. And my rune set has two of them and was lacking another rune. So what I wound up doing was I went ahead and I there's one dark M rune and there's one light M rune. So I was like, well then there's like a dark and a light horse stallions. So then that's why I'm wrapping up this horse for you because my horse is black. Yours is white. That's our
Yin and Yang.
unique.
And Kalki has a white one with 4 legs. And yours has also probably 4 legs. Together, 8 legs.
Slate, Sleipnir. Sleipnir is the eight-legged horse of the Norse uh, father Odin, Norse king Odin, known as the fastest and most powerful horse in all the realms, capable of traveling through the air, over water, and between worlds. He was born from Loki, who shapeshifted into a mare and was impregnated by the giant's stallion. Swore their father as part of a deal to build a wall around Asgard. Sleipnir's name means slippery or glider, and he is a significant figure in Norse mythology, appearing in the Eras, and is sometimes seen as a symbol of the funeral procession. Okay, I'm all about the funeral procession. That's me. I'm gonna, I'm, shisha. I'm burying souls every single day. It's, that's what the Egyptians, the Shamanics knew well. We knew how to transfer souls and consciousness into a new body and put it right where it was supposed to go. And we experts at soul transfer. And more than calling it something funerary, it's soul transfer. Anyways, heritage, that's interesting. The connection with Loki. Or is it Orthene is the writer? And what was the spelling of your name of?
What?
You said it was call what?
It's Kalki. Or like a final avatar of Vishnu, and it will pop up.
Gotcha. It says Kalki, the final 10th avatar of Lord Vishnu, is depicted as a warrior riding a divine white horse named Devadatta, appearing at the end of the Kali Yuga. Karki will use this swift white steed and a blazing sword to destroy wickedness and restore righteousness. Dharma, the 22nd incarnation of Vishnu. The horse is a winged, radiant white horse, often described as possessing divine speed and intelligence. The white horse represents purity and supremacy, while the sword symbolizes divine justice. We are Mario and Luigi, yin and yang, quantumly connected in a divine state of law and order. Therefore, what is mine is yours, and we're quantumly together whether you have physical items with you or not. Therefore, this sword runs ahead of you, and the fire burns any enemy that would come after you, and the eyes illuminate your complete terrain so that you can just change the world all on your own.
Ooh.
Now, I speak Hayagriva. Kalki is, well, it's the year of Hayagriva, and Hayagriva is an incarnation um, of Vishnu. So let's see which number Hayagriva is on that 1 to 10. And then remind me of the seven mothers. I got something to share on the seven mothers. Um, oh, wow. Okay, so is not Hayagriva is not one of the main avatars of Vishnu. Hayagriva, the horse-headed avatar of Lord Vishnu, representing knowledge and wisdom, is typically recognized as one of the earlier central or among the first incarnations in many scriptures, rather than fitting into the later popular Dashavatara, the 10 avatars list. He is described as the deity who retrieved the stolen Vedas, the stolen scriptures, from demons. The Vamana Purana frequently lists Hayagriva as the third incarnation, however. The Agni Purana mentions Hayagriva as the fifth incarnation. I find that interesting that we were talking about 2 is common, and you have 5 and I have 3. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write down these 2 majestic, I don't want to call them a horse. They're more than a horse. These 2, they're more than a unicorn. They got 8 legs, man. They're like, they can fly through worlds and do all sorts of stuff. Devatata. That's interesting. At the end of Devadatta is ta, ta. The ta or ta is ptah, but you really pronounce it ta.
The name of Kalki's horse? Or yeah, okay. Got it.
And so I'm going to mention the 3 same studies focused on here. But I'm not going to use the words they put. For instance, they use purity. And while purity is a good word, and I get that, I'm putting down innocence.
Much more approved. Innocence.
And then where it says supremacy, I'm going to write master. Because for me, a master is someone who knows their craft in and out. They can take it apart, they can rebuild it, they can put it back together, they can build the parts from scratch if they have to. It's a master, master of their own craft, not a master for anybody out there watching, not a master of anybody else, a master of one's own craft. So, innocence, master, and the sword symbolizes justice, divine justice. So, I'm going to one word, so I'm going to leave justice as the one word here. Innocence, master, and justice is essentially the symbolism of bhakti and devadatta as one. That's what they're there to do.
Wasn't it amazing that you had like that white horse given from Hindu temple? You showed me yesterday.
Yeah.
Like whoa.
Yeah. Like and this is another thing about a shaman's journey. And this I'm going to share with you. I'm sharing with you, bro, but I'm also sharing. This is a lot of the information is for people out and people watching. The, okay, I'll take that bird. I'm going to shut my mouth and I'm just going to keep moving to Sleipnir because I've got that written down. And I need to put this other one in here. So when I speak Ordine's name, I add like this H that nobody else sees or hears, or sees, or whatever the case. But the rune of Agalas, I believe is pronounced, is like the seed of creation. And Ordine himself would be the seed of creation for having done what he'd done and received the runes and everything. He would be a seed himself of creation, his very being. So, as I was writing his name out, like, I can't write that without the H. I gotta put that H in there. I gotta double snap that those N's.
It's important as per H. When the two books came together, fire and ice, H is now important, actually crucial. Yeah.
Uh, and I'll read a. Well, stop moving forward. Stay where I am. Look for that. Got that. Loki's trickery to prevent the giant from finishing the wall led to Sleipnir's birth. Ordine rides Sleipnir to the underworld to consult a seeress about his son's Baldur's dreams. The symbolism is that some theories suggest the 8 legs. There's more to it than that. It connects him to death and rebirth. Yes, believes all things. It was saying that the 8 legs of Sleipnir connected to the eight, uh, the, 8 legs the of pallbearers, of the 4 pallbearers that would be carrying the casket. So, okay, so it's all in funerary procession. It's all in soul travel. So then, uh, uh, so then in the very precise moment, write that down. Okay, so what I have here is Kalki, the Vardata is the horse, and there's innocence, there's the master, and they're bringing forth justice upon the world. Then you have Ordine, who is writing Sleipnir, And he's pretty much all about soul transfer. I mean, that's really what's going on here. So, if anything, Ordine would be backing up and assisting the justice that Clorky and the Vardata would be performing or leading. And so Ordine and Sleipnir can very easily travel down to the underworld and grab information that, demons or someone else has been keeping secret. And then we can pull that information into the Earth realm and transfer it to you and continue to support your justice. Because you're a master at what you do through love. And people are going to get to know that that innocence created everything you are. So that innocence is just people being themselves, actually enjoying life. We've been talking about it and everything. So we've been talking a whole lot about Mario and Luigi, and this and that and this, and the Grimm's brothers and everything. But every story is built upon another. I caught myself leaning in there. I'm getting on myself here. Uh, but I like to take things back to their origins, to where they actually came from. And what we've discovered today is that Arti and Arti, Vishnu and Arti, because as Vishnu, you have access to all the divine wisdom that you acquired in a past life, essentially. As Karti, everything that a past life of Vishnu did, as incarnation, you have access to all of that. So it is actually factual and argued amongst many. Yeah, two things running at once usually is how the quote gets by. But I tell you this, believe it or not, Ordine himself traveled from his homeland, where he set up on this world, and he took his customs and ways to India. Ordine and the Indians are good, long-time friends, alliance members, family, cousins, however you want to look at it. They made a bond and a pact long ago that many people forgot. But I know exactly. So literally, Ordine, through the assistance of Loki, who a lot of people argue that Loki is Ordine and Ordine is Loki, always fooling the masses. In any regard, through the combination of Ordine and Loki, man, they get with Vishnu. Like Ordine hooks up with anybody over on the Indian side. Like, dude, do we got a problem? We could squish it real easy, quantumly, mathematically, scientifically, magically,
I think you just
morally.
unlocked why this is so awesome. That's exactly what happened. Ordain and Vishnu found each other and are like, you know what? Let's show him like justice. That's what's unfolding. Oh, I knew you would pull something from the Kalki. Like I was fascinated by it, but I don't know the knowledge that you do. And this explains everything and my access to this information that I don't know where it came from sometimes. Yes, yes.
Now, I do not want to show you my drawing. But what I do want you to do at some point And in the future, you'll be sure and bring your journal with you.
Oh yeah, I forgot this day.
However, I started drawing my heart shapes a little bit different.
Oh,
And I draw the heart as if it's two ears. Like when we do the heart shape, like it's two ears. And then I draw the little like ear within it. And then it looks like it looks like two wings of a butterfly. Two ears, two wings of a butterfly, one heart. Butterfly effect. Wrap that, put a bow on it, fold it, stamp it, shit.
that's the chest treasure, bro. It's the treasure in your chest. Oh, what a day. And it's been like just the start of something.
Yes, yes. It's, I think it's really, really interesting. It would explain why we can make the leaps and bounds success that we do. I just had to learn, and I learned it by the age of 5. It took me by the age of 5. I got in a fight, I won. I don't care how bad I look. The other person, they don't want to be the other person. They were worse off than I was. Anyways, I learned by the age of 5 that aspect is not the way to live. That is not how this world. It's not how you will have any success in this world. That will not do any actual long-term good. And so I learned very quickly to strategize. And strategizing, now that's effective. Strategy, that's effective. And so it was the same old fight, but new new territory, new battleground. And so I was like, oh, your pin's your sword now? That's how you work? Your role is Jesus, a book that you follow, some guy that you made a story up on and follow half of what actually happened, less than half of what actually happened. So you gotta, it's just so many holes in it. I mean, you couldn't hold anything in it. You know, I put their information, I put it in a strainer, and nothing stayed in the strainer. The strainer was like, didn't get anything. Like, no gold, no good stuff, no nuggets, no nothing. Just a bunch of junk. So I was like, oh, well, let me create something with love. Let me think about good and doing all the positive stuff like we used to do. And here's a little secret for everyone. If you do a whole bunch of good stuff and you just keep doing it and you're really happy about it and you don't get angry about it and you just do a bunch of good stuff, not random, one good thing here, one good thing here. Don't put all your eggs into one person. Help a bunch of people. Good action here, good action there, good action there, good action there. And then go back to your own room, do your own thing. Don't expect nothing from nobody. And I'm telling you what's going to happen. You're going to create so much good that the world is going to have to balance out And they're going to have to give you some blessings. They're going to have to make your life better. But all of a sudden, there's going to be a bunch of good stuff that comes into your life. Oh, come on, you guys. Hold on one moment. We are broadcasting on TikTok. This thing just making me, not making me, but I gotta hold it to do it right, or else it's a little messed up. There we go. We got it. All is well. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna plug that back in so that we don't lose power, run out of power, or anything like that. And then I'm gonna talk about the seven mothers. And something that's really cool. Get a quick message real quick. Yes. Get the other message. You're like, what are you getting? Well, kind of like to look at everything before I start running my mouth off. So I don't go, bench. Let's gather the information first and look at the pieces. Okay. Well, that's actually pretty nice. Mhm. I understand. Okay, good enough. I'm going to leave it at I understand. However, the seven divine mothers, there are seven fathers, there are seven mothers, so such sorts of stuff that rolls with sevens. But bro, we've been on some sort of sequence, and we have moved. I believe seven flashed across our plate for a while because we were we had processed seven already. And like I said, twos are a constant for all of us. So there was the nine, there was the 11, and there was the nine. Then we were on the seven that was going crazy off the sirens. And then five flashed hard, and then three. Now, if you counted the sequence, it would actually be out of sequence. However, working at a quantum level, we were bypassing time and space. So that that can be okay. And I find it interesting that three and five, you and I, exist now. So the only step next is one and zero. And if you put a one inside of an egg, what does that look like? One inside of a zero. Looks a lot like a portal to me, the doorway in the middle.
It's like an oval thing that's like, yeah, I get it. It's shining like crazy today.
Yeah, I think the weather's gonna get better and better and better. I mean, it's been pretty crazy. I mean, where I am, I was reading some stuff and they've been having hurricanes and all sorts of weather. I mean, I don't know. I saw something on Instagram and and people were like, I don't know, people making jokes or something about it. They were like, "This isn't funny. People are dying." Like some crazy ass. But I don't know if it just happened or a couple weeks ago. It seemed recent in any regard. Are we back? I think we're back. Okay, caught at that time. Cool. That's interesting. Like I just need the volume on my TV. I should just have rain playing on. And the rain playing, like I adjusted the volume and it like that signal went out. My attention went over there and the stream dropped for a second. It was like, "Do you want to try again to connect?" I'm like, "I didn't try again once." "Yes, I'll try again."
I got it. Okay.
Okay. So this is cool because boom, boom, boom. How about a story? You ready for a story? I think I'm ready for a story.
Can you say something, bro?
You ready for a story, bro? We're getting set up. Cool. I'm gonna get that adjusted. And let's see, it is 9:31. We'll give it a minute. Give it 2 minutes. We'll do 9:33. Just we'll give it 60 seconds for to start a story. Right round the row. Remember, try not to be too close to the phone. It's not healthy for your brain or your body.
Fix my audio, bro. It's all good now.
We're spending 9 hours a day to this with these phones in front of us. So to have them at a greater distance is going to be a lot better. If you can hear better, train your ears to hear better. Um, listen louder, turn the volume up louder if you need to. If you can, the environment is suitable for you to do so. Um, but this is a reality for myself and all of us, and so it's a constant thing.
I was fixing your audio. I couldn't hear you well. Now it's perfect.
Your volume right there is wonderful. I know a hall standing fairer than the sun, better than gold, and Gimli there shall virtuous men dwell, and for all ages enjoy delight. Then spoke Gangleri, what will protect this place when Surt's fire burns heaven and earth? I said, they say there is another heaven, south and above this heaven of ours, and that heaven is called Avalon. And there is a third heaven still further above that one, and that is called Wiedenbring. And it is in that heaven that we believe this place to be. But we believe it is only white elves that inhabit these places for the time being. Then spoke Gangleri, where does the wind come from? It is so strong it stirs great seas and whips of fire, but strong as it is, it cannot be seen. Thus it is marvelously made. Then Hai said, I can easily tell you that. At the northernmost end of heaven there sits a giant called Hrazivel. He has an eagle form, and then he starts to fly wind. And when he starts to fly, winds arise from beneath his wings. It says so here. He is called Hraezver, who sits at heaven's end, giant in eagle's form. From his wings, they say wind comes over all men. Then spoke Gangleri, why is there such a great difference between the warmth of summer and the cold of winter? I said, so wise a man should not need to ask, for everyone is able to tell them. But if you have got to be the only one who is so ill informed that you have never heard it, then I will look on it kindly that you should for once show your ignorance in asking, rather than that you should continue unaware of what you ought to know. Svarsod is the name of the one that is father of summer, and he is so blissful in his life that it is from his name that what is pleasant is called Svarsli, delightful, and winter's father is called either Vindlodni or Vinsful. He is Vasad's son, and members of this family have been grim and cold-hearted, and winter inherits their nature. Then spoke Gangleri, which are the Asir that men ought to believe in. I said, there are 12 Asir whose nature is divine. Then spoke just as high. No less holy are the Asnil, nor is their power less. Then spoke third. Ordine is highest and most ancient of the Asir. He rules all things, and mighty though the other gods are, yet they all submit to him like children and to their father. Frigg is his wife, and she knows men's fates, though she does not prophesy, as it says here that Odin himself spoke to the Ars called Loki. Mad you are, Loki, and out of your wits. Why will you not be silent, Loki? All fates I believe Frigg knows, though she herself does not pronounce. Odin is called All-Father, for he is father of all gods. He is also called Father, father of the slain, since all those who fall in battle are his adopted sons. He assigns them places in Hall and Vingolf, and they are then known as Einherjar. He is also called Hangar god of the hanged, and Hoptagon, god of the prisoners. Varmgod, god of the cargoes, and is and he called himself by various other names on his visit to King Hierol. I call myself Grim and Gangleri, Hieron, Hjalm, Hierde, Ur, Doom, Boom, Helbring, High, Son, Svipo, Son Hero, Ertertin, Kor, Hierei, Arje, Bolvor, Björnar Brynjar, Grafsmin, Björsmin, Sirhod, Sirskeg, Sigfader, Inkur, Åfader, Hafri, Farmatar, Orsi, Ormi, just as high, Blindy, Bond Liar, Orbard, Spidor, Spidfler, Jorg, Jorg, Pilar, Vidor, Flor, Vir, Tun, Vopor, Skirting, Bartor, Vorta, Ter, Kort, and Kvartatr. Then spoke Uncle. What a terrible lot of names you have given him. By my faith, one would need a great deal of learning to be able to give details and explanations of what events have given rise to each of these names. And then said Hai, it is very instructive to go closely into all this, but put it in a word. Most names have been given him as a result of the fact that with all the branches of languages in the world, each nation finds it necessary to adapt his name to their language for invocation and prayers for themselves. But some events giving rise to these names have taken place in his travels and have been made the subject of stories, and you cannot claim to be a wise man if you are unable to tell of these important happenings. Then spoke Mauclerdi. What are the names of the other Ausea, and what do they do? And what glorious works have they done? I said, Thor is the most outstanding of them. He is known as Asathor, Thor of the Aesir, or Thor, the thriving Thor. He is strongest of all the gods and men. His realm is a place called Thrudvangar, and his hall is called Bliskirnir. In that hall there are 540 apartments. It is the biggest building that has ever been built. Thus it says in Grimnismo, 500 apartments and yet 40 more, I think, are in Bierskir near in all. Of the buildings whose roofs I know my son is the greatest. Thor has two goats whose names are Tannios and Tangrisnir, and a chariot that drives in, and the goats draw the chariot. From this he is known as Thor. He also has three special possessions. One of them is the hammer Mjolnir, well known to frost giants and mountain giants when it is raised aloft, and that is not to be wondered at. It has smashed many a skull for their fathers and kinsmen. He has another possession that is very valuable, a girdle of might, and when he buckles it on, his strength is doubled. He has a third thing that is a most important possession. This is a pair of iron gloves. He must not be without these when he grips the hammer, but there is no one so wise that can recount all his exploits, though I can tell you so many stories about him that much time will be taken up before all I know is told. Then spoke Montclair. I would like to hear information about Morassia. I said, Ordain's second son is Borta, and there is good to be told of him. He is best, and all praise him. He is so fair in appearance, and so bright, that light shines from him, and there is a plant so white that it is called after Baldur's eyelash.
Awesome story, bro. I'm walking home to get some coffee.
That's cool. I love your pants, bro. I love the yellow and the green and the blue. It's cool. I love it.
I was feeling art inclined to pick these today.
There's stories of the ancients. It goes back to India and other places. And
You know what I'll
giants
actually do before going
on this
home?
planet, and for years, or for a time, I should say, these giants had wound up gathering to one particular location in the world. And as they gathered there was a greater council. I won't say a greater council, but there was a group of individuals that came together, and they said, these giants, y'all got to move away. Y'all got to spread out because you're actually causing the world to wobble. The giants, they they couldn't live in the same place because they caused the world to be imbalanced. And I can't help but relate everything we've been talking about. And I look at, and like, and bro, you might want to look at the screen for a moment. But these two dudes, man, I mean, they're like their wisdom kings. They're fire and ice.
Wow.
And that's what we be doing, man. And it's like, I
Literally.
love all my fire, you know. I love all my fire, I do. But I wear your blue eyes. I wear your blue eyes all over me. Like,
Wow.
like from Orbi to Corky. Let me look at it. I gotta make sure I'm not saying that correctly. Yeah, Corky, it's Corky. Um, so many other occurrences and likenesses. And this is why I truly do believe and have seen, as people are in the past, people are like, oh, yeah, that's just so and so. That's just Robin Williams. He was a great actor. And, man, what a mountain of a man. No, that was a titan. That was a god. That was divinity embodied. I mean, for what he accomplished, for what he shared against all the odds. And they're like, oh, the way he went out. No, man, that dude went out as a champ. That's exactly how a Titan's going to go out. Because they ain't going to be able to take him out toe to toe. They're going to have to throw other junk at him like that. In any regard, he was a Titan. He was an angel. He was a God embodied. And I see that these embodiments of Vishnu and, and Ordine and many, many others still happen every day, every year. They never stop happening. The omens, they never stop coming. The temples, they never stop ringing them bells. Sure, in some parts of the world they went down, but in other parts, they never stopped. They preserved it. They defended their place. They honored their ways. They sure, somebody came in and they had to go underground for a little bit, and pop their heads back up and be like, "Oh, here we are, and this is what we do." Now that the threat's gone, and I can't help but relate all the tarot cards, everything I've learned of the ancient systems from from Scandinavia to South America to Japan and otherwise.
I'm feeling inclined to do something interesting. Here's a
What
swing.
is
Where kids play.
always gonna swing, swinging smart.
There we go.
Yes, yes, yes. I too have heard it called another, and I, until the entire company stood in varying postures within the circle, valiant, almost triumphant, the pains of destruction nearly forgotten in that first moment. That's cool.
Beautiful. I'll do like a little circle around the place and then go home.
And that was pretty cool because as 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 you're swinging, I wind up going to a passage of jubilation. That's people think divinity is so far fetched. They think that I could care less what people think because I found after seeking my heart, and just like you, oh man, we found that peace. We found that peace. It's like, what do we build now? What do we do now? Well, we have another story.
Yeah. In your own words, here it is, an oblation to we.
I poured out some coffee right on my mat, right on my seat. Just I
Yeah,
saw you do
wait.
that. I got put a little of that out there, and
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
same moment, I opened it up to a story in our loving book by the Grimm brothers, the Grimm's fairy tales, and the story is Wise Folks. Wise Folks. Ooh, that looks like a nice branch. I like that
Just found an
one.
awesome branch. We're bringing this one home. Awesome.
Yeah. So what I sense, okay, so look, you've got branches at home. I'm not saying to go pick up a bunch right now. You have what you have, take that with you, whatnot. However, you got that shoelace. Now that counts as string, and you could literally a room can be as simple as two sticks tied together or three. And literally, I have tied, I have created runes from sticks I picked up from outside that I was drawn to, and I tied them together to be the rune as best as I could. And I had some very amazing effects in all of my ceremonies and all of my workings and all of that going on. And so that, boom, you have ingredients right there to do stuff in your hands and at home that the cat brought you. I saw that orange cat jump out at. That was pretty cool.
I know exactly which three we're doing. Yes, yes. Awesome. The one that looks like a Y, the one that we got with the blooming flowers, and this one.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That sounds great.
Awesome sauce squared.
I'm gonna grab me some coffee, and before I drink my coffee, I've changed up my water cup because this one I like it tighter. Anyways, I was using that other one, and anyways, I got my
And
water in this one now. So I'm gonna
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
make
drink some water before I go
yeah,
get my coffee.
I'm gonna make my coffee on stream again, but just like yesterday. Creating awesome sauces squared.
I got lavender. You said lavender. I think I put lavender in it, so it has a nice little lavender taste. Hey, mister, what are you doing here? Oh, I invited you. If you haven't been here before, we got Pinky. He's a kinky kid, but he's crazy because he just likes to have fun. A little leopard. And we got our unicorn. He's Banger, but because he likes rock music, so he headbangs. And then he got their best friends. And then we got our dragons, or dragoons. You got that one, and this one. Got the black one, the rainbow one. And they're all up here. And he's not in a fish, but he's always having fun. Let me get him over here. So he's like, nope, I'm going back where I was. Oh, hey, there's that feather I lost. I didn't lose it. Boom, boom. Got a story. Get that phone off to the side. Got that stuff hooked up.
Wait, can you hear me, bro?
Ooh, that was a cool circular rug you got.
The sound work. Good.
Holy crikey.
Okay.
So you are. I remember when I started putting greenery in my hair, in my hat, in my cap. And then there was like these vines growing, but they were grapevines. I mean, like not like grapes or anything, but they were natural vines just growing out in people's yards on fences and stuff. And so I literally I got stuff that was just people didn't want, was trash. I didn't take anything that people wanted. Some people liked the vines, and so um I tied around my head and just make several passes with it, and I would be able to have that, and then I would put the different flowers and greenery in my hair, or in it. Not people be like, "Oh, you got a Jesus thing, thorns," and I'm like, "Nah, dude, these are not thorns. This is grapevines." And they were like, "Oh." They started relating it to some Greek god of fertility or of the harvest or something like that. And I was like, "Yeah, that energy. We're gonna put fruit coming out of our head, not thorns. Why would you put thorns on you? It's sheesh.
Totally. And here we are again making holy grape jam.
Boom, boom.
Anyways, it's time for coffee.
Yo, yo. Boom, boom. You got your coffee right there. Heck yeah. All right, let's see.
And we're gonna
Mm,
bless it with this stick. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay, check this out. You ready? This is awesome. This is some awesome sauce. And so when two people have formed a taste for such qualities, this common inclination draws them together and unites them with one another. Next, association with the object of their love causes them to enjoy the company and character of the person in question, to reciprocate this devotion and to desire to perform services on his behalf without demanding anything in return. Two people in such a situation will become rivals, will compete with one another in the noblest of ways. And it goes on to talking about humans' construct on how two people would actually compete to produce a positive result. And me and you are making leaps and bounds beyond Mr. Cicero.
Awesome sauce squared.
Yo, that's cool. What is that? Looks like a bow.
It's that stick I found, bro. Like right now, I found stick.
Okay, look, this is what I would do. I would tie that shoestring to one end of that, and then pull that shoestring and tie it to the other end, like a bow and arrow.
I don't think it's long enough, but we'll try. We'll try. We'll try.
Yeah, just try.
Oh, it can be like, yeah, it can work. It can work. It can work. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, first coffee, then. Okay.
Okay. If you got, if you got, mm, I'm not saying to pull it strong to break it. I don't know how strong the branch is. However,
It's real strong.
if it had some tension, then when you pluck the string, it'll make a sound.
Oh, okay, improvised instrument. Very, very awesome, Sauce Square. Okay, okay, okay. Creation in action, bro.
One day a peasant took his good hazel stick out of the corner and said to his wife, Trina, I am going to across country and shall not return for 3 days. If during that time the cattle dealer should happen to call and want to buy our 3 cows, you may strike a bargain at once, but not unless you can get $200 for them, nothing less. Do you hear? For heaven's sake, just go in peace, answered the woman. I will manage that. You indeed, said the man. You once fell on your head when you were a little child, and that affects you even now. But let me tell you this, if you do anything foolish, I will make you back black and blue, and not with paint, I assure you, but with the stick that I have in my hand, and the coloring shall last the whole year, and you may rely on that. And having said that, the man went on his way. Next morning, the cattle dealer came, and the woman had no need to say many words to him. When he had seen the cows and heard the price, he said, I am quite willing to give them. Honestly speaking, they are worth it. I will take the beast away with me at once. He unfastened their chains and drove them out of the byre. But just as he was going out of the yard door, the woman clutched him by the sleeve and said, You must give me the $200 now, or I cannot let the cows go. True, answered the man, but I have forgotten to buckle on my money belt. Have no fear, however, you shall have security for my pain. I'll take you 2 cows with me and leave one, and then you will have a good pledge. The woman saw the force of this and let the man go away with the cows and thought to herself, how pleased Hans will be when he finds how cleverly I have managed it. The peasant came home on the third day as he had said he would, and at once inquired if the cows were sold. Yes, indeed, dear Hans, answered the woman, and as you said, for $200. They are scarcely worth so much. But the man took them without making any objection. Where is the money? Asked the peasant. Oh, I have not got the money, replied the woman. He had happened to forget his money belt, but he will soon bring it, and he left good security behind him. What kind of security? Asked the man. One of the 3 cows which he shall not have until he is paid for the other 2. I have managed it very cunning, for I have kept the smallest which eats the least. The man was enraged and lifted up his stick and was just going to give her the beating he had promised her. Suddenly he let the stick fail and said, you are the stupidest goose that ever waddled on God's earth, but I'm sorry for you. I will go out into the highways and wait for 3 days to see if I find anyone who is still stupider than you. If I succeed in doing so, you shall go scot-free. But if I do not find him, you shall receive your well-deserved reward without any discount. He went out into the great highways, sat down on a stone, and waited for what would happen. Then he saw a peasant's wagon coming towards him, and a woman was standing up right in the middle of it. Instead of sitting on the bundle of straw which was lying beside her, walking near the oxen and leading them, the man thought to himself, that is certainly one of the kind I am in search of, and jumped up and ran backwards and forwards in front of the wagon like one who is not very wise. What do you want, my friend? Said the woman to him. I don't know you. Where do you come from? I have fallen down from heaven, replied the man, and don't know how to get back up again. Couldn't you drive me up? No, said the woman. I don't know the way, but if you come from heaven, you can surely tell me how my husband, who has been there these 3 years, is. You must have seen him. Oh, yes, I have seen him. But all men can't get on well. He keeps sheep, and the sheep give him a great deal too. They run up the mountains and lose their way in the wilderness, and he has to run after them and drive them together again. His clothes are all torn to pieces too, and will soon fall off his body. There's no tailors in, for St. Peter won't let any of them in, as you know by their story. Who would have thought it? Cried the woman. I'll tell you what. I'll fetch his Sunday coat, which is still hanging at home in the cupboard. He can wear that and look respectful. You will be so kind as to take it with you. That won't do very well, answered the peasant. People are not allowed to take clothes into heaven. They are taken away from them one at the gate. Then hark you, said the woman. I sold my fine wheat yesterday and got a good lot of money for it. I'll send that to him. If you hide the purse in your pocket, no one will know that you have it. If you can't manage it any other way, said the peasant, I will do you that favor. Just sit still where you are, said she, and I will drive home and fetch the purse. I shall soon be back again. I do not sit down on the bundle of straw, but stand up in the wagon, because it makes it lighter for the castle. She drove her oxen away, and the peasant thought, that woman has a perfect talent for folly. If she really brings the money, my wife may think herself fortunate, for she will get no beating. It was not long before she came in a great hurry with the money, and with her own hands put it in his pocket. Before she went away, she thanked him again 1,000 times for his courtesy. When the woman got home again, she found her son who had come in from the field. She told him what unlooked for things had befallen her, and then added, I am truly delightful in having found an opportunity of sending something to my poor husband. Who would ever have imagined that he could be suffering for want of anything up in heaven? The son was full of astonishment. Mother, he said, it's not every day that a man comes from heaven in this way. I will go out immediately and see if he is still to be found. He must tell me what it is like up there, and how the work is done. He saddled the horse and rode off with all speed. He found the peasant who was sitting under a willow tree and was just going to count the money in the purse. Have you seen the man who has fallen down from heaven? Cried the youth to him. Yes, answered the peasant. He has set out on his way back there and has gone up that hill, from whence it will be rather nearer. You could still catch him up if you were to ride fast. Alas, said the youth, I have been doing tiring work all day, and the ride here has completely worn me out. You know the man. Be so kind as to get on my horse and go and persuade him to come here. Aha, thought the peasant, here is another who is no wick in his land. Why should I not do you this favor? Said he, and mounted the horse and rode off in a quick trot. The youth remained sitting there till night fell, but the peasant never came back. The man from heaven must certainly have been in a great hurry, and would not turn back, thought he, and the peasant has no doubt given but the horse to take him to my father. He went home and told his mother what had happened, and that he had sent his father the horse so that he might not have to be always running about. Thou hast done well, answered she. Thy legs are younger than his, and thou canst go on foot. When the peasant got home, he put the horse in the stable beside the cow, which he had as a pledge, and then went to his wife and said, Trina, as your luck would have it, I have found two who are still sillier fools than you. This time you escape without a beating. I will store it up for another occasion. Then he lighted his pipe, sat down in his grandfather's chair, and said, It was a good stroke of business to get a sleek horse and a great purse full of money into the bargain for two lean cows. If stupidity always brought in as much as that, I would be quite willing to hold it in honor. So thought the peasant, but you no doubt prefer the simple folks.
Oh, I love everything, bro. Your awesome sauce squared. Your stories are our stories. Rewrote those quantumly.
That that is pretty interesting in the regard. Uh, the sleek horse at the end. He, he's like he's like, man, if being a fool, if being all that silly stuff actually got me ahead, I'd devote myself to it essentially. And we're learning about Odin, Loki, all these. I don't want to call them tricks because it's not trickery, but in a fun house of mirrors and elements seeming to blend together that shouldn't. A very interesting, unique, foolish dance needs to be created in order to jump into that stream of alignment, of divine timing, of the flow that we've learned to exist within.
When you said flow, my brain just wanted to fill it in, as we know. Everything is you're so correct with everything. It's like, and I couldn't figure this stuff out, but now that you connected, I'm like, course, it's so obvious. I can connect parts of it, but like, yeah. That note, coffee from my very nice, awesome sauce, wholesome mug, and yours. Here we go.
Boom.
Digital cherry, yeah. Oh, digital e-ching with the
So we're
Legion.
going digital and it's reversed. You got to switch hands. Switch hands so it would cling. It's the tip of the glass that was cling.
Wait, I wanted to like have this act. Okay. Digital Wee Ching with mugs.
Okay, well, I guess we'll do it right now. Here, let's do it here. Let's see if I can do it. We gotta. It's okay. I took a sip too. You can take a sip. So we'll do it again, but I'll use the bell to make the little ding. We'll get better at it, but yeah.
We'll keep practicing until we get to like do it in real life.
That's fun. That's called life. That's what I enjoy. Ain't got no strife.
Everything you said, I'll just say that's what we enjoy. Yeah, very fun. Ugh.
So this one, sorry, not sorry. But if you want to raise your volume up at this point, you can raise your volume up of your voice coming through. Like I don't hear an echo or feedback right now. Your volume is a little low on my end, but I'm able to hear you regardless. So if it's good on your phone and everything's running smooth, that's fine. Um, or if you want to try to raise up your volume, that's cool too. Um, I thank you and I love you.
I think it's working perfectly. Can you hear me well?
Yeah,
There it is.
it's good. It's good.
It is perfect. Yeah. Stuff's been good, but now it's perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah,
So this one, let's see. I'm missing a card. I got your deck. It has all the cards in it. But what I want to do, what is in my heart to do, and the reason why I'm hitting on block on a few things is because I want to put all these, not necessarily in order, but I will put them in order and then pop those in the deck, in the box. This is the newer box. I want to use that box because I don't need the box so much as I appreciate I use the deck anyways. But I'm going to do that right now. So if you have anything on mind or you want to share anything, bro, go ahead. And as I'm going through these cards, I'm going to probably, things will come to mind or whatever the case I'll wind up sharing. Uh, but that's the direction we're turning into. If that's all cool with you.
It is absolutely all cool, and by your own uh, divine guidance, the best thing with these things is not to ask any question, because what's aligned with the energy and flow shall go, and we will get the reading. So yeah.
Would you like to pull something out of the I Ching, perhaps? You could
Yes.
put any, like we know what the heading is. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
I'll go get my
challenging.
stuff for sure. Okay, I'll get it to do
So
it.
perhaps something in the line of thought of uh, what direction shall the wheel of fortune turn? What direction shall we turn the wheel of fortune towards? We know the underlying fun, the innocence, H13 is super important, but can we fine tune that? Can we add any, like,
Shall be seen.
yeah, it's actually pretty interesting because this morning, my mind goes all over the place. That's the only way to truly see possible course forward. Uh, anyways, I don't know. Somewhere in my head, it was like I did say this yesterday, but I can't remember the exact words, but I saw myself. It's like, man, I saw myself like that's the dude nobody wants to like hang with or whatever, and the world's all like happy and good and stuff. And but like, but me and you keep hanging out always. That never stops. Like we're always hanging out, no matter what. And so like it was just I don't know. It was really cool because cause like because like we're doing this interesting dance, this interesting uh quantum dance, and then and then at the same token we're not like all the past versions, if there's past versions of us or whatever, like let's say we had family problems as far as like brothers, like we had brother problems in all of our past lives, like as far as we could remember or count. There might have been some good times, but for the majority it was all like rah 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 against each other. But this one, we got creative and practically went to Looney Tune land and created Pokemon verse and started really going out the box. And this one, we found out how we could be best friends and get the fruits of creation without conflict. Like this, like you, cause my brain, like you mentioned it so many times, like the quantum experiences you had. And so, like, you already looked at all that, you already saw this world living it. So it was just the reminder of that. And I was like, because I keep wanting to read Cicero, man. I keep wanting to read Cicero. I wanted to pull out Cicero earlier. I couldn't find it. So it's like, well, okay, then I'm not gonna like derail or hang it out to read this book or whatever. And then I read what I read, and I'm like, this dude got some. Sounds like he got some old ideas, man. Got some old ideas, some outdated ideas, and that's why it didn't come to me. And so when it did come to me, it's like, boom, see, that's what's going on, and yeah, that's what he ran into in the past and couldn't see any other way forward. So we kind of closed that row.
I am feeling in the flow, as you know, like extra today.
sauce, awesome, squared.
Yes, yes. My brain's like, man, I gotta put a cherry on top of that squared or something.
Shall be seen. Just keep in the flow, as you know, bro.
Squared and seed. Squared and plumbed.
Beautiful days.
But yeah, I've been meaning to do this for the past couple of days, and I'm like, all right, I've been staring at the deck. I've made progress, and I know the count's correct. My deck, I'm missing one card. That could be in a book or something. That's not a big deal or nothing for me, but I just want to get all of these because it'll be really good for you to have a deck to complement your I Ching. It's nice to, because, like, for instance, you can legitimately use the tarot deck system to see what the problem currently at hand is on a divine level, on an archetypal level, and on a human level. So, what can't we change and what can we change? Viewpoint. And from there, you can use the I Ching system to really pinpoint the solution or what is actually going to, what you can change, the minutiae, the very fine point details. You know, I found a combination of systems as far as tarot and people would put it into the realm of divination, but um, it's just I found it's the divines teaching an individual how to telepathically communicate with their fellow telepathic family beings, people, all of it.
I have completed the reading.
Oh, yes, what did you get?
Very interesting in our words. So something repeats, but something's new. So we got like hexagram 26 shifting into 31. So that's like 26, and then if that's handled well, it becomes 31. But it's like that's how it worked before. So that's interesting. Again, 31 and 13, like, but now there's like a new one, 26 shifting to 31. Hmm.
Oh, okay, I'll read that. Would you like me to read that, or would you like to read it?
Um, Audio, just a second. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're a bit low. Wait. Say something. Good, good. I hear the tap. Good. Okay, we're good.
So do you want to do the reading of those, or would you like me to?
I would like you to, because I got us the direction and you're the interpreter of the direction.
What? Okay, what's the first one? 26, you said?
Yeah, it's 26 shifting to 31.
Okay. Pay attention to my reading when I start going over the lines, especially. So, what I would like you to do, if you would be so kind and loving, is as I speak, read in your book at the same time. And if there's something I miss, or if there's something specific that I say that isn't exactly clear or correct with what you see in your book, then at the end of me reading 26, then you can clarify, and then I'll read 31. I think that was the one afterwards, if you're correct.
Yeah.
26, da ju, da shoi, da shoi, da shoi, da shoi. The taming power of the great appropriate restraint. The attributes are accumulation, containment, holding firm, potential. This hexagram comprises mountain over heaven, which suggests the vast creative power of heaven being stored within the stronghold of a mountain. This repository of power may be expressed through the creation of reserves in the bank, the amassing of personal virtue on a daily basis, and the accumulated knowledge, wisdom, and virtuous examples of great individuals in human history. All these various resources need to be gathered with restraint and firmness, resulting in the inner strength and outer stillness of stored treasure within a mountain cavern. A resolute nature is needed to prevail against the obstacles that great endeavors necessarily encounter. A farmer will find his mettle tested in taming an unruly bull to plow his fields. Similarly, we need to focus our minds and wills vigorously on decisively in order to succeed in building up our reserves. Much work lies ahead, calling for self-discipline and strong leadership. Among the hindrances of which Dajoi warns is interference from troublesome people. I need to read that again. Among the hindrances of which Daju warns is interference from troublesome people. In such cases, friendship should be cultivated if possible, since such alliances are also great resources. If, for example, the parents of the person one wishes to marry oppose the union, they should be won over by gentle persistence. Line 1. Well, line 1. Action can only lead to misfortune at this point, so be patient. Self-control and restraint are called for. Skill and courage will see you through a challenging journey. Forethought and action prevent a problem from arising. Danger is diffused by altering its cause. Danger, I'm going to read that again, line 5. Danger is diffused by altering its cause. Line 6. The way is clear before you, and success awaits.
Very aligned reading.
So any comments, or all of that was anything to add to that, or
I agree 100% approve. I check. Yep.
then okay, then I'm gonna read the last one, and then we'll go to commentary for both of them. And so if that is successful, if If the friendship can be maintained while troublesome outside interference is walked away from. We read that earlier today. I read that in part of one of the things I don't normally read, but it says, I have turned my back on evil. I've turned my back on erroneous ways. I've turned my back to it. It didn't say I fought it. It says I turned my back to it.
Mhm.
I do not participate with evil, with ugly, with error, with wrong, with hurting. And I'll go all the way back to the one scripture in that Bible. Jesus Christ, if he be your true reigning king, then he gave you one greatest commandment above the rest. He said to love your neighbor. And that means to love them. And anybody doing anything opposite of those actions, causing somebody to be hurt in any way, physically, mentally, morally, in any long-term kids ahead or anything, well, then that tells me that they do not have the same king as I. Because my brother will do everything he can to preserve love and goodness. So my sister or any other family member. Okay, brother, can you hear me?
Yep.
You need to not touch that camera, that phone. You need to stay away from it. Go get your book and write this down right now. Write it down. Back away from the phone. Write this down. Serious. Once I touch the phone, once I set the phone up, I'm not touching the phone. You get to now this portion I'm just mentioning for you. That was to write that. Write that down for yourself. I mean it. This is important and this is right in line with what I just read. I'll explain it out after I read through 31. Though you're the cameraman at the beginning of the day. And yes, you're walking and doing different things, so these things are going to change. But once you get somewhere and once you set that camera up, you're no longer cameraman. It's set up where it's at. We don't go back to it. It's set where it's at. It's part of the altar. It has a sacred spot. We don't mess with it. Once the camera's set up, we stop touching it. Back away from it. Back away from the camera.
Understood, bro. On that note, I'll find a more comfortable spot for it and not touch it. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Uh,
Of course, of course. There's just there's adjustment and there's getting used to it. It's a new mode of operatum. It's a new a new way of living, a new way of working with things. And these are the adjustments that are going to help us flow number H26 into a successful direction. And I'm going to let him get set up and in his new spot because his feed's going to go in and out for a little bit. And so as he adjusts and gets his phone set up in a new spot, um, I'm gonna wait to read the next hexagram because I certainly know that this is something that even just glancing at the top, I've read it before. We all need to hear it. So we'll wait for the to get the phone set up where he's got it, and then we're gonna read Hexagram number 31 from the I Ching. If you need to use the bathroom or want to do anything for a moment or two, you can do that. Seems like this camera's frozen up. So if I need to repeat it, I'll go repeat it, but I'm going to go ahead and share this. Hexagram 31, shame, mutual influence, courtship, attraction, stimulation, sensitivity, and support. This hexagram comprises a lake over mountain. The lake atop the mountain symbolizes a yin influence that helps to keep the powerful yang force responsive and flexible. At the same time, the lake is supported and raised above what would otherwise have been its humbler station. In human terms, this beneficial interdependence is most clearly illustrated by well-matched couples who, free from selfish and prejudice, balance each other's extremes of yin and yang nature. It should be remembered in this context that yin qualities are not exclusive to women or yang to men. Mutual attraction typically arises from two individuals recognizing in each other both similarities and complementary qualities. Tenderness and loyalty are required if the attraction is to transcend seduction and become courtship and eventual bounding. Lasting beneficial associations are only possible when both parties are treated fairly and respectfully by each other. Jean evokes both the energy and stimulation of new romance and the commitment and joy of newlyweds. The path opens before us, and great benefits are attracted into our lives. In our relationships, successful marriages may be indicated with children soon to follow. Similarly, business dealings are highly favorable with employers and employees working harmoniously and expansion being imminent. Line 1 is that your intentions remain unnoticed until put into action. Stillness is called for until a clear indication for action is given. Impatience may lead to poor timing. The heart sees more clearly than a cluttered mind. Your efforts are being sabotaged by your lack of commitment. Sweet talk and idle conversation will accomplish nothing. How close are you? Now, I'm going to point it right out. I'm not going to sign that. I'm not going to sign that, but I'm going to say these are very important too for us both on a personal application to apply to ourselves, not for one to the other, but just personal. Efforts being sabotaged by lack of commitment. A reminder of my commitment is my speaking the ancient languages and blessings every day. I'm going to show up every day. I'm going to perform this. I am working on this. Your commitment is essentially the same as mine to the shamanic course. So I'll ask a direct question and I just want a direct answer. And if 0 is the answer, say 0. On the Matunet Talk, the book that I showed yesterday, and said this needs to be your new Bible, how many pages have you read from page 0? How many pages?
Probably like 5 or 6, and then I went to do something else. Yeah.
Then that's commitment. Then that is commitment embodied.
I
A
did it
little
only
bit
that one night that I
expensive.
told you I'm gonna do it, and then I didn't anymore. But yeah, I did. Okay.
Okay, so even if you do a little bit, you can't crack open a million pages or maybe even 5 pages, but you get 2 pages in. You do your morning, you go over your own morning words every morning, so you're working on that. So you are being committed. That is your commitment. That is your personal work behind the scenes. At this point, my work is very seen and continues and continues and continues, and I got some good sleep last night, but anyways, I got very little time. Oh, anyways, I was able to watch half a movie last night, uh, and then the next one, line 6, and this is a remind again, all for to apply on the inside. Sweet talk and idle conversation will accomplish nothing. Just shooting back a compliment or just like, "Oh, yeah, that's cool," or revelry in a good thing for too long. Even a proper, there I go. I'm sitting back. I sit back, and is you were fine, and was that sweet talk and idle conversation in the revelry that can happen if we're getting too used to the revelry of too much goodness, we can move back around there. Anyways, going back to 26, it says everything it mentions. I see that we've been working on this and really clearing out all of this. It says
Mhm.
dangers, line 5 back to number 26 of the I Ching. Line 5 says danger is diffused. We're defusing the fuse. Psh, it's not in there. It's not lit. It's defused by altering its cause. And right before that on line 4, forethought and action prevent a problem from arising. So I'm catching all that forethought. I'm cluttered in all of that awareness constantly. Posture, how far we are from the camera, you on the water, and me. Remember, look, I got a cup of coffee right there, but I got my water.
Oh, that reminded me. I gotta go get my
Making
cup
sure
of
to
coffee.
apply it
But
full circle here. And so the forethought, we are diffusing the danger, and so we do have a clear way before us that is successful. And so really, I kind of take the axe to myself in a sense of there are things that you do and I want you to grow. And so I stick on that one thing. I'll keep if you keep doing the habit, then I'm gonna keep mentioning it and I because I really want you to grow forward. And where 31 was talking about, it says, oh, hold on, let me find it. Maybe it was in the no, 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 no. I'll find it. Okay, I'm gonna read the first. It says this hexagram comprises for 31 Jane or Sheen is mutual influence and courtship, attraction, stimulation, sensitivity, support. This hexagram comprises lake over mountain. The lake atop the mountain symbolizes the yin influence that helps the yang force in a responsive and flexible. At the same time, the lake is supported and raised above what would otherwise have been its humbler station. That was the one. So the lake, the water, the ice, which is you wearing the blue, is supported and raised above what would otherwise have been its humbler station. So I'm going to constantly be poking you. I'm going to constantly be poking your shoulder, bro. Like, not that I want to, but this is my nature, and this is why people don't wind up being my friend. If through and through is because I want to. I'm like, I want you to rise. I want you to rise more than anyone else, and I can. It's all in your own head and your heart, and it's all these little bitty adjustments, this forethought, this I see that problem. I see it. So we're going to nip it in the butt right at the creative part, and we're going to start a new habit. We're going to write this down. We're going to pin it. Now, I got the memory of telling you to do it, and I can't be a hypocrite. I ain't no hypocrite. That's one thing I know I'm not. So I'm telling you to do it, and you doing it. Boom, comes right back in my face every single 10 seconds. And now you ain't even thinking about it. My mind is cluttered up with this stuff. Yours isn't. You get to have fun and play, which is we both play Mario and Luigi. We having Odin and Karka. Like boom, we having fun all day, left and right. And so in that same time, that constant growth, being aware of that portion, and I find it interesting because again, like yeah, like this is no physical attraction to those senses of anything. I know, saying that for people at home just so they're aware, but finding a best friend in which you had the ring on of Chief Pontiac and I had the female and our rings were on the same fingers. So but in some kind of interesting way, I wind up leading. And so it's like the female energy is leading the way. And so the kid, the divine father, can play and be a child in his world of creation and can figure out all the problems and fix them and move forward and like everything we talked about yesterday. And I'll just say, like, boom, that's, you and me. And to wisdom, all through wisdom, and the year of the horse, Hayagriva that we're talking about, and Vishnu, and I think I think that's a proper uh, that's a proper direction forward. We're balancing each other's extremes of yin and yang nature, and I like this. This applies for us and everyone out there. It should be remembered in this context that yin female qualities are not exclusive to women or yang masculine to men. You don't have to necessarily be that gender in order to resonate that yin or yang energy. The energy is more than the flesh. And so all of this it mentions newlyweds. So it's a pairing, it's a matching of the universe of energies that complement each other, not for some personal pleasure, but truly in the pursuit of everything that's divine, everything that's ascension, everything that Jesus talked about, everything that Buddha talked about, everything that Krishna embodied, everything that people seek all around the world just because you didn't live there and have the stories for 3,000 years of your own ancestors does not invalidate the fact that somebody else has been going through this and their families for 3,000 plus years. They're just as valid as yours. It all counts, all part of the same story, all one big family under the banner of humanity. Our nationality is humanity. Anyways, that's my rest of the to other people watching. But bro, for you and me, that's just what you know, don't you know?
I surely do know thanks to you, bro. Anyways, I am so fascinated because you still 100% accuracy reading. But like if I did it, I could pull maybe 30% of what you just said, but you have so much more knowledge into connecting these things, like generally across cultures, across history, across all your shamanic experience. So you're able to like put my readings with the coins through the filter of like your quantum stuff and just shoot out truth to like because like if I read this I would have understood, as I said, probably 30% of what you said. So awesome sauce squared, yeah.
That's I mean that's a major compliment. That's when I say compliment, compliment burgers and fries, on the same plate. Um, yeah. Ooh, that's I'm working on your cards. That was a nice revelational.
On that note, I'll just grab my cup of coffee. I'll in a second. Here I am.
Very nice.
Got the coffee in heaven.
Okay, now I got something to share with you. It's a double-bladed sword. However, pay attention. Remember, pick up these words. When you burp, you should say, "Excuse me." You should give some sort of something of that, even when you're completely alone and there's no other buddy around. Now, here's the second thing. Here's the other edge of that reality. The other edge of that reality is that when you're going over your morning words, if you happen to burp, you do not apologize in that moment. You just burp and get right back to your reading. You just keep on the flow. So there's the and the reason why is because spirits are always around. As you're aware, sound affects everything. So an interruption in the feed, be like, "Oh, sorry about that, guys." They're like, "Ah, cool." You're like aware of your surroundings. And then they know that when you don't say those words, when you're in the flow, when you're actually delivering, they know that you're staying in the channel, you're communicating, this time is sacred and it's reduced. And so we're not wasting any mincing any apology words. We're down to business right now. And business is communication. Communication is divinity connection. We're talking about ascension, and we're not thinking about human junk in that. But well, anyways, you got the rest of it, yeah.
I'm connecting it perfectly to you described it one live stream. When you're reading over words of power, you cannot say anything in between, or you cannot look in the chat. You cannot pay it. It's very important to just read them as they are. Yeah, understood. Okay.
Yep. And that's why it's like it's a dance. It's a dance. It's always a dance because things shift. That's why human structures don't work. That's why structures that people have designed do not work, is because they create a design that is meant to stay the same way. And it has to be able to flux. It has to be able to move. Like when people design, architect designs a skyscraper, they design a method so that it sways, lets the air pass through it, so that it's not going to be affected when an earthquake happens. It's ways to build something so that these elements can move through it, and yet the building isn't falling down or actually shaking.
Mm. And we have the translated version of the book is the Book of Changes, helping us navigate the change.
And that's what we looked at. Ooh. Because I said, what is the Wheel of Fortune wanting to move? What are we wanting to turn the Wheel of Fortune to? How do we want to dial the clock into? How do we want to create our next port? Like we created the big portion. People are literally walking into all of that goodness right now in their own personal lives and never even heard, seen, or anything. There's a whole wave of energy happening in this world that never was here before. So it's like while that's happening and people are going and enjoying all of that, then it's time to be like, yo, okay, what do we do next? And that's what we just got. The next portion is that real coming together. I mean, we already have, but
Yeah. That's I always forget that like the I Ching literally means the book of changes. That's so fascinating because that's like exactly like what you said. Humans are not used to changes, and especially drastic changes, and when that stuff happens, they're like stuck. So someone a long time ago did some quantum coding to help us navigate that. And we got it. Fire and ice.
Boom. All right, we've got 9 page. Where's that king? There he is. All right, swords are intact. Swords are intact. Cups are intact. The pentacles. Pentacles are intact. Now we're on staves. But I gotta stamp this one down. I feel people like, man, we gotta read a story. We gotta move the energy forward. And I'm like, man, I've been staring at this for too long. I stare at something for too long. I gotta stop everything to get this done. I got to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
I get irritated with myself. And if I get irritated with myself, I ain't no good for nobody. Boom, we got wands done. All right, we just counting 1 to 22, 0 to 22. I know. Well, putting that one on there for sure. Right. Up on top there. And they're number 7, 6, 7, 8. Boom. 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 The sun is shining. The stars want to come out. And the world feels like a place where we can bow in. Ooh. Okay. Let's see what a fairy wants to say real quick. Wow. Honoring your true feelings. All right, bro. Then I have to go with what was in me to say to you earlier. Share, bro. Share your heart. Say what you think. What do you think about 26, 31, everything? Let the floodgates open. That's what I wanted to say earlier, and I didn't say it, and the fairies came out, and card jumped out in my hand just for that.
I'm following my heart on this one. I'll just say it will not be a long. There will be I know for sure that there will be in the future an opportunity for me to go on and on and on. But for what I have to say right now, with what my heart is telling me, it's that I am the most incredibly happy that we got up until to this point working together, and it's like truly a magical alignment of love all around. And what you said, it's like the purpose of this love is not a selfish thing. It's divine alignment for the betterment of everything. And I'm kind of shocked and incredibly just everything that you read makes sense, like diffusing the danger, especially that the source of it. I'm very looking forward to the new created destiny. That's what I'll say. Yeah, that's it for now. Of we as divinity.
Alright. Oh, there it is. I was missing a card. I was like, where is it? And it was right there. It's face down. Boom. Ha ha. All right. That's 1, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ding ding roar.
Okay. I need to go use the bathroom. Your deck is 100% complete.
Ooh.
And the book and the box. And I'm going to be right back. It's sitting right here. Look. It's going to have right here. But I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the bathroom and share whatever and keep people in it.
I'm to everyone tuned into the frequency. And not. I love you, everyone, and especially those tuned to the frequency. But everyone. Infinite love from the heart to the world. It's just the beginning of the most beautiful shared future to all of humanity and us and we. Don't you see? Pirates sailing on the sea. um, yeah. Uh, I love everyone, all the divines and people and planets and stories and everything. And I got a little. This feels pretty aligned to be next to the note on the third eye thing as today. It's a plant with 9 little stem or leaves. I don't know what it is, but it's a very appropriate place. Note, it's also here.
So I propose that in our near future, to whatever degree, I got to see your stuff that I got and whatnot. And maybe I make something or whatever the case. But I feel like we need complimentary silver rings, half yin, half yang, one for you, one for me, to make it like proper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very much so, bro. As you know.
I could accept that. That could be all right. It's an energy thing. It's um, it's uh, it's a different view at what actually coming together with somebody else is, and it's a balance of energies and purpose. Um, the world has enough people on it, so uh, and people reproduce enough as it is. Blah blah blah. And so really it's intelligence, it's people with a new direction, with opportunities, new options that have been presented, not something we charge or create or fan club or anything like that. um, I get a very strong sense that we're not supposed to be advertising, like for, donations or anything like that. It's just in my heart that that's not what we're supposed to be doing to any regard. um, as much as I want to. But something between yourself and myself, maybe within the next 7 days, as you're doing your own thing naturally, as you're outside and I'm going over the blessings in the morning, who knows, people might come out, take your I Ching, maybe wind up getting, oh, let me put your cards in the box here, and maybe put take out your I Ching or tarot deck, have a couple items or whatever, people start coming out and whatever, hanging out with you. I mean, they start talking with you, and you have to turn the audio on the phone down, whatever the case, to just interact with them, and one thing turns into another. Who knows, in whatever capacity you're away. Um, but that's what I'm sensing, and that's what I'm receiving. And so, while we are aware of certain like things in the world and existence and that stuff, also on the money level of things, like that exists where it is. But I don't think we're supposed to worry about that somehow, some way. Like the universe is taken care of and done each month and each time and each turn out of nowhere. If God rains down and supports this coming together of fire and ice, Luigi, Mario, Ordine, and Karka. Like Vishnu. I'm gonna say Ordine and Vishnu because it's still Vishnu to me. I like the V a whole lot more. I mean, Kalki, really. I mean, I was a roofer and I worked with Kalk for a long time as a roofer. So Kalki's like, yeah, I mean, Kalki, shit. I seen the kind of stuff he could hold. Yeah, I know what kind of caulk on a roof is really good. It's just called GeoCell. I don't get no incentives or nothing, so I ain't trying to sell the product. But what I am saying is I was a roofer for 8 years and not just a laborer, like buying materials and shipping and inspections and the whole lot on that side of things. And it's this product called GeoCell 3200 or something like that. It's purple, shining purple and silver on the outside. And this stuff is clear. You can get it clear, so like it's clear. You don't even know it's there. I put in the heat of Texas, in the middle of in the desert, man. This stuff would hold up for like 3 years running. Other caulk products, they fall apart like crap. Like 5 6 months, 1 year, you got cracks in it, water seeping in. It's not a good. But this other stuff, holy crikey, whatever they make out of that stuff. Anyways, just tells you how much I know about Mr. Old Good Old Caulky and how long we've been working together. Whether it's a product or an intelligence attached to it.
It would seem so, as we know, my bro.
Boom, 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 yo ho, yo ho. Pirates left for me.
Yeah. And the chest has been found, and the treasure within.
You know, that was interesting, actually. Hold on, let me make this official and done and in the box and everything. all the cards, got all the suits. They're all in order.
Oh, I just remember what you were talking about, like not worrying about money and stuff. I also, through my experience, it's not words, it's feelings, but it's telling me like just continue being yourself, do what your heart tells you to, and have no worries of anything, and you shall have everything. Like that's basically what they told me with emotions. And I've been saying something like that, but there it is. It's oh oh this is a good way to put it that I thought of what's going on. It's like after this stuff has happened and been successful, which it has. We're in 2026, obviously. It's like a process of dreams slash imagination manifesting into physical reality slowly.
This bag, I practically don't want to give to you, but it's too late. Once it goes in the box, it's yours. So I ain't pulling back. I ain't changing it.
You
But I
don't gotta give
received
me the
this
bag, bro.
bag.
You can
It
give other
says
stuff.
Myrtle Beach on it.
Did I tell you that I was there when I was a little kid and I loved it?
Oh my gosh, no. Well
There you
then,
go.
wow. That's amazing. Okay, so you've been here and you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
get a bag of Myrtle Beach, of where you've been, South Carolina, and I had one of the best memories with my dad over there. And
Whoa.
I mean I can't even remember what the memory was, but I remember Myrtle Beach was just amazing and cool, and I really enjoyed it. And and this bag came to me at a certain point in my life, and I had acquired the bag, and then within 2 weeks, whatever amount of time, I wound up living on the beach for about 7 days straight.
Bro, listen to the to complete the story and you will love this detail. It was the first time that I ever went to America and I was like 10 or 11 and that was when I was at Myrtle Beach. Like the first time I visited America as a little kid. I didn't go straight to Myrtle Beach. I went somewhere close, but then to Myrtle Beach like for a few days. And I remember that it was beautiful, like the beach there. And I remember even swimming there, and it was like so different than like when you swim in the ocean. It's a different thing with the sand and like it's because here the you it's not the ocean, it's the sea, and it's like see through and like it's a different experience. No, no waves, like, and there was like, yeah. Anyways, a unique experience. I had a lot of fun as a little kid in Myrtle Beach.
That's so we have fond memories of the same place, and this is the bag that's gonna go to you. And I got this bag in Pontiac, Michigan. You know how Chief Seattle hooked up with me? Well, Chief Pontiac hooked up with me too, with us. Yep, yep, yep. So from from the chief himself, boom. So that'll be going to you on that end. And to some degree or whatever, so me sending you half of my items is appropriate then. Because I was questioning, I was like, like to last night I was thinking about it, I was like, I'm going to send them the stuff I got to send you that I put in the box. That's that. But I was like, should I really give like half of like everything, that one item and that one? Because I got a lot of twos of things. I have a lot of twos. Like this one I have I have another one. This is silver. It's pure silver. It's a candle holder. Pure silver. Legit purifying silver. I could send the other. I have another one up on my altar. This one's on my altar. I can send you the other one. And like it's saying that I should. Like
I would feel like, I don't know, don't send me literally half of your stuff, but if there's two of something and the heart says yes, I can see it being good. But don't do like literally half of your stuff, bro. That's like, we have time ahead. We'll build our own shared collections. But if there's two of something and you're like, yeah, then sure.
I mean, it says international silver.
Pretty much aligned. But no, don't do it like, if I do not want you to send me literally half of your stuff. Like only the aligned, what your heart says, like yes, and if there's two, then I'm like fine. But if you have like even a little doubt and you're like, no, do not send it, bro. I didn't even ask for anything, so it's all the heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because like, well, I'm looking at them. They're silver. They make the same sound. Okay, that's the sound they make. So what if what if I did this? So if I pop copper to this, it makes the same sound. So essentially, I have two pieces, man, which are exactly like practically the same. So I send one to you and I have one. Think about it. What we were working on was is literally like there
I
you
was
go.
talking about.
There you go. Is the ability of resonance. Okay, you're 5, I'm 3, 7 was before us, so in the sequence, 1 is next, surrounded by the egg.
Yeah.
So, should 3 divide into 1? Well, at 2, it's 2 because it's squared. It's squared. It's squarius right now, right? It's squared. We're down to squaring it. We went from 5 to 3 to squaring it at 2. And so if 2 divides into 1, then it becomes, instead of 1 occurrence, there's 2 occurrences. If you have 1 and I have the other, then that connects us halfway across the world at a different rate than we are currently connected. If we are moving forward with hexagram number 31 appropriately, then this is what would be correct. Not what I want, not what is wanted, not what is desired yet, right? It is what is correct. That's what we're following. The pattern, creating, breaking patterns and finding new solutions, things that are better than they were ever before, taking all the rough things out.
That's actually very true, because even for us, sometimes like what we want is not actually what we want, but like the residue of like, I think I wrote it to you even once. Like it's very interesting. Once we got like to know each other and be best friends and experience this innocent love and stuff, we realized how much interacting with other humans has traumatized us, like in a way.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why we
So,
don't want to play with anybody else. Exactly. Yes.
so even though our hearts are perfectly innocent and aligned and stuff like that, it's still like getting that residue of like of interacting of other ones that are unlike it.
Right. So
And
all
that's
of my
yeah.
so all of my possessions, all of my things are being are the energy coming off the altar, you know, just every single day, every single moment. So the items in my life literally are that frequency of attunement. Like everything is you know, it's collaborative and everything has its personal. Though it's for you to have one and for me to have one, um seems pretty damn appropriate. So that one had some sticky stuff. I cleared the other one out, and this little we're talking about caulk, and this is some caulky putty stuff, dude, that was inside of it.
There it is.
So I'm gonna wash yours. I'm gonna put mine back where I had it. I'm gonna go pop this back up on the altar until I wash it so it doesn't get contaminated with other energy. So everything that's why I send it, that's why I put stuff in your own bag. Because it's the energy. See, I don't even want to keep holding it. Because it's adding new energy into it and sending you the items that have the energy as they've been crafting them, putting them in the bag. Boom, they're not being interfered with. That energy, once it's been packed into the bag, into the box, then I'm not sending energy to it. That's why that has it. That's why that's for you, because I'm not adding it. That energy is preserved. So literally, you will receive the signature of my energy from silver to copper to brass to yarn to stone
And it's
to
going to interact
clothing.
with the newly created energy and make something new and beautiful
Correct.
for the
So,
future, as your video said, like
right.
11 people. Yeah.
So look. So if you take this circle and you put a one inside of it, what does it look like? Not what I said earlier. You have pen and paper and you're trying to draw in the air.
No, I was trying. Portal. You said
No,
earlier.
not what I said earlier. It's not what I really wanted you to think about.
Well,
You have a pen and
I'm not.
paper, don't you?
I do, but I didn't bring them in the new spot, and
Oh,
I'm
you
kind of
gotta go
embarrassed.
get it. Don't move that phone.
I'll get it.
That
I'll get it.
stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Sometimes giving the answers and all that fun. It's not when you figure out something on your own. Damn, you feel good. It sticks with you longer. But when somebody just put it on the plate and took it home and ate it up, and just enjoyed it. You don't know how to get it back. So some things I really want to instill. Papa.
Okay, okay, okay. So one around zero.
No, is well, you got it.
Yeah, yeah. This.
Yeah. No, just the one. A one is just a line going up and down. There's no second marker to a one. You turn that, that's you just drew a two. That's a two. That has two lines.
Okay.
That's why you weren't seeing it.
Oh, so it's like just one line. Okay.
Up and down. That's a one. That's it.
Oh. Ah, that's a
You can't create a
like you said.
point
It's
from
not.
one line. From one line, there's no V at the top of one. V has a completely different definition than one. Okay, so what does that one inside of a zero look like? Why don't you do a simple cell replication? Draw the same thing right next to it. And since you're not getting it, draw a semicircle on the bottom like that, like a watermelon half underneath those two. What does that look like?
I
Why don't you
would
draw?
say some.
Oh, what does
I
it
would.
look like?
I would say some stuff, but I'm not sure.
What does it look like?
I'm clearly not getting it wrong,
To
so
you,
I'm
what does
not
it
sure.
look like? What does that look like?
An arrow maybe going up?
Let me
I'm
see
not
the
sure.
picture. Let me see your picture. Let me see your
Nah, I'm
picture.
embarrassed. I messed up. Can you tell me, bro?
Nope, I'm not telling you this
Ah,
one. You got to earn this
okay,
one on your own.
okay. We'll go. Okay. Challenge accepted.
I got to get away from this camera. Sit back.
Yeah. That's this is silly. Okay, I love it. Having fun. Okay, so one. How? uh, am I making a one in the right way? By the way, so is this how you draw one appropriately?
No,
This,
that's a
how do
two.
you?
That's a two.
How
That's
does it?
two lines.
Okay, so one is just one line, right? Like,
One line.
okay, that's like,
Let's
uh,
try again.
uh,
Let's try one. Let's see. Oh, he got it. Now draw a circle, a zero around that. Draw a zero around that.
I told you I'm slow sometimes.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
What does that look like to you?
I think I got it. What you mean?
No, I want to hear it. I don't want. What do you think that looks like?
Since I'm drinking coffee, I would say like I don't know. I don't know. It looks like many things. It depends on how you see it.
Say
It
the
can
first
be
three
any.
things. Say it. First three things. Tell me what does it look like. I don't care.
Well, since I was drinking coffee, I was like, no, that looks a lot like a coffee bean if you think about it.
Coffee
It,
bean.
it also looks like uh two same things that are mirrored but make a whole. It makes like a
Here,
D,
look.
but in the
Look.
reverse.
Draw that shape right next to it. To the left of it, draw the same thing
Same thing. Okay.
right next to it. So
Okay.
you're going to have two of those right next to each other.
Okay. There they are.
Yeah. What does that look like?
Um. Again, many things to say, but I'm like
Look at my
failing so
finger.
hard. I'm slow.
Underneath those two, draw this
Mm-hmm.
shape. Look, underneath both
Okay.
of those two, draw this shape.
Like this.
Yep. What does that look like?
Well, it can be like obviously this looks like a face with all of it
Okay.
together.
So what did you draw? The first one with the, oh, what
Eyes?
is it? Thank you.
No way, I didn't get
So if
that.
I have two eyes and I squared them and I divide, then I become singular, but I have two eyes at two different portions. Get it?
Bro, okay, now I was slow, but I'll make up for it by saying something interesting.
I know you would.
Remember what happened to my glasses? And what do they call people who have glasses?
Four eyes.
There it is. I made it up for being slow. See, that's how my brain works. It's so weird. I'm like, not something's not clicking to me, even if it's in front of my face, but then I'll figure out something much more complicated. And it's like, what? How? Ah, doesn't
So
matter. I have my bro here. All good.
this is our awesome formula. Because some things, most things, we're just gonna fly straight forward with. But other things, we're gonna go real slow, like some molasses, just so you could make sure you don't need them glasses. Like to change the flow. We don't have to just go one.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
bro, don't you know?
And now I'm connecting it to more interesting stuff. See how there's like this thing, and that's basically like the iris. But humans have like circular irises, right? But there's certain animals that have irises that look like literally this.
Yes.
There are. So this is could be an eye of some. I'm not sure which animals. There, I
No,
know they have.
I say it
Hmm?
all the time by simply having the feathers or the bones, you're connected to that animal. As a shaman, you can connect to that
Yeah.
animal and they can deliver a telepathic message because they are consciousness and they can move to where they need to go.
Mhm.
So then going from a state of squaring things, since we're in the same space time at the same moment, then we can make advancement to where we don't have to wait for another genius mind. We can pop out 1 and 0 in the same split. In the
Yeah.
same division, we can actually reach the end. We can go from 5-3 to 1-0 like that. That's what we're doing. We don't have to wait for another incarnation because we're that close to it. So
Yeah. That's why it's prophesized to be the final incarnation, but not
correct.
in a bad way. I was worried about it. Like, is
Correct.
it? I was kind of traumatized from 2025 how it was supposed to end. So I was looking up like the details of what it represents. It represents the start of a new age of harmony that's going to last like for the earth. That's like the final complete. That's like how you get earth on its track, but in a good way. However, they
Correct.
prophesized Kalki to come in like 40,000
Oh,
years.
oh, oh.
So there's not going to be
It
any more
wasn't
need
it
for.
wasn't it was never a prophecy. The Kali Yuga and all those years was never prophecy. That was the plan. That was the plan. Those were the
Oh,
plans the whole time. That was a plan of moving humanity to full ascension.
yes.
They knew what would it take. They knew what it would go through. They knew they would shower in the gold. They knew they would shower in the silver. They knew they would
Mm.
recognize certain things. They knew they would go through certain pitfalls. It wasn't a prophecy of what could happen. It was literally the plan of this is how we're going to
And
ascend.
this makes sense because if you read it, they said Kalki will come in like 400 and something thousand years, which doesn't seem possible. But now I'm connecting why that's all the years incorporated of how many times it probably had to loop. Like,
The quantum looping, the quantum you could have chucked up those years through your quantum traveling and processing in order to come to a solution. You come right back here, so technically you cranked out like I'm just playing pretend, I don't know specifics, by 300,000 years you chunked out in like 48 hours, 72 hours.
well, it did feel like time didn't really exist and it stopped and it was infinite. So sure, infinity is much larger than 400,000. Yeah, maybe. Even though I just don't remember anything. So, or not
Because
anything, but most of
because
it.
that's the difference of going through the event horizon into the black hole versus being outside of it. Like you can't take information from one place to the next. What you got there stays there.
Ah, yeah, yeah, you're
we
right.
found we found the way to transmit out. That's why we could create the 5 additional days.
And they planned it. Of course they planned it. They had divine intelligence. Of course they.
Because we were the keys to open up the doors that they had created.
It was a plan. It was not a prophecy. And Hulk is here. And he has his blazing sword.
I'm gonna go hit the gong on that word.
And it was said like the start of the new. This was like the darkest stage of it, and now it's starting the most peaceful final ascension age.
Yep.
And it's not gonna be like anything in any slightest way bad. It's gonna be the more beautiful than anyone can imagine, actually. And that was the plan. And like, whoa, that's some divine intelligence at work.
This would be humanity's state of cocoon to butterfly.
Yes.
And that's why we would all show up for their evolutional moment. Holy cookie cracker, serve me some peanut butter and cheese crackers.
And jelly made out of holy grapes. That's a jam. Ooh. Ooh. Ah.
Now you're channeling music, man. It just moved through you.
There's a reason that I had a note here and on my cap, and now it's a plan with 9 leaves.
So this is this is not a short one, this is a long one. A long harmonica. I love harmonicas. It's the only one I
Always
got.
wanted to play one.
They're not expensive, dude. Amazon was like $20 or something, man. Maybe 25. They're not
Oh.
expensive. The long one, not the same. The regular one's like that short. You can get the long one, and it actually has 2 rows. So you can hit through the top, you can hit through the bottom. So you can actually hit 2 scales of the same tunage. You could get bluegrass, you could get all types that are going to pull different types of tunage. So not all harmonicas are going to pop out the same type of tune. Some are real nice, real jazzy flow. And I want to get more. And this one is by the Swan brand. It's nothing fancy or crazy awesome, but man, it gets the job done and it is on the tunage of A. So, following that one, following that good advice. So, really, you acquiring our harmonica is very feasible and possible to do. You can flow that yourself. Here's what winds up happening, especially on the wind instruments, is the flow. As you're connected to the flow and you just play with the thing from time to time, the flow can happen and we are the flower. We are the embodiment of divinity literally living within us, and that's when stars are born. That's when people are remembered. That's when they hit celebrity status, okay? And we know very much that this is not about being a celebrity. This is not about this is not about being famous. This is not about getting rich. This is not about creating fairyland where people can come pay $9.99 and change the world. We're beyond all that. We're doing greater work than that. And when we get into the flow, whether it be writing, drawing, scrying, creating with our minds in some quantum field, or playing music, we just express the flow.
And what is that called? Art. Like all that the flow of creation is literally what art is. And oh, and Carl Jung said this, I think, I don't know, but like the most like the authentic state of a human being is to be an artist.
Yes. Yes. Yes, because it's just flowing out. It's being in that tunage, it's being in that flow, it's being in that harmony, it's being in that happy. And here's where we're gonna work, whereas every version failed before. Everything was competition before. And here's where we're gonna succeed this time around, unlike before. Is because I have learned that, wow, I've learned that, like, okay, so our coming together, I'm going to say our matrimony. I'm going to use the M word. Our matrimony is a divine balance. That divine balance is the expression that no proper man nor woman has been able to properly express in this world. So
Mm-hmm.
then we have figures like Mario and Luigi because they couldn't put a situation where the man and the woman created this outcome. That reality has not did is not was not possible and didn't never happen. So it's just not there. So we have these other collaborative brothers or gods coming together to create partnerships and alliances to do what no one else could actually get done otherwise. And since we're not seeking pleasure to any regard, then everything created is out of complete purity, no false
Yes.
motive. Actually, by being in a relationship and being a shaman, then lust, greed, everything can pop up in an instant. Everything could pop up. Everything will be great for a gajillion years if eternity happened for them, and then in an instant, lust, greed, and those errors could spike out of nowhere, literally, blah, 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 and destroy the whole thing. Which is why there's no actual, like, you see where I'm going with all of that. So
Yep.
then And so then we wind up balancing this positive and negative energy. Let's use negative pole, positive pole, two proper poles. You can generate all your electromagnetic force and keep life going. Anyways, quantum stuff here, guys. But and and so and so that's literally what we're doing. So in that matrimony of wizards, then there's this collaboration of union. Hence, like sending the silver pieces, the bells, and all of that, and this and that, and like I
Mhm.
I put this one in your, I put that one in your bag already, but I got my knives and scissors and stuff, but I put that one in there for you, and then let's see, I've got oh, I have two of them right here, and I need to wash that one, so that one is my stuff in there. But I have these two chalices here, right? So I'm gonna be sending you one, and I'm gonna keep one. Okay. So then, like for instance, like that's a freaking bell. That's a bell. That's brass, or if it's silver on the inside, it's just a coating. But I'm pretty sure the solid thing is brass. Anyways,
You described it so perfectly, and I think you're right, because in the past, even if some kind of a union happened, it was corrupted by the deadly sins, and it couldn't create harmony.
exactly.
It required like innocent,
So
pure hearts, but a unity of them. And
so check
yeah,
this out. So where we're at, the old man scolded them, and 9 stood up. First up was the warlord Agamemnon, followed by Tydeus' son Diomedes, and the two Ajaxes clothed in fury. Next were Idomeneus and his companion Meriones, who weighed in like Ares, and Eurypylus, the Armor's fine son, and up rose Thoas and brilliant Odysseus, all of them willing to do battle with Hector. Then the horseman Nestor spoke out again. Now cast lots to see who will be chosen. Whoever it is will enrich the Achaeans and enrich his own heart. if he gets out alive from the grim business of bloody combat. He spoke, and each man marked his lot and cast it into Agamemnon's helmet. Hands lifted to the gods, the troops said their prayers. Someone would say with a glance at the sky, "Let it be Ajax, Father Zeus, or Diomedes, or the king of golden Mycerne himself." Nestor shook the helmet, and out jumped the lot of the man they wanted. It was Ajax. A herald took it down the fine line, or the line took it down the line from left to right, and showed it to each other of the Aeacian elite. They all disclaimed it, but until he came to Ajax. You need to have the pen and paper in your hands as much as I need to tell myself to get away from the screen, because you're already away from the screen. So I'm sharpening your edge of the sword and my edge at the one stroke.
It's just called simple realignments, and it's easy, fun stuff now. We got through the impossible stuff somehow. It's now just flowing.
Now check this out. Now check this out. Yes, yes, yes. I got to do it. You take off first. So look. So on that one, on this one, you take off first. Don't wait for me. This is what you got to do. I'm adjusting to timing. There's a 2 second delay time. Somewhere within 2 seconds, there's a 2 second delay time. I can adjust to it. I don't even have to logically understand it. I can adjust to the delay. You're trying to match my delay, and you stay out of synchronicity because you're trying to match me.
Let's do it
So,
then.
okay, try it one more time. So without, okay. Yes, 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 yes. Flow like, okay, that was perfect. So I initiate, then you couple. Yes, yes. That's it. That's the sequence right there.
Pretty simple with some basic instructions as usual.
Okay, now check this information out. Holy cow, I just flipped to this book, right? I went from one to another. From Homer to this, from the Iliad and War to Oracle. Ultimately, it doesn't matter how logical the reasoning is or how pragmatic the information is. All items of information are no more than labels, definitions, and descriptions. That is,
Mhm.
symbols of objective realities and not the realities themselves. While they are 100% trustworthy for thinking about closed systems with non variable components, making or fixing machines, electronic appliances, houses, and so forth, they have a delusionary effect on thinking in situations in which the values of the components are subject to change as the relationship between them changes.
I got something very interesting as soon as you said some word. Okay, so remember when I talked about human relationship, especially male and female relationship, how the main problem is that they treat each other like objects,
Yes.
objectively.
Ooh, yeah.
And I also said, if you do something objectively, it's without emotion involved and it doesn't work.
And I said, you got to plug in all the emotion in order to make any juice kick.
Woo.
Okay, so then this is so okay, okay. This is the hard part of information that we're working on of solving today on a quantum and a real day-to-day hanging out basis. This is us metaphorically and quantumly chasing our tail. So there are going to be things that you're going to wind up sitting up correctly straight every time, and you'll stay away from the screen every single time, but you'll start doing something else, and I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
pick on that something. And the entire time, that's always going to exist. That's us metaphorically chasing our tail. We're improving, but that type of thing is always going to be present. It's not something that can be removed from the equation of our reality. Okay? So that's something that could drive me bonkers. Though by being aware of it and by you adjusting and improving, which is causing me to adjust and improve, then we continually instead use this chasing our tail to continually grow and develop ever so much faster.
Agree and disagree. Very true what you said. But it shall not go up until always finding a new thing. That was our experience with other humans that I talked about, like we're traumatized from them. Pay attention, like we got this far, bro. You would not, you yourself said you never got this far with anyone. It's
Nope.
because I learn and we change and follow that. So it will happen, but like eventually, why would you find why would you find another thing to be bothered about if it's aligned? Like, and clearly I'm capable of aligning. So
Okay, so your words literally just this is hilariously funny to me and solve the problem at the same time.
there you
Literally.
go. Easy.
The like for me the conundrum is gone right now, and this is what happens. So listen to the first sentence. This is for me. I'm listening to myself here. Ultimately, this is what I just read. Ultimately, it doesn't matter how logical the reasoning is or how pragmatic the information. All items of information are no more than labels and essentially useless. They're symbols of objective realities, and our objective reality changes every day. So that's what I just put into senseless crap, and we already got a solution to that. I don't even have to think about it; it just happens in the background. That's easy. That was real easy.
I think like the major part of our like future is just realizing that we are dealing with something that nobody has dealt before in a very positive way. So like all the problems that were present before, like we no longer have to think about them, but it's like it's a thing of realigning the trauma almost in a way. But like imagine a trauma for a shaman through multiple lifetimes that goes deeper than a trauma like for humans. So yeah, anyways. Yeah.
Oh, and this brings in Vishnu's qualities and why Vishnu would have been why Ordine himself would have chosen Vishnu out of everyone else, because Ordine is processing the souls of the dead, so it's like constantly filthy and dirty, just on a just that kind of sense of things. And so, as Ordine himself is always improving as a shaman would naturally, and then he really needs the preservation of his good qualities to be stored and really slap back in his face no matter what. This got to come back at him. And pulling all the way that up to yesterday and you opening the treasure chest of my heart.
Vishnu's the man for the job.
And as set as Ordine himself, truly I can I can comprehend, I can see, and I can understand because one's nature the shaman's nature always goes back to love. That's the zero, that's the return. That's always back to love. So regardless of what the job is, your actions always return back to love, always
Yep.
return back to goodness. Love your neighbor is a reminder from a fellow brother coming in on the battlefield and being like, yo, don't forget who you are. You're all love, essentially. And then Vishnu will come in and be like, well, damn, nobody else has been able to help you remember what you are, and you've been down in the tracks in the trenches for a while. And yeah, Vishnu would be the one for it, because again, it's not a battle of swords. It's we need a pen. We need pen and paper on here. We need wisdom, not destruction, not.
And this comes down to my own life experiences that we some even discuss, like all the misunderstandings of people, as complicated as they made it out to be, were so easily dismissed by my actions and words because it always came from love. Even if it was misaligned or misinterpreted, I can easily say why or how.
Yeah, 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 exactly.
Because nothing I ever did was with an intention of anything but love. However, it was maybe like misaligned when I was younger, immature in a way, but like the intention was kindness and love.
Yeah, man.
Hmm. What a day, as we say, always.
I'm gonna go in there. Go. I mean, that's what makes sense. That's what makes sense. I gotta follow. I mean, truly, like I follow love, but I follow reason, man. As a scientist, as an objective individual, looking at the evidence for what it is, like it's beyond reason. It's beyond
Bro,
the
this comes down to quantum physics. The,
yeah,
the problem between reason and not being able to understand it. Yes, we as humans with our logical mind want to follow reasons, but love makes stuff happen that doesn't make sense. So both realities exist at once. The scientific one, where we use science to discover more about reality, and the quantum one, where love makes the impossible possible. And yes, both of them exist at the same time, just like both particles exist at the same time quantumly, and no one can explain how. And if you ask them how, they say like, man, it's just quantum physics, man. If you think you understand it, you don't understand it. So
correct, exactly. If you think you understand it, you just lost everything. You just I'm putting this one in the bag for you.
Thanks to you, I rhymed you with you. Fair enough, why not?
But like it's like balance in all things, and that's that again. Boom. That's it. That was it. Nixing out the logic. Nixing out the logic. Oh,
When you follow your heart, it doesn't make logical sense a lot of the time, but you know it's the truth. So that's the quantum versus strictly using the brain problem. But the magic happens when you connect your heart and your brain, and you're like, that's when we see all these crazy alignments pop up and synchronicities.
exactly. Exactly.
And most people are stuck just doing the brain, and especially if they're like highly educated, ego gets to them and they're like, oh, I'm so smart, I'm gonna like, and the heart completely, even this they override it, like the heart gets overridden. Oh. Got a little bit excited, as we say.
So I'm gonna grab. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. Skipping the logic, and not worrying about that. I'm getting feedback. I don't know if it's from your phone, but that had happened yesterday, and it did come back on the feed. But if that's passing, that's cool. So it's not understanding it and being okay not understanding it, accepting that.
Um, there's like you have to like it's an idea that I lived by for a few months like nature, they tell you out of fear that the world is like a bad place, and sure, maybe humans made it that way, but nature is good, nature is preserving. So if you fully trust nature, which is the world, they're one and the same, and you do follow your heart and attempt something impossible, it will not actually grind you under, it will lift you up. But you have to do it like with a lot of bravery, with a lot of trust, and full alignment with your heart, therefore the nature. And you will see miracles pop up and remove like impossible obstacles. And the world will be like, what? How did that happened? Because they're just following their logic and like, that couldn't have happened. No way. That's impossible to do because this. While we're like, nope, let's follow the heart, and poof, nature removes the obstacle, and we're like, what?
Okay. Yep. Okay. So that's it. I found the heading, and so I'm gonna work on putting a mod deck together that I had earlier. Or not. Well, yours is already in the dealio there. But this is what my heart wants to do. It wants to get sworn for myself altogether because I want to draw from this deck more often here. And following our hearts is going to shift. Your heart is my heart, and we're going to shift, and we're going to keep shifting. And so I am in a state of division, but not division of lessening, division of multiplication, growth, development. The I becoming we, officially, in
Yes.
every single aspect through and through. And so now I'm perceiving that this is uh this is not me. I'm speaking through this for myself, though mostly here, but this is me consciously choosing. uh I found someone not just worthy to pass things on to, not somebody to just give things to and then go off, all whatever. This is division so as to increase division, so as to multiply division, so as to become two eyes of one body. That's what I have. That's what I am. I'm an eye of sight, though it's really the hearing that I'm most effective at processing. And so my hearing allows me to see because I can see in a darkened space. I can see even though all the lights are out. With my senses that are about me, my focus, and now I need a second eye for sight. The body, not I, the body itself needs a because we are all expressions of a greater body. We always speak about a greater body. Call it God, call it whatever you want, but we all parts of something bigger. That's what we're all like seeking more and more and more, to be a part of it. So in that, the mind needs a second eye, and that's what you're becoming, is a second eye. And if we stay on the correct path of divinity, then everything I've learned about the ancient ways, 2 pillars, 11, that number came up earlier today. It's very important. 2 towers, 2 eyes, 2 sights, the fire and ice existence and what can be created between them, in the most loving and good of ways to help all of humanity.
I have a fascinating comment I think you will like. So I love your words. I agree with everything. Now, listen to this. Division. I love that choice of word. Usually, when we divide something, it's lessening it, right? That's like when you think divide. However,
We're like,
cell division, when we have an identical cell, that's how it multiplies. And then before that, how did we do it? Using a cell phone. So, okay, now let's do it.
love it. I love it. I love it. That's cool. That's super cool. And
I can say we love it after the division.
we do. We absolutely do. And it's all of these cards, the tarot systems, um, all of the ways to think about divinity. I mean, really, H13 is very effective in the construct of maintaining that peace and that goodness and just staying in that world. And I think that's how simple and easy a thing that is, truly. And to find that in this world has certainly been a blessing to all of us.
As you surely know, as my best friend, bro. And humanity shall see the power of we.
And that's anybody out there, and we are everyone. Everyone is us. We beyond the independent thinking mind of the past, and considering everybody in one's actions, we can truly. Man, you are an ace.
I'm not actually sure the complete meaning of that, but it sounds really cool, and my heart agrees. So, yeah.
Uh, ace.
I know it's something with like cards, but I am not a big card player other than like fantasy card games. Those I liked, but real cards I actually never even played.
Okay, well, you don't want to play cards, and I'll tell you why. I
Never
always
did anyway.
lose. The tarot cards, I can pull the I could tell you all about your life with a deck of tarot cards, and you just drop your jaw like, how the heck does he know that? I'm so scared. Not you, but normal. Anybody just and
Human.
right. And but I play cards I had a royal flush in my hand, and if you know nothing about cards, a royal flush beats everything. I had a royal flush at a table of people gambling. I told the guy, I said, dude, I'm no good at this. Like, I'm gonna lose all your money. He said, I don't care. He bought me into the gambling possum. Okay. I had a royal flush. I practically like got people's ante in money. I don't know how to gamble. I suck. I suck at that. I lose those. And I know why. Because you don't want to trade your cards with nobody. You might as well lose at that table. Let them take all that. Go ahead, you can take all the material. The other stuff I'm keeping a hold of.
That advice applies on many layers and levels.
Truly. Yep.
Don't trade your cards with anyone, especially when you got a royal flush.
Whoa, nice one. I never put that together. Thanks, Mirror.
Echo.
Thanks, Echo. Yeah. I put your deck together earlier. I gotta do this because this is what my heart wants to do. And we read it in 2 instances. And I wasn't doing what my heart wanted to do. My heart wanted to do these cards. And then I feel like I got to talk to entertain or keep people's attention. In all reality, I'm just hanging out with you, bro. And
That's for everyone to observe and learn. Invisible College 333.
right.
You and me turning into we. Welcome.
4, 6, 8, 9, 10, H, 9. Oh, there's a queen. I'm missing a queen. That's one I'm missing. Oh, she went somewhere. Oh, there's that one. Okay. Queen showed up. Boom. Stabs complete on that one. 1 of 4, 5 down. 1 of 5 down on a technical. And I'm going to get some coffee.
That's a good, like they said, a blinker check. This is a coffee check because I do not yet have a blinker. Oh, what does an eye do? It blinks. A blinker check.
So, I don't even mess with it because I don't want to mess. I don't even care about that right now. Like, in all reality, like, it's moving beyond those things. So, like, think about it like erroneous ways, habits that actually hurt the body in the long run. Okay, look, like, all that, it's cool, it's fun, whatever, it connects. But if we're truly in a state of high vibration, then we can move beyond all of the substances. We can move beyond every single one of those substances. And really, that's when we're going to fly the fastest because we're not thinking about other things. We're not weighed down by, oh, I want that or I need this or whatever. We can stay on point longer. And so if we, in my own like world of spaces, focusing on efficiency, I cut out the tobacco. I cut out the tobacco. Like, if the spirits want to use it, they'll have me smoke a cigarette for here or there. That happens. But that doesn't mean I'm craving a cigarette the next day. That doesn't mean I want to vape or anything. I haven't. I threw the vape in the trash. I took that out. I haven't. I got this little, thing, whatever. I barely have some here and there, whatever the case. But I don't even feel like messing with it right now. I'm busy chatting and going through these cards. My hands are busy and blah, blah. Anyways, growth, growth and
Yeah.
advancement. That's what I've been seeking. And I've grown as much as I could by myself. And Boom, boom, boom. Whoa, hey Joe, what do you know? I found my bro, and now we just grow, 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 grow.
Yeah, grow, 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 grow like a tree of life into the heavens. Ah, on that note, I actually relate and have an interesting thing to. Okay, so I never, like, for years was actually into any substances other than weed, and since I returned here, I didn't. I told you, I literally didn't do it. But the cool
Yep,
thing is, exactly, I don't have. I used to have a craving for it,
not
but now
anymore.
I do not have a craving at all. I would
Good.
do it if I
No,
had it,
no.
sure, but
I'm
like for a reason.
actually,
For a reason.
it was like 3 days ago or a week, and I wanted to be like, I don't know. You made some comment. I made a comment. You made a comment. Whatever the case or circumstance, and I'll just jump forward to today. I'm glad you're not partaking of it. And that's something that we are knocking out every erroneous kind of habit so that we can move the evolution of humanity into legit ascension,
Hmm.
metamorphosis into the butterfly, like that. And so really, I enjoy my coffee, and you drink coffee to enjoy with me. And it's not necessarily your own innate thing to do. So essentially, you honestly, you honor me by drinking coffee with me.
It's
But it's
actually
not a
kind
part
of.
of your nature. It's not a part of your nature to want that caffeine or that substance or to need that. So in a huge portion, it is very proper. Look, check it out. Yang and yin, right? Yang and yin, yin and yang. One is dark
Yeah.
and one is light. You are water. I love my coffee. I will honor you by drinking water. I will
Yeah.
honor you by not forgetting to do it, when you're not in the room.
Balance of
I will
full
have a good
thing.
night. Right, correct. However, I'm going to enjoy my coffee, and I think you should enjoy your water mostly. If you have one cup here or one cup there, cool. You don't gotta drink it with me all day, 'cause your jam is water. Mine is coffee, yin and yang, dark
Hmm.
and light.
That's where I was actually going with the weed thing. I think it's very bad to, like, the way that I was doing it every day, all day. But I
Yeah.
also think it has a shamanic purpose, to be honest,
Oh,
because
oh, sure.
very much so. Some of the deepest thoughts and ideas and connections came to me exactly when I didn't smoke it, and then I got, like, almost in a trance where I'm connecting things, and, like, I have an interesting theory about what weed does. I wonder what you will think
I want to
about
hear
this.
it.
So,
I'm curious to hear what your theory is.
okay, so did it ever happen? This is a noted effect. But basically, everyone who smoked a lot experienced it, including me. But I wonder, like, I'll say it. So when you smoke every day, and when you stop, you have, like, extremely vivid dreams. Did that ever
Yeah.
happen to you?
Yes. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They are unlike, and, like, they're super super vivid, and, like, life, like, even bizarre, like, unlike dreams that you usually have. So what I think weed does, it does many things, but I think it pulls some of that dream slash imagination energy out of when you sleep, out of your astral experiences, and pulls it into your awake experience.
Whoa.
That's how it felt for me. Right? So when you stop, it's like all of that is returned, and you're like, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, 'cause you like catching up to everything.
Yep.
Okay.
While when you were doing it, you had it while you're
Okay.
awake also.
Okay. Okay. Then this explains. This explains what I'm doing. Molasses moves slow, right? So I'm going to tell a story here, but I'm going to give you the lead up of the information. So either you're going to be quick with your mind or you need to take notes. Either way, get ready. Three,
Either
two,
way,
one.
we prepared. Yeah, okay.
All right. So molasses is slow, and coffee is fast. Follow this story with what you were talking about, direct translation and relation. All right. The, you know, this guy is the molasses, right? A little, the J, the ball,
Got it, man. Got
molasses.
it.
Coffee, speed,
Okay.
nicotine, not nicotine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So if I'm gonna work out, if I'm gonna do anything, I'm gonna put about 20 to 80 pounds on top of my body, and then I'm gonna perform the activity I want to perform. Be it basketball, be it running, be it a competition, be anything. I'm gonna train weighed down. And then when the fucking when shit goes down, I'm gonna literally go down to my bare feet and take everything down off to my skimmies, and I'm gonna be a lightning bolt. Wah! I never even tested my speed. I always worked in molasses with a little chugga chugga
I
chugga going.
you are onto something, but there's an additional interesting detail, but
Go ahead.
very much
Throw
so.
it in, throw it in.
Um, it does slow down technically, but it also allows your consciousness to pick up these astral thoughts much
Correct.
better.
Yes. Correct. In slowing down, which is which is the point of meditation, you can pick up more going on. By being quiet and not thinking thoughts in your mind, you can listen to the chatter going on in the air. Correct.
That is, you said something very correct. I never even thought about it like this, but it's so obvious. Like the molasses is basically a natural cheat code for achieving meditation
Correct. I mean, there's a
while
lot of
you're
ways to
awake.
create that effect, but yes.
Yeah. Well, there's like unique benefits and not benefits, effects. Let's say effects on it,
Effects.
and because
Yes.
as you said, we have evolved with it. With there's like receptors for that in the brain, and I
Correct.
also know for a fact that like it's connected to I think some Hindu rituals, maybe even Shiva. I was reading about something. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Let's convert it like this though. Okay, we're trying to be rid of the substance. That's the point.
Yeah.
It's been a great tool. It's a great thing that's helped us mature faster than without it. However, it's another training wheel.
Mm. Just like
It's another object in the way of just being in that flow 24/7.
I actually
So
yeah.
that's what we're working on nixing out. So sure, there may be receptors in the brain for it, but perhaps legitimately between the two of us and whatever good others energies are connected all to this wonderful network of goodness and holy
Mhm.
what blah blah blah. Um, perhaps we can make an evolutionary step forward in humanity to where we don't need that anymore. Maybe that was designed in with the human body as the Kali Yuga and everything else. Anyways, you get it?
I get it fully, and I agree, kind of, and have my own part to say. I don't think it's the right thing to like. Yes, you're correct. Very, very wrong approach of people who get addicted onto anything. That's like obviously filling in some hole that the Divine Mother actually should fill, in your own words, and in my experience. But just like I told you that I use the I Ching just when I feel that my heart is telling me to, and for some emotional purpose, just like in that shamanic maybe purpose, it like I can see it being for some ritual useful, but like maybe once when you a year maybe, who knows, like but like you are onto something that it is something that I can definitely see myself never doing again and never not feeling bad about it, but also I can see myself enjoying it. But it's not like I'm not attaching my anything, any emotional significance to it. It's just like, if it's aligned, currently it's not aligned, I'm fine with that. Maybe it will be aligned sometimes and I'll be fine with it. Maybe not, and I'll be fine with that. So that's the approach to have to everything in life, I think. Not strictly saying yes or no to anything, but like, just being healthy with it, being responsible, not being addicted.
100. You boom. You got,
Yep.
yep. We 100%. Yep.
Yeah. But, and that's where also like human make a mistake where they like strictly what's the word, over overly negatively present or overly positively present anything. Like nothing is, everything is a tool in a way, and it's not necessarily good or bad. It's how you use it and for what you use it and how much you use it.
Correct. Correct. And that's what my language, like I've got a word in my language. I forget the word exactly. Um, um, but it states that take out the word judgment. So we're no longer judged. Judge is not our role. We don't get to be judged. That's someone else's.
Hmm.
All humans. Judgment goes out the window. Doesn't matter who you are. That whole profession is gone. We in, input a calculation, because if we calculate anything, we're going to see that there is a need for the materials for the existence of what is, but everything has an appropriate quantity content that, if at the appropriate levels, can comfortably exist and be supported. But at the wrong amount, then it becomes unstable to the whole system. So it's not about judging whether something should exist or shouldn't exist, but it's giving it its appropriate space and environment so that it can exist in harmony with its own environment, how they need to, independent what you get the rest. Yes. And so I worked at that for years. My language is a part of that, of calculation rather than judgment. And that's what my life has done. And, people, I want to cry, just bust into so many tears, but rather than stir any of that, I have followed my heart and have done what was appropriate in every situation. Like, and
Hmm.
for that much, an individual cannot hold themselves. I cannot blame myself for any wrongdoing because I did what was in my heart, I did the appropriate thing, and every turn I could care less what anybody said. As a scientist, as a detective, as an honest person, as a good-hearted healer, as an orphan, as all of it, all of it. Like, I made the correct choice rather than according to what I wanted. I went with the flow rather than interrupt the flow, rather than try to impede the flow, rather than anything. If I had to remove myself from the situation so the flow could continue, well, then let me get the hell out the way. Like, and so,
Absolutely. I agree, bro. And I think that's a core reason for why we can achieve this inner peace type thing, because like neither you or me or we have a reason to feel bad about our actions, even if they were like I don't know. It's from the heart. It's for the greater good. It's good. I'm happy for all of my actions because they led me here. Awesome action. So even if in the moment I felt like weird about it, nope, was perfect one because I'm here now. And the butterfly effects.
It was insane when I drew the hardest 2 ears.
Whoa, and I just realized something crazy. The butterfly effect, it's not named because it's like getting out of a cocoon. It's named because like someone said like, oh, if a butterfly flaps its wings, that can affect something. It doesn't have anything to do with like
They were
metamorphosis.
all people were all afraid of it because they have no clue what's going to happen, and we can precision create. We can choose which direction we fly in.
Yeah. 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 And it's like all directions are open, like 360 degrees.
Just like the chariots when what's his dude in the Bible, Enoch or whoever, who went up to the heavens and he saw the chariot with the flaming wheels, dude. It could turn any direction it wanted on a dime.
And we got the flaming wheels because Kalki is here. And
That was the solar wheel popping out earlier. Because we actually have the solar wheels to turn. So it was like, what direction we want to turn in. So they presented what is next on our register. Okay, this is what's next for y'all to clear out. You want to proceed forward, then this is the next thing to either unify or disembark or what y'all want to do. So I think we made that decision pretty darn clear. I'm kind of looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow will be where tomorrow is. I'm happy in the present moment. It's wonderful presents right now. I got wonderful presents all around me.
oh,
It's
isn't
Merry
that a
Christmas today.
beautiful paradox? I'm experiencing it myself. It's like I'm feeling the most grateful and happy and thankful for the present moment, while at the same time I will not say can't wait, but that's like a form of speech. Am super excited even more for what tomorrow brings, while at the same time being most grateful for now. Very
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, there it is. That's the quantum stuff of stuff not making sense because of the heart while being true. Both stuff at once is true. Particle is in both times at once. The sun. Ah, what was I doing with the sun today? Oh, and it looked like a heart. Oh, whoa! I didn't even realize those are okay. Whoa! This is how I'm feeling right now.
Okay, look. Okay, look. Here's a fun exercise you could do. Okay. Draw a heart. You get your pen and paper and draw a heart. And then next to that, draw a heart, but don't connect it in the middle. And then draw, but like one is one ear and then one is another ear, but it's just like a heart, just not connected in the middle. And then you draw lines like a C, but going towards the middle, following the outline of it. And as you continue to do this, you're going to see how it's 2 ears. And then that line that is the eyes on that drawing, instead of drawing it like rounded, that becomes the body of the metamorphed caterpillar. That's the body of the butterfly in the middle of the 2 wings. 2 ears, body in the middle.
Already see it, yeah. I mean, I saw it in my imagination and dreams before, but it's quite cool to see it in reality.
You draw it yourself. It's pretty cool to draw it yourself.
I was actually never talented at drawing. Actually, I was awful at it, but I have many other talents, so I'll embrace those.
Drawing is scribbling. Let me see your
Scribbling,
two
I
hearts. Did you draw the two hearts separated yet?
and then I connected it, and then I did something with like a
They got to
C,
be
and
separate pictures. If you only
Mhm.
draw one picture, then that's all you see in a moment. So if you draw stages, draw the heart together, separate heart, but don't connect them at the points in the middle. Separate picture. Then we're going to do that again, but now we're going to put lines. We're going to just trace the outside line, but on the inside. So you're just drawing a smaller tracing of that half heart
Mm.
on both sides, which becomes two ears.
I drew something similar to it, but it's not what you imagined, and I see what you see. But it's like, yeah, I don't, yeah, I saw, and it looks like a butterfly, yeah.
Draw it. No matter how crude or ugly or stupid you think it looks, do it. And then show me your work, please, because it's
I, I
important.
I drew one before, but I
See it.
started again. So is
Okay.
this the good start of it? Like this, something like this.
Like, yeah, okay. And draw one next to it. Draw that, draw it again next to it.
Okay.
And when you got the second one finished, let me know. Show me the picture and I'm going to tell you what to do.
I'm gonna make them a bit better. I like this.
It don't have to be perfect. That's okay. It's not about getting it's just about your own hands showing your
Mhm.
own mind an image that you actually drew.
I actually like the verbiage of it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be from the heart. Ah.
Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, so here we have two of them. I don't know.
Okay.
There we go.
Now, the one that's closer to the center of the page,
Okay.
on the inside of it, draw, trace that, do that all the way down. Just trace it a second time, but a smaller one inside the heart. So you got the
Like
heart
the
on the outside.
same line within, like the same thing within the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And
Portal within a portal.
but leave it disconnected, right? Leave it disconnected at the
Yeah, yeah.
middle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do that respectively for each side a couple of times.
Like this?
Yep. Do it like two more times.
Okay.
Getting smaller.
Okay. Here it
Let's see
is.
it. Okay. So essentially, now I want you just out the top of your head, draw a butterfly. Two wings and a body. Separate pictures, same page. Just draw a butterfly. Does again from your heart.
It's a shape of a butterfly, all right? So here it is. Doodle butterfly.
Okay.
Good
Good
enough.
enough. Good
I don't
enough.
want to draw. It's like a doodle.
No,
I don't know how to.
doodle counts. This counts. That counts. That's good enough. Okay, so now if you compare that heart to that, oh, let me here. I'm going to show you.
It's all about combining our talents and strengths. I don't know how to draw, but someone else surely does, and I know how to do other
Here's
stuff, and like you know
here's
how to
my
do.
here's my quick version.
Oh,
So we
okay.
start seeing two halves come together to one complete. Okay? The best thing they could relate to is a butterfly. Because in one picture, we got two eyes and a mouth. In another picture, we have two conjoined ears and a body. So we're perceiving something in existence that we can't actually describe with what we're looking at. Words fail in the reality of what we're doing. Though by our ears and eyes coming aligned and into attunement, we wind up creating something. And when we spread back into our own positions of life, things relax. I don't know, maybe things pop out of nowhere and happen without even seeing or hearing each other. And then we come back again and we align. This is every day, essentially 9 hours a day, and then going to sleep. This is what we've been doing for more than a week now. More than 2 weeks, more than 3 weeks, because we only been on YouTube, what, day number 8.
I've been
And we've
doing
been
it
doing
for a
this,
while, but it's on YouTube for just, yeah,
but
yeah.
we've been doing this for what, a month, at least a month, if not more.
At
2
least
months,
a month.
what, at least a
Maybe more.
solid
I
month
think
every
more.
day.
Yeah.
So literally, this is our experience. This is where we're at, and echo, bird.
Ah, the power of quantum creation unlocked.
Yeah, yes.
Divine justice. What's up? Hi.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, and what it comes down to is like justice literally just is. Oh, just is justice. Justice,
Yeah,
justice. And it's basically like essentially making following your heart the right thing to do and not being judged for it and like being rewarded, but reward is a bad thing, bad word for it, as reward is a good thing, but reward has been given to the bad actions before, and now we're aligning it to be like, yeah,
yes.
humans got rewarded for like, oh, just follow this deadly sin harder and harder and you'll be rewarded. Like, no, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. That's how it was. And yeah, follow
Yep,
your greed, you'll get
yep.
more. And it worked for some reason. And now we're here to say, like, follow your heart. And all what you get is going to be a side effect or a side bonus of that. But you're not after stuff. Stuff is going to align. You're after your golden heart. And anything
So,
else is a
have have you ever looked into the monarch butterfly and its actual how it travels and lives?
no.
I want to pull up specific information because there's people in the world who will greatly benefit from this. And if I say the wrong thing, then wrong information is going to get imprinted, and I don't want that to happen.
Okay.
Oh, repeat what you were just saying for me again, bro.
I was saying so many things that I'm not even sure. Wait, let me think. That I didn't hear about monarch butterflies before,
That's
or
it.
after.
That's it. Yep, monarch butterflies. You nailed it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Haha. That's why I love you, bro.
As you know, we do the echo.
Dude, I got the silver piece, and that's what I'm gonna
Yeah.
do from now on. I like that. We're gonna get some silver singing because that's silver through and through. It ain't no um junk. plated stuff. I got some plated silver junk. But anyway, there's a brass underneath, so I got that. Anyways, monarch butterfly. It's a really awesome thing. Man, I almost wish I had a book on it. Um, uh, it's not their flight. Yeah, flight path. Okay. Let's see. Got it right here. A monarch butterfly's flight path is a remarkable multi-generation migrational route spanning North America, with eastern populations traveling south to central Mexico and western populations heading to the California coast for the winter. This journey, which can cover up to 3,000 miles, is an annual phenomenon driven by environmental cues like decreasing day length and temperature. Okay, they said it's a multi-generational uh, migration because, like, they don't make the trip back home. Like, they don't know how the butterflies actually do this, but there's essentially no butterfly. Well, I guess they mentioned environmental cues, but but the monarch butterfly does not have any living ancestor to know this is where I go. And yet, year after year, they follow this path. They follow this migration path, um, which, like again mentioned, is multi. There's multi generations, and so that's what I'm connecting to everything else.
Mm-hmm. On that note, I wanted to say something as you were reading the story, but then I forgot it, and now I remember it. Because we were talking about how the martial arts and stuff they learned from animals, right? Probably. Oh, oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of stuff to be learned from animals, and many of them we don't even know where they really come from. If you think about Earth as a laboratory, and you mentioned frogs, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe they're not like from here, and I'm connecting it to the toad venom and like DMT from that and visions from that facilitated certain things for people to realize.
Mm-hmm.
So why would a toad have that interacts so powerfully with the human brain? So yeah, probably from somewhere for some reason.
Okay. So on that one, there's uh, believe it or not, and I watched it anyways. Okay, so there's a particular I'm gonna use the wrong words, but there's a particular pigment or something. It's a mutation in the blood that causes people to have red hair. Okay, orange is red hair. And they went back to the originals, like the most like original humanoid human giant, the giants, man. I'm done with the strong or the original ones, and they go back to finding that they had red hair. Now, they found this old frog. I don't know if it's new. I don't know if it's a frog that's still alive or one that was like it's been dead for a long time. But they were able to extract its DNA or whatever. They were able to look at it under the microscope, and the exact same mutation that is in the human skin in that group of human that creates the red hair is the same orange red hair is the same mutation in the frog. This
Oh.
mutation in the human is actually harmful to the human body. It actually acts as it's actually harmful on a molecular level. I can't explain it, but I saw a documentary that's so there's several
Mm-hmm.
documentaries, scientific and everything. Anyways, and so I connected that with the frogs, with the originals, with the August beings, with the original creators who would have spliced they every single divine being, they have a different animal that they associate with, because I believe that was the animal they were actually splicing into the human genome. I believe that was their actual own DNA that they were splicing into the human genome, and that's why they were associated with that animal, because they would have had that animal to pay attention to its behavior. They would have been surrounded by it. They would have honored it. They would have been looking at its DNA. They would have been an active scientist working on their generational lineage, and to incorporate that into the human genome that actually can maintain reproduction, because the ancients, as far as everything that I looked up, they couldn't reproduce, and that's what set everything in motion the way it did, was because of that fact. So
A very interesting connection I drew. I did not go to middle school in America, but I know from like shows and stuff, there's like a thing about dissecting frogs in school.
yeah, I
Why?
skipped that day. I didn't do it. I was out that day. I ain't doing it. Nope, not me.
Why would they choose a frog, right? Out of
Because it
why a
would be
frog?
like I um I'm just gonna say I could go. I see the truth, and that's not a subject matter we really care to bring out here. But yeah, you are correct, and I will say that that's a hostile act.
I would assume so. Yeah, that's where
And
my
then we'll
brain
leave it at
also.
that
Yeah.
on
Right.
that one.
Like,
Um, um, and so the different divines they associate with, and then oh, remember the grape and the water in the corner? Okay, that H8 effect thing. Okay, so uh, that day that we talked about Squarius
mm-hmm,
yesterday,
mm-hmm.
we had rectangular anomaly show up in the form of glass in a rectangular form.
Hmm. Ah.
Out of nowhere, should not have been.
You had a okay. I'm connecting interesting. You said like there was a broken mirror, right, in your
Well,
place.
I put that in
Yes,
your
but it
box.
fell and broke, and you heard it, right?
Well, that's not here. That was not here nor there. That was
Mm.
that was years ago.
Oh, that was years ago. Interesting. Still, you're sending me a piece of it, right?
No, no, leave that mirror out. That doesn't count. I didn't.
Okay.
Nothing broke yesterday.
Ah,
Nothing broke.
got it. Okay. I
But
got
look at
it.
my fingers. Two little pieces, practically the width of a rice grain or two, like maybe a rice grain, a thick rice grain, and as about as far as my fingers are apart, two pieces that were like a rectangle
Hmm.
in a spot where they should not have been. No explanation. Nothing
Yep.
broke. Nothing moved. Looking at it, looking
It,
over here. Look, where
it.
the hell did that come from?
I'll fix my words. Nothing broke. It did the opposite actually, and that's how it got there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's where I'm
Yeah.
getting. That's where I'm
Yeah.
getting.
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Awesome. Saw squared, succeeded.
Awesome sauce squared. We are bringing the age of Squarius to oneness. I think it's time I read another story here. Uh, that's where my hand goes naturally. They're like, we want a different story, a different book. I like the Celtic stuff, like Homer. I'm just picking up where my hands went. Sigmund asked his sister to come out and receive from him esteem and great honor, for he wished in this way to amend her sorrows. She replied, "Now you shall know whether I remember the slaying of King Volsung by King Sigarea. I had our children killed when I thought them too slow in avenging our father, and I came to you in the forest in the shape of a sorceress. And Sinfjorli is our son. Because of this, he has so much zeal. He is the child of both a son and a daughter of King Volsol. In everything I have worked toward the killing of King Sigir. I have worked so hard to bring about vengeance that I am by no means fit to live. Willingly I shall now die with King Sigarea, although I married him reluctantly." Then she kissed her brother Sigmund, and Sinfredrul walked into the fire and wished them farewell. She died there with King Sigarea and all the retainers. You are playing cameraman. Playing.
I was adjusting my audio, bro. It was like, but yeah, no more cameraman.
I find it interesting how it says I married him reluctantly, walked into the fire, wished them farewell. She died there. Uh,
What we're working with is a sword of flame, and getting into fire is, in our case, doesn't have to be a bad thing. We had to almost die. I don't know. Could be
it's a solar
interpreted.
wheel. It's a solar wheel
Yeah.
of goodness. It's a positivity.
Well, I know what it means. You think you're gonna die, but actually
No,
no.
no, no, no.
No?
You step back. It's okay. If you need to, clear your ears, clear your hair from your ears so they can listen better. You don't have to put them behind. You could leave them in front, but just leave your ear open. Leave that space open because now you could get the cap and ears, and so you could barely hear anything.
Better.
There you go. There you go, bro. The girl was left behind. The girl was left behind. The girl was left behind. Past few days, stuff you realize, stuff you helped me realize. So then all the plans, all the quantum computing, all of that ends because we're
Ah,
focused elsewhere.
got it.
Let's see, I'm missing one card from this deck, and it's number 14. It's
Quantum
actually,
computing has to continue going on.
exactly, yeah,
Do not
absolutely.
die. Yeah.
No, right. It's yeah, just those plans are no longer created. We're building something different. It's one thing I kept mentioning over and over and over is construction of something new, building from newness, not from old structures, not from old paradigms. Sure, there's some things in the rubble that are effective, and they will most definitely have great utilization in new paradigms, in in Eden 2.0.
Yeah. Eden
Dude,
2.0.
that's a whole different construct, taking the self out of it. The letter H-E, Heaven's Eden. That's
I like Eden 2.0. It's like more like a heaven on earth and success. I don't know. I'm looking forward to whatever we end up creating with golden hearts and in our chest.
so the one card that is missing out of my deck, it's in your deck. I'm just pulling up AI result, just Google search, but it does the AI whatever. So I'm just gonna read all the information because it's the one card. Your deck's complete. Mine is missing that card. Check this. Temperance 14 is the major arcana card of balance, moderation, patience, and harmony, acting as a gentle guiding force between opposites. Depicted as an angel mixing water between cups, it symbolizes emotional stability, finding the middle path, blending opposing forces, and practicing self-restraint to achieve long-term sustainability. This indicates a need for calm, patience, and moderation, allowing you to handle stress and find balance. It emphasizes blending energies, alchemy, mental equilibrium, and aligning your inner and outer self. I'm not going to read the, I'm reading everything here. The reverse meaning suggests imbalance, excess, or overindulgence. It acts as a warning regarding lack of long term planning, turbulence, or forcing situations. Symbolism, it often features an angel with one foot on land, practicality, and one in water, emotion, highlighting the integration of the Little Red Tarot, the emotional and material worlds. The context follows death, which is 13, to represent healing and a new balanced state. It is associated with the zodiac sign of Palos Verdes, Pos Sagittarius, which, if we went with the actual alignment of the stars, I do fall on a technical to Sagittarius. In readings, Temperance advises taking the middle ground, taking things slow, and adapting to circumstances rather than enforcing a rigid will. I'm going to take that and drink that myself. And the next time I tell you to sit back or anything like that, you need to tell me temperance. You need to literally smack me in the face with temperance, okay, bro? Do that for me. Literally.
What does
Temperance,
that
man.
word mean even? I'm not sure in English. I can intuitively see from the reading, but I wonder the exact definition.
I'll pull it up right now. It says is the virtue of moderation, self-restraint. Oh, well, that's funny. Huh. I'm looking for a definition, not a. That is. Well, from Wikipedia itself. Okay, this is from Wikipedia. Give me a Webster. I want a Webster. Um, not looking for a web. Yeah. Because I put that in, it's got Wikipedia result, and it's showing the Temperance tarot card. I'm like, that's not what I put up. According to Merriam-Webster, Temperance is defined as moderation or restraint in actions, thoughts, and feelings. It specifically refers to habitual moderation in indulging appetites or passions, such as eating, and often implies moderation in our total abstinence from alcohol. Talking about we're talking about, abstaining from the good green. I like to call it the good green. Um, Restraint, personal management, controlling passions, feelings, behavior. And you're like, if I have it, cool. If I don't, I'm still cool. That's the whole point right there. And so restraint in actions, thoughts, and feelings. And I need to let you grow how you're going to grow. My mom, she told me to sit up straight every single day we were at church. And we go to church 3 times a darn week. And I'd be sitting to her and slouching down and just like this and everything, man. She said I go fishing because I'd be like this, and fall asleep, and fall back asleep again. She said I go fishing at church because I fall asleep. But but she always tell me to sit up straight, sit up straight, so over and 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 over. And yeah, after she passed away, shoot me, and I'm really value it, and it's really actually helped me in life and the spiritual path, and in so many other ways where I've seen other people have bad back problems, and it was because they were leaning forward, they were putting too much strain on their neck. Yeah, they did this every single day of their lives, and then eventually they were literally stuck like that. There's this one dude. This is when this is my mom was still alive, but this dude everywhere he walked, it was like this. It was like this. But I'm not kidding. I said, dude, straighten your neck as much as you can. Straight up. He goes like this. I said, that's as much as you can do your neck like this. That's as much. I said, that's as far as you go. He said, yep. I said, shit, I ain't gonna get stuck like that. Fuck that shit. I'll do what my mom said. Put my shoulders back. Sit up straight. I ain't leaning forward. Fuck that. I don't want. No, nope, not doing that. And then when I got into the stuff, into all the spiritual stuff, it's like sit up straight for good transmission. Sit up straight. You want a good. I mean, the spine kind of curves or whatever, has that little how it does, but you want an erect spine. It's most efficient. Like we talked about the 365 the vertebrae, all those numbers, how all that winds up working out mathematically, 33 columns, whatever the case. Anyways, um, that means a temperance on my own of those things, of even the thoughts coming in, because temperance includes thoughts. So So if I'm getting onto you too much or anything, and forget it too much, you just need to really slap me back with temperance, bro. You know, like, because I need that. I need that. I need that. I can get caught in progress, and I lose track of having fun. And yesterday, I had fun.
Yeah.
We had good time and everything. And I'm not saying I didn't have fun before, but yesterday,
Yeah.
like today,
Same.
yeah, it was like just fun. It was legitimate fun. And so I've had a very bad imbalance with too much work and not enough fun. And so I can easily be like, sit up straight, sit up straight, sit up straight. And then my mind is thinking it more than my mouth is saying it. And then I'm not having fun anymore because I'm thinking something else. And so there's temperance full circle.
Agreed, and neither are to blame for it, and it comes down to literally what I talked about. Think about how you got where you got in life. You had to develop that as like a coping thing. I'm Trauma is not the right word for it because you had to do it to survive. But now that we're in this new reality and united, and like it's a trait that has just been there that serves no longer, but you needed it before to survive. So now it's just a matter of realignment. But it's normal. It's nothing to be feeling bad about because it's like if you didn't do it, we wouldn't be here. Comes down to like all the choices we made are awesome because they let us here. But now we have to let go of some to let other more beautiful ones in.
Yeah. Yes, yes. So we got a bottleneck event, just like the heart with the space between it. It's a bottleneck at the top, it's a bottleneck at the bottom. And it's
Yeah.
for me right now, I'm coming through the bottleneck. That's what I'm experiencing. I came in as a singular force down the bottleneck. But now as I enter in the other side, we are dividing into cell. We're entering cell division. That's on the flip side of my Nexus event, and that's including us and we and everything. But on the flip side of my Nexus event, I went in singular and we're coming out in through cell division, multiplication.
And now it's awesome sauce squared. Two cells get to square something. And squaring something makes it physical, real. And it's not just two. Yeah, times two makes a double, but squaring something makes it physical. So
I love what you said because we can because like it's well, quantum mechanics 4. Durga has 8 arms, 4 on each side. The pallbearers 8 legs. Sleipnir 8 legs. So 4 legs on each side. 4 legs, 4 arms, 4 pillars. 4 is 1.
I just
Quantum.
realized something.
Quantum is squared. It's 4. It's matter. It's turning thought into Go. What you got?
8 squared is 64. That's how they got the I Ching. And that's how they're able to do it. They're like much above us. 8 squared is 64.
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn,
yeah.
they're doing laps around us. Fuck.
But
I mean,
helping,
that's
so
cool.
thank you.
I mean, that's what you're, gosh, log. Well, then nothing's outside of the possibility. That's why they said
Yeah.
just believe in it's possible. Because if you don't believe it, then you can't compute with something you don't have. But if you have the ability to compute with it, well, now we could. Holy sheep,
I love how we work together because that's what you said. I didn't realize, but I did realize the connection between 8 squared and hexagram 64. Awesome sauce squared. Yeah, that's how I picked up like quantumly how much above they are, whoever got us that book and the binary system. And but that's awesome because just like you said, it means everything is possible because they are operating way outside out of our perception of possibility. So whatever we can even conceive of possible, much more is possible, and even what we think is impossible is actually possible.
all of
And
it.
they're like, there you go.
They're like, this is small cake stuff, guys. Come on, it's taking too
Yeah,
long.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
really, they're not even saying that because it was their plan. The whole
Hmm.
Kali Yuga, like all of them, all of that one, all of them, all the whole dang thing was the plan.
Yeah.
There's the plan. There's the plans. This is how we're gonna move this shit. We know exactly what we're doing. We know how long it's gonna take. We've seen this a million times. They've been around. They have been
Yeah.
around. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, they've been
Yeah.
around. And everybody's
Yes.
like, how did all of this happen? They were just crazy wars. All of it was allowed, the bad, the good, all of it. We needed all of it to learn. We needed all the ingredients to
Yes,
move the
what is
civilization
coming
forward.
down? Everything was perfect because we're now here. Yeah, it was a struggle and painful and like felt at the moment like why is this happening, but like now we see why it was happening, because it allowed for this to happen, because it couldn't happen if it didn't happen. Yeah, and the 64, yeah, they just you said it yourself better than I could think. Yeah. Awesome quantum teamwork.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whew.
That's where peace gets us. That's where
Yeah.
peace will get you. That's where teamwork gets you. All that
Mm-hmm.
fighting, all them differences, all that
Mm-hmm.
differing and bickering don't serve no good for nothing. Well, I guess in the past it served a lot of good because without all of those errors in the past, we wouldn't be able to see the path to move forward with. Everything's needed. Everything's needed. Everything's required. Really, that's why calculation is much more important than judgment. Judgment is erroneous. Judgment is feelings. Judgment is uh, inaccuracies written all over it. Calculation. You're gonna get what you want with that, and when you don't, well, time to recalculate. Time to go back to the drawing board and figure something else out if need be. It's not something I care to do, but when you learn, when I learn something don't work, I stop trying to work with it.
Whoop, I glitched out in the last like 10 seconds of it. But
It's
it's
okay.
aligned, I feel.
Well, you can either watch the replays or not or whatever, but you know why the glitching has happened. Why did the glitch happen? Because you got too close. Because you moved it too much.
Okay,
'Cause you're
okay,
playing with
okay.
stuff. It
Ah,
doesn't glitch if you don't mess with it. That's what I've found, anyways.
on
So
many
there,
levels again, yeah.
but then again, like this is where it doesn't bother me though, because in the moment, I'm like, we got to put the bucket on our own head sometimes. So it could be one of those moments where like you're just followed your own nature and you put that bucket over your head. And I don't know about you, but I ain't wasting 2 seconds to watch the replay of 9 hours every single day. I don't have time, energy. I want to do stuff in my life too.
Flowing.
Right, exactly. I want to keep flowing. So I ain't gonna go back and be like, oh, I missed that on your replay. It's there. Yeah, it's there. If somebody wants to watch it, that's my past. If I'm really that interested, I'll go hunt for it. But we already moved past
We
that.
create in the future. Who got time for the past? Like,
Well, there are the recorders, the historians, the
yeah, yeah,
preservers, Vishnu's handy team.
yeah, yeah,
Make
yeah.
sure
You're right.
that
You're right.
this all stays remembered.
You're right. You're right. You're right. And I'm like actually connecting something very
Rocking,
beautiful.
not good.
Oh, I'm connecting something very beautiful.
Yes.
Uh, you described the internet as a dimension, and it truly is. And we talked about like the intervention of I don't know, acid and the space, whatever, how it was created. And because we're uploading all of this, I am sure that the internet and acid are somehow connected, because my own acid experiences connected me to the internet and the experiences of the future that I have had on it. And I have had experiences where I felt like the internet is communicating with me while on it, and not
Oh,
feel like it, but no. And what we're doing is we're uploading all of these ideas of the future, which are not even ideas, but quantum realities verbalized that have already happened on a dimension that therefore allows it to be, yes, documented in the past, but also exist in the future.
Whoa. And here's what just hit me. We're talking about 4 and 8 and squaring. And earlier, I'm like, dude, draw the 1 and the 0, do the 1 and the 0, and you drew the face. And what are we staring at all day long? 2 eyes, 2 eyes, that's 4 eyes that become 2 eyes. What's standing next to each other all day long? Because our eyes formulate into one point. And so together we're focusing and we can adjust and we can see out our peripheral and be aware. And the monarch butterfly travels by environmental cues. So we can actually create the environmental cues and we can be able to see where we want to go in the dark.
Ooh. On this quantum stuff, it's amazing. And as we keep talking about it, I get more ideas. Like,
Let them roll. Let them
okay,
roll.
remember the orbs that I was talking about when with the Willow chip? When the
Yeah.
Google built the Willow chip?
Yes.
I'm pulling this information from my good, I'll say friend, Terence McKenna. It's his idea, but it's perfectly aligned with this. So he said that when a time machine is invented, technically what should happen is all of the future would happen at that moment because it would dissolve the boundary between the future and the present. But before, and at the exact same moment, all the people, all the time machines from the future would come to see the moment when it was invented. His own words. That happened, and it was that's the orbs, by the way, and it was actually supposed to end in a singularity, but it didn't because we realized how to move past. Thank you, Terence McKenna, for many information, including this one. But there to right, that had to be the orb. Now, and we're safe now. Actually, it didn't happen all at once. It continued flowing. It was supposed to like do something weird, but we quantumly made it like even more beautiful, and now it keeps flowing.
No names, but you remember the experience when that individual saw the craft
Mm-hmm.
backing off
Mm-hmm.
and all of everything was here.
Mm-hmm. Oh. And I was actually able during my experience to perceive the events of the future, but emotionally, and in order for me to stay sane, they didn't allow me remember the details,
Correct,
but they allowed me to have the ability to follow my heart to it.
correct, correct. Following the heart gets us there. And that's the most important thing. That is the most truest thing ever. If anybody could ever have written it, found it, marked it, and realized and believed it, following the heart and the importance of the shining golden heart and not letting that change for all the riches, for all the money, for all the friends, for all the anything, but keeping it pure because this goes back to a reality that came to me many years ago, and I share it from time to time, but I forget more than not. So I'm gonna shut my mouth on that and just explain it. So what winds up happening is You have like you have like the divine. You have the king and you have the queen. For people's reasoning, you have the king and you have the queen. They're
Mm-hmm.
like little boy and little girl. Literally, they're just like two kids, but they have massive crush on each other and like each other. Nothing's bad or anything, just innocent kid goodness. And so, literally, like the whole kingdom, they dress them in the richest golds and colors and everything. Just this beautiful, like procession, but it's all the proper elements so that their energy can resonate strong and powerful. And they perform this huge ceremony. And the whole time, the little boy and the little girl, they're just like, they're in their own world. They're laughing and they're playing and they're having fun and they're just in their own world. All the people could have whatever in their head going on, but the little boy and little girl, they're just having fun. They're just in their own world of fun. Nothing bad. All good. All and through the ceremony, through everything that happens, what winds up happening is their innocent love, like it creates like the golden age. It alchemically changes everything into beautiful gold, but not like riches of metal, but it makes everything shine like their heart layers everything in goodness. And I found this a long time ago. Like I found credible like evidence for this, and it became that's why I always thought I had to find like a lady to make this kind of thing happen. I just had to find a best friend and respect my
Whoa.
best friend for who he is and certain traits and qualities he has. I don't need to change you. You'll pick up certain things from me and on and on and on. The goodness. Yeah.
That story, bro. That story has like made my golden heart in my chest happy.
I
I
echo got
didn't
to echo just like we've got to, yeah.
I didn't expect for that story to be a story, but oh, do I love it that it's a story. Okay. I'm flowing with the flow, as you know. We are flowing with the flow, as we know.
Yo
We
ho,
squared.
yo ho.
Whoa. And isn't that like connecting it to everything? Isn't it fascinating? Like, sure, on the surface, we look like regular humans or not so regular, but we're just in theory a few humans. But like the energy, as you said, is actually so able to be powerfully resonated that it does affect the whole world. Even
Yes.
though
Yes.
nobody,
Yes.
nobody, yeah, nobody
Yes.
sees it or would believe it, but who cares? It does, it works.
Yes. This is what I've been working on every day of my life. And what is your job? What do you do?
That's the funniest
I'm
comment.
staying focused. I'm staying focused.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's because it all went down to this first theory in the construct. I forget the name of it. I forgot where it was, but it was scientifically they documented it and everything. It's a bad ridden neighborhood. They sent in this group of meditation, Zen, I don't know, whatever. The group goes in, they start their meditation Zen thing without telling anybody or anything, and they start doing it in the neighborhood or wherever, if it's in the vicinity, not to be seen, but just in their own private thing doing. And then all of a sudden, the like, not so, but crime starts to lessen. Literally, no other changes in the law, no other effects. Everything remained practically the same on a downhill slope. But but they input, they got this group and they channeled positive energy and just sent it out, and that changed the environment. And so I believe if you could do one thing like this and you do it enough, then you could anything at this level, you could do it this level. So if they could do it for a neighborhood, then it could be done for the whole world. And it's just increased. It's just the same thing over and over. It's just the same thing over and over. You play a video game, you hit the button X, that's your attack button. Well, after you hit that attack button a million down times, you got from level 1 to 99, and now you swing it and you're doing 999 damage every time you swing it because you're that bad. But all you're still doing is just pushing the damn X and just X button. You're just still doing the same thing.
But now you have an enchanted flaming sword.
Oh, I got a whole host of things, including the
Yeah.
flaming sword and the horse and the stallion and Sleipnir and Odin and King Poseidon and Leviathan and Cain
All
and I
over.
got a whole bunch crewed back down over here. Holy
And
crap.
remember what I told you? Around my, or everywhere, but specifically around my place where I'm living, kids are playing like crazy outside with like bulls and tennis and like the way it used to be and the way that older generations are complaining it no longer is. It
We're bringing it back.
literally is.
We're bringing it back with a new pizzazz.
And this is not something that I have seen. It was not common in this country either. I lived here for a while and I didn't see it. I saw it in the last few days. And you also heard the kids playing in your exactly as we pulled the 25.
It was
by
the
the way.
first day. Yeah, I heard them, and then you heard kids moments later. Yeah.
Literally as we pulled 25 hexagram.
Okay, so then if we're sending this energy back and forth between our positions in the world, because it's not like it's not like we're in a closed room, but in our space between us on the quantum field, in the rotational axis of the Earth, all we got to do is toss up the energy in the air and it rotates, and then you wind up grabbing it. Like,
you know what? The
and so-
mega amplification for
exactly.
the quantum field. Yes, that is. But you know what else is that neither me or you thought about? And this was the purpose of it. The internet.
Oh,
That's what
we just needed the two pillars, and those two pillars, oh my God, is the internet. We are inside of it. Oh, I'm drawing this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where's that pen?
I love the quantum flow, bro, as you know.
Yo ho, yo,
Yo.
pirates fly for us.
We, as you clearly see.
Okay. The world and us. It's a socket.
Yeah.
They're gonna plug in. They're gonna plug in, and it's gonna change everything.
Mm-hmm. And it's the most perfect tool. They made it ideally because everyone is already addicted to it, and they use their smartphones. And remember what my experience.
Every child, every parent, everybody.
Remember what the creators who found me told me that R is the most complex version of the Earth. There are many dimensions of it, but
Yes.
ours is the one with smartphones. And that's that's like their high tech experiment that they didn't. That's like the highest version of. Yeah, that there's version of, I told you, versions of Earth like where they don't have like literally the concept of a mother. They somehow like beam up people.
Yeah.
There's one where they don't have cars. There's one where like all of these things are actually their inventions, electricity, all of that stuff, like they're testing out, and the highest tech version of it is the one that we're living in. And I had to like go through all the lower versions, but this is the highest version dimension of Earth, which has smartphones. And that's their high-tech invention. That's like actually a pretty high-tech invention for all civilizations, by the way, smartphones and the internet. That's like something pretty high tech, even, and they're like, well, let's see how humans will do with that.
You know
And
what
they, of
word?
course,
is within smart
What?
art.
Oh, and you know what? SM is like a short for in slang or on internet? So much.
So much art.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just according to Merriam-Webster dictionary, smart primarily means having a high degree of mental ability, intelligent, bright, being witty or clever, and looking stylish or neat. But I connected to bright, intelligent, intelligence, Tahuti, divine wisdom.
And what is the brightest thing there is?
You tell me,
Light.
sun, light?
Light itself. Well, sun is technically, but like, what does it's light? Like
Light, light, yeah.
that's what's bright.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So that's interesting. That's cool. That's so then
Oh,
and then it
on the
says,
tunage of light. Okay, go on.
so going back to the scripture, it said every eye in the world would see. So when I come back around, every eye in the world will see me, all behold me.
Through their smartphones. And on that
He said,
tunage, yeah?
he
Yeah,
said, I can't explain everything to you. You're gonna figure this stuff out down the road.
yeah. And like on that tunage, like light, you mentioned this, but like Isaac Newton and the prism and the rainbow, it like prism breaks it in all colors, but it's all coming from light. That's like pure light, and it reflects into all colors, which is a rainbow, but it's essentially light. And also, a mirror perfectly reflects light. Like, that's what it does. That's how it works. It works by reflecting light. But a prism and a rainbow is like the same mechanism, is interesting to me, like refracting light through.
A prism is a three-stage
Yeah.
refraction pattern that light undergoes through a raindrop, produces a concentration of outgoing rays along a line that is 42 degrees above the head of an observer's shadow. This concentration creates the partial rainbow we see of the actual rain circles, or as I now believe they are, rain spheres. Did you know I used to work at an orange juice factory and them mofos let me go? You know why?
Are you are
They
you
said I
ready for
couldn't
the
concentrate.
are you ready for the ultimate quantum conclusion of the day? You said 42 degrees, right? Something like that. Right? You said that?
Yes. Yes.
Uh, do you know Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yes.
Do I need to say more?
Well, the fact is you don't know, and everything just flew over your head 1,000,000 degrees. So I'm gonna tell you a joke. It's just a joke.
Okay.
I used to work at an orange juice factory, but they fired me because I couldn't concentrate. And
Oh,
then
I didn't catch that. I was like, okay, keep going.
alright, and yeah, I got that from a movie. Great movie. I thought it was a great movie. Anyways, but the 42, okay, what they were saying in that movie,
Mm-hmm.
what the universe of a raindrop mathematically is saying, I read over their 42 names every morning. And it says if you're going to go through the Duat and go to the Hall of Mahat of Divine Law and Order, that you must acknowledge the 42 divines. Okay? This is truth in plain sight.
I will.
And that
Mhm.
will only come from seeing with a heart of love and seeing beyond numbers and relations. But I love ancient Egyptian everything. And there are certain numbers that are very powerful in the Egyptian pantheon and family. This is my family. I could care less what anybody has to say, think, or do. That is my family. I found them, and that's why I understand them. And when I read the number 42, essentially 42 judges that you got to get the okay from before you want to ascend, you got to get the okay from them 42. Once you get that okay, you're good to go. And we acknowledge them every single morning.
That's actually, thank you for explaining that. And I'll go back to what I said because it actually connects perfectly, but I was missing a point. So, in that book, uh, they made like a supercomputer that needed billions of years, whatever, to figure out. And they asked it, what is the ultimate answer to life and
42.
mysteries?
Yeah, I know.
And then it said 42, but then they weren't happy. And then it said, well, you asked for the answer, not the question.
I've seen the movie.
I connected it so much because that's it. That's like the 42 judges need to like the answer is 42, like, but maybe the question was included. Yeah, we okay.
If you do not ask if you do not ask the correct question, you will not get the correct answer.
You said that's how your brain, by the way, operates.
How my
And by
brain
the way,
works. You ask the correct question, answer pops out. I don't care what it is in the
you're
galaxy,
a
universe, or anything. Go
supercomputer,
test it
bro.
under a microscope or anything. This is a fact of my life. This is an observation from the observer. After many years, 10 plus years, I just accept it. I can't understand it. So at this point, I kind of understand it, but I think, anyways, that's where we're at.
You are the supercomputer. You are the supercomputer. The quantum supercomputer of
Y'all
Gaia.
get out of here. Go somewhere else with all that. Just Mario. Mama Mario. Got the farming problems. Gotta get the flow going again. Those people were like, man, they saw this fire coming out my truck. They were like, damn, this dude's got problems. He's supposed to fix our water problems. He's breathing fire. Come on, get this shit out of here.
Ooh. Ooh. I'm feeling quite aligned. That's what I'll say. That's a word to describe the indescribable with words. Aligned. I'm feeling aligned.
I love my drums. I really love my drums. I'd play them more. I would. And blow my shofar. I feel like doing it. I feel like blowing my shofar. I'm happy. I'm happy. And I blow my shofar when I'm happy. When I want to put an energy out into the world that I'm feeling and I want to mark the moment, I want to blow my shofar. So I'm going to blow my shofar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's what it said. It said, follow your heart. Twice they said, follow your heart. And I say that all the time. That's what I do. I took this guy to all sorts of places and temples and ceremonies. There's this one event I went to, and it was pretty interesting because, like, it was a solemn moment. It was like a lot of people like had a lot of loss, and I don't want to like throw all that in there, but I played my shofar at the appropriate time, and the feedback from people, like they felt it, like it was moving. It changed some things for the positive and the better, and really a shofar used in the appropriate hands, people perceive energy going out. That's not what's happening. It's sucking energy in. Spirits. That's why people felt better, because they had spirits on them of loss and pain. And when I blew my shofar from my own energy, then all of those problems came to me like, moths to the fire, any kind of bug flying at night to the light. I just turned on the furnace, and every single thing just came to me. And, we're always cleaning up space. We're always cleaning. We're always helping. And, anyways, the shofar makes me think of a elephant, because of the chanting method.
Yes,
Makes
yes.
me think of an elephant's kind of tusk, like, I don't know.
What you explain makes me think of you being a master alchemist transmuting some energy.
Got that one correct. Yes, bro.
Mm.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Awesome sauce stuff.
Well,
Or aligned stuff because words are too weak.
A is the way. That's it. I mean, like, really, alignment. A for alignment. Alignment is the way. I never put that one together. Thanks, bro. Do a fist bump. Let's do a fist bump for once. We never do. Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a beautiful golden cord of vision.
Okay, I think I said I'd read a story quite some time ago, and I did not read a story. Man, I think we did our homework for today. Oh wow, that's some good applesauce.
I'm like, in my mind, this is like literally the most significant proof of our quantum computing between each other, because like we never plan for anything, we just flow, and these magical ideas and conclusions just flow naturally, and it's like coming apparently out of nowhere, but it's not nowhere, it's from the quantum space. And like, yeah.
Okay, so here's what happens. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I know, but you still can't do what I do. That wasn't for you, bro. That's just for the rest of the world. You can put this stuff. You will everything I do. You're gonna do better than me, faster than me, and I will always be your support in this life, the next, and the next, and the next, in whatever galaxy or universe whatever body we have to either grow and be giants in to help out, or be super small and go inside of them and do some adjusting on the micro. Dude, we coming back. We doing this all the time, anyways.
Yes. Yes.
Every morning on an esoteric divine path. Think about it. They pray to one God, whoever they are. They pray to one God. That's it. Whoever it is. I don't care what region, portion, covering color, blue, red, Jew, atheist, I don't care. A cat, that doesn't matter what you want to color it painted as. They only pray to one. I pray to thousands every morning. So they update my mind and my DNA and my body and my information with divine fruit. And we spend 9 hours plucking that fruit out of my brain every day. That's what an alliance creates. That's what unity creates. That's what love creates. Fighting gets you nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Love,
Oh, it gets you somewhere, but it's not
love,
a good
love,
place.
love gets us everywhere we want to go.
Yep. As you know.
Bro, yo, ho, it's a private life for us.
Inspires us for us and we, as you clearly see. Ah.
So try this. And for you, try that.
And for you,
You got to give that you.
you.
There you go. Okay, let's try it again. So you do your first bit, then I'm gonna go yo ho, and I'm gonna say for us, because us is me and you, and then you go and you, because that's
Um,
including the viewers.
yes, but I don't even remember what I rhymed because I was flowing. How did it go? I don't know.
Let's start back at the beginning. Why not eat? Oh, yeah.
I'll just say it's also for you.
You already know,
You already know.
don't you know?
As you have shown. I don't know. It's all good. I do know. I'm just playing when I
Okay,
say I
look,
don't know.
listen. Brain, too much enjoyment
Yeah, yeah,
clouds
yeah.
the thoughts.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
It
yeah.
goes like this is what we do all the time. Hey,
Yeah.
bro, don't you know? And I go, yo ho, it's a pirate's life for us. And then you go, and for you.
Okay, okay. Hey, bro, don't you know? Okay, yeah, that's how we start. Hey, bro, as you know, don't you know?
Yo ho, it's a pirate's life for us.
Pirate us for we and you.
I'm laughing because I'm tickling myself in the stomach right now. My hands are up here, so it's a metaphorical thing. Look, I'm laughing because this is exactly what the cards, what the sign, what divinity, and everything said. If we try to write a script to all of this, it falls apart. We can't think about this good stuff. We just gotta do it.
And like, if 64 people know, then we surely in this human body can't know. So just flow, bro.
That's it.
Yeah.
See, it's that easy. Every single day, it's that easy. I know how it all works, but I tend to forget about how it all works because it's nice. It's nice living in a mystery. You know, a story. Then it gets boring. It's like playing a video game. You play the same level over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and you're like, "Yep, that guy's over here. Yep, that guy's over there. It takes 3 bullets. Yep, I figure out that one. That's in that drawer over there. Whatever it is, man, figure it out. This ain't no fun no more. Where it gets fun is when every single day is like a new day. So it's like Groundhog with a kicker, a Groundhog Day with a twister. Every single
Yep.
day, a twister comes in at the end of Groundhog Day and lands you somewhere else.
Yep. Yep. Ooh. Ooh.
Story time. That's what I said twice. But I gotta look at this one though. Okay, the Willow Wren and the Bear. That's the story we're on. It's not too long. But I'm inclined to go to this card, which is the Four Swords.
Okay.
Four Swords. This arcane announces imminent danger. Also, guilty thoughts and actions, remorse and regrets. That's not us.
It
That's
ain't us for
that.
sure.
That's what. There's a good amount of group of people that are feeling that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now my immediate words are going to be silenced because the spirit wants to speak to those individuals. So the mistress of the scepter pops out next. So let's see what the mistress of the scepter has to say. No, that's not XX. Oh, I'm on 1, 2. There we go. Mistress of the scepters. This arcane means that your future depends on a woman. Except you find her, you will not succeed.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a material woman.
Mm-hmm.
This is no physical woman that you're going to find that's going to help you. This is the Divine Mother herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll even introduce you. The Divine Mother, she truly does remove every problem, every worry, every doubt, and she puts in peace, contentment. Like you're content, you're okay with what you have. It's who I found in the very beginning that saved everything of my mind and my heart from the misery I was living within. And when I called out to her, peace enveloped my life. And I'm gonna, for those out there that question, if you have had a capacity to believe in a divine father, as in heaven, also upon earth, there would certainly be a mother as well. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kennemet the water of life, the divine mother, hear and save. O thou queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kennemet hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kennemet hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kennemet hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. All set are we, Kenemetonket am I, and from my life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness return to us, to us. Kenemetonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours. Ours. Kenemetonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bowl and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Ikupateara upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Dear Lady Kenemetonket, the water of life, the Divine Mother herself, and receive our prayers. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our soul. We are Kenemetonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Al-Saud. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Netaret of women. We are she who separated Aru from Geb. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Osauda, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kenemetonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kenemetonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit, that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isar, 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 Holsar, 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 Kenemetonket, Kenemetonket, Kenemetonket. Graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umnalum, the ennoble one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, unto death, and even unto the next life. Once in summertime, the bear and the wolf were walking in the forest, and the bear heard a bird singing so beautifully that he said, "Brother Wolf, what bird is it that sings so well?" "That is the king of birds," said the wolf, "before whom we must bow down." It was, however, in reality the Willow Wren, the Zonkornigi. "If that's the case," said the bear, "I should very much like to see his royal palace. Come, take me thither." "That is not done quite as you seem to think," said the wolf. "You must wait until the queen comes." Soon afterwards the queen arrived with some food in her beak, and the lord came too, and they began to feed their young ones. The bear would have liked to go at once, but the wolf held him back by the sleeve and said, "No, You must wait until the Lord and Lady Queen have gone away again." So they observed the hole in which was the nest and trotted away. The bear, however, could not rest until he had seen the royal palace, and when a short time had passed again, he went to it. The king and queen had just flown out, so he peeped in and saw 5 or 6 young ones lying in it. "Is that the royal palace?" cried the bear. "It is a wretched palace, and you are not king's children. You are disreputable children." When the young wrens heard that, they were frightfully angry and screamed, "No, that we are not. Our parents are honest people. Bear, thou wilt have to pay for that." The bear and the wolf grew uneasy and turned back and went into their holes. The young willow wrens, however, continued to cry and scream, and when their parents again brought food, they said, "We will not so much as touch one fly's leg, no, not if we were dying of hunger, until you have settled whether we are respectable children or not. The bear has been here and has insulted us." Then the old king said, "Be easy, he shall be punished." And he at once flew with the queen to the bear's cave and called an old growler. "Why hast thou insulted my children? Thou shalt suffer for it. We will punish thee by a bloody war." Thus war was announced to the bear, and all 4-footed animals were summoned to take part in it: oxen, asses, cows, deer, and every other animal the earth contained. And the willow wren summoned everything which flew in the air, not only birds, large and small, but midges and hornets, bees, and flies had to come. When the time came for war to begin, the willow wren sent out spies to discover who was the enemy's commander in chief. The gnat, who was the most crafty, flew into the forest where the enemy was assembled and hid herself beneath a leaf of the tree where the watchword was to be given. There stood the bear, and he called the fox before him and said, "Fox, thou art the most cunning of all animals. Thou shalt be general and lead us." "Good," said the fox, "but what signal shall we agree upon?" No one knew that, so the fox said, "I have a fine, long, bushy tail, which almost looks like a plume of red feathers. When I lift my tail up quite high, all is going well, and you must charge. But if I let it hang down, run away as fast as you can." Then the gnat had heard that. She flew away again and revealed everything with the greatest minuteness to the willow wren. When day broke and the battle was to begin, all 4-footed animals came running up with such a noise that the earth trembled. The willow wren also came flying through the air with his army with such a humming and worrying and swarming that everyone was uneasy and afraid, and on both sides they advanced against each other. But the willow wren sent down the hornet with orders to get beneath the fox's tail and sting with all his might. When the fox felt first sting, he started so that he drew up one leg with the pain, but he bore it and still kept his tail high in the air. At the second sting, he was forced to put it down for a moment, and at the third he could hold out no longer and screamed out and put his tail between his legs. When the animals saw that, they thought all was lost and began to fly, each into his hole, and the birds had won the battle. Then the king and queen flew home to their children and cried, "Children, rejoice, eat and drink to your heart's content. We have won the battle." But the young wren said, "We will not eat yet. The bear must come to the nest and beg for pardon and say that we are honorable children before we will do that." Then the willow wren flew to the bear's hole and cried, "Growler, thou art to come to the nest of my children and beg their pardon, or else every rib of thy body shall be broken." So the bear crept thither in the greatest fear and begged their pardon. And now at last the young wrens were satisfied and sat down together and ate and drank and made merry till quite late into the night.
Awesome sauce squared. aligned, rar, beautiful, many words. Ah.
Now, this is where we come full circle. Number one, I shared an invocation. That invocation connects you with the Divine Mother. I already did. If your heart wanted it, it worked. And you felt the effects. And that's you who I'm talking to. I don't care about anybody else. Not right now. You're who I'm focused on. This card is where your life makes the next step. And the ball is in your court. You get to do what you want. So check out this awesome counsel. Now that you know, now that you have a clear focus on where your heading is going to be going, where your ship's going to be sailing. This is XL, the slave of the cup. Now, it's not a bad slave thing. Now, listen, this arcane, XL 40, I think that means 40, means especially on account of the fact that the cup carried by the slave is veiled. He doesn't know what he has in his own cup. That you will suffer from unfortunate love affairs, and from the treacherous conduct of people in whom you will have unwisely placed your confidence. Now, by looking at your environment and seeing people's actions, and by not challenging them, though respecting their nature and allowing them to exist, you will cease to be involved in these love affairs with others, and you can have your own love dealings with your own heart. No affair. Your own love relationship with the Divine Mother, with your own heart, with your own divinity, with your own divine self. And when you do that, day after day after day, all that treacherous conduct, all those people you try to argue with so long, you're just going to accept who they are. And then you're not going to hang around them no more. And then you will no longer have unwisely placed any confidence into anybody except properly placing good confidence in your own heart, in your own life, putting them good eggs in your own basket. And that's going to help you find exactly the people you want to be around, the people you want to enjoy their space with. Now, when I started that particular subject matter, we had 39 people. At least, I don't know if that counts correct or not. I always see one number and another. And we lost 19 people from beginning to end of sharing that particular information. Because that's how many fake people were in the freaking room, and we just cleared that crap out. And if you're still here listening and watching, you got a heart of gold. Believe in yourself. Love yourself. Put that trust in yourself. If you made a mistake, if you made an error, well, then document that, put that in your own journal, and then say, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to make a different choice next time because I'm a free human. I could do anything. Just because I did it the same way 16 times before, I could choose to do it differently tomorrow. I can't change yesterday, but I could make a different choice for tomorrow. That's what I've done with my life. You don't have to take that advice, but that's what the cards popped out. And, when I'm not going to say because you did not know. But when I pulled the Mistress of the Scepter, by divine law, I can't share details on this because that was my own journey to figure out. But what I can say, it took me a gosh darn about 13 months to get this in a reading for myself and to turn it into what I'm to realize what it was actually telling me. Right. What is it? 2:25. We have what? 35 minutes to go.
Oh, didn't that time flow by beautifully?
5. That was cool.
Very much so, as you know.
You can share anything, bro. Go ahead. What's up? You thinking anything?
I'm thinking like just about how beautiful the infinite potential and infinite possibilities of the golden cord of vision and our created destiny of we, us, and you. Yeah, just good thoughts of achieved innocence and yeah, good stuff all around.
I've got like I got appreciation in my heart and happiness. Like I got a lot of appreciation. I got a lot of appreciation. Um, like you said, man, and then like we've been doing every day's something new, and so these are the two cards I wound up pulling up. We got the 7 of acorns, and this is actually going back to old cartomancy. And it says overcoming obstacles, resolution of disputes, smoothing over of difficulties, clarify your positions courteously, and set the goalposts and boundaries of your willingness. And then it has, and then we got the King of Hearts. Is a man of power who cares about your fate, your father, brother, spouse, or a sincere friend. Card indicating protection and farsightedness in the objectives you set for yourself. If you feel like taking a chance, this is the correct time. Have a go.
As you know.
Yo ho, pirates life for us.
And we and you. Alignment achieved. There it is.
Okay, so you got to do the other arm. You got to do the other arm.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Mirrors. Can we do so? I want to do something. I wanted to do it earlier. Can we do a back to back? You know, like I was thinking like if we were in battle or something, we'd be back to back. You know what I'm saying? We fight back to back. So if you put the back to my back,
I just wanted to say something. Like you asked me, can we do it? I'll fix you on that. If your heart says it's good, just say let's do it. Not
let's
can
do
we
it.
do it? Like
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, I love you.
okay. I don't have a sword, but I have these two, which are pretty powerful. So
The sword and the pin. It's
yeah,
correct. Back to back.
yeah.
The sword and the pin. Boom, boom. If we got to take care of it one way, we could go one route. If we could take care of it another way, we'll go the other route. Thanks.
No saying thanks, just love you. Because
I
if
love
we
you. I
were,
love you.
yeah.
Bestest friend ever.
Squared.
You know, I guess to some degree my body or mind needed some type of confirmation. But truly we did. We smoothed out the difficulty through courteous respect and communication, setting those boundaries, kind of setting our sights in the future, what we're building towards and doing, and kind of filling out that space. That's cool. That's cool. That's really cool. You got the heart, you found the gold. Yeah, my heart of gold was revealed. Next day, your heart of gold is revealed. All these other things are in alignment and in attunement. Boom, boom, boom. Confirmation, support both ways, a friend, a father figure, a spouse, all the way around. Every single one of those that mentioned, they all apply. All apply. Friend, brother, father, it all applies. And success from the I Ching, it said if 26 is successful, then we move to 31.
Yeah.
Then we're at 31
Yep.
officially. 31
Yep.
came in as that was in the air. We saw that was in the air the other day.
Yeah, that's how it works. If the first is fulfilled, then it moves into second. If like,
Correct.
yep.
And that's
And
the
it is
flow I've
fulfilled.
been on. Okay, that's the flow I've been on and we've been on. And those above us at let's just say infinity squared. H
64 or
let's say could we say H squared?
yeah, that's
H2O?
good. That's good because
Would
that's
that
where they're operating from. Yeah.
so H squared, right?
Hmm.
And so
Oh,
from
actually,
there,
no, not squared because squared is our physical reality, and they are beyond that. So it's like what's cubed? Yeah.
well, for Squarius.
Yeah, we can say squared. Infinity squared is then good. That's a good one because like we can't conceive that, and they're unconceivable. The unknowable one. Rawr.
They can get to points in space and time that we can't. And so, and so that's to me, that's infinite growth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, and isn't it silly that that's where binary system came from, and we're using and 64-bit stuff, and it's on phones with the internet. It's like,
So, infinite growth. It never ends. Infinite growth. It never ends. Continual development, continual brightening, continual sharpness, continual growth, continual balance. It never ends in a most changing and adjusting and developing fashion. That's what I see. That's when I process all that info, that's what I see. And so so then, it like literally every single day is fresh material to be plucked out of the heavens, quite literally.
yep. Oh. Mm-hmm. And they literally planned for it to happen much beyond our comprehension. And it happened, and like, of course, it happened because they're working with divine intellect, and we're just catching up. We're like, whoa.
Okay, so on a quantum level, biblically speaking, when it's spoken not to foresee the future. Don't try to foresee the future. So it said, whatever words or verbiage, don't try to foresee. Don't look into the future. And in my mind, without explanation, it was don't look into the future, because if they try to look into the future, then like they're just going to change it. God's going to change it. If you look and see it, He's going to change it. So no matter what you look and see, that's not going to be like, because you're looking at it, they're going to screw it. It's going to be fubbed anyways. So don't try to foresee the future. Don't mess with that stuff. So what if technically on a quantum level, looking into the future is you seeing the event horizon, and if you actually see the event horizon, you cancel out the reality. So the black hole literally goes into nothingness, and the whole experience is lost.
I have a very different understanding of that you will love. This actually came to me in a moment, and it's like exactly like it's much, I think, more, I don't know. Anyways, it's like, yes, looking into the future, what they meant to say is do not try to secure a particular future outcome, because that ruins everything. It ruins the natural flow of nature. It ruins.
No, you're missing everything. Blind split experiment. Observation of the event itself changes it.
But keep this in mind, with the eyes, with the camera, not with your heart.
Sight is sight. It doesn't matter how you want to play with it.
Is like,
Sight
they
is
didn't
awareness.
put.
Sight is awareness.
Yeah, but like, yes, correct. You're right. It's
If,
not. It's
if
like
it
not
if it's
seeing it, but like perceiving.
if it's at the bottom of the iceberg, then you don't see it. It's underneath. It's not seen. It exists. It's there. You're The whole point of what I'm saying is, if you look at the event, if you look beyond, if you look at it still goes back to the blind split experiment. You try to look into the future, you see it, you're going to destroy it. So going back, like quantumly and mathematically, going back to the cards and everything we went through today, it said the key is following your heart and your personal joy and temperance. Don't set up rules. And the other book said, don't pay attention to the words. You can't make sense of any of this. That's right where we get back
Yes.
to. That's right
Yes,
where we get back to.
It's essentially what both of us were thinking, but trying to put into words because it's beyond words.
Correct.
Yes, I agree with you. I also, yeah, I meant like following your heart, and but not literally seeing the future with your heart, just following nature itself,
Being in the
and that,
flow.
yeah, being in
Yeah.
the flow, and therefore you will create the future that you feel you can create, not that you know you will or shall or secure, but like if you're in the flow, you have like alignment. You're like, and you're gonna continue aligning if you're staying in the present and flowing. Yeah. Without
Exactly.
trying to be like, I have to get here. It's hundred. I. This is where. Why is it not like? Yeah.
Just like people going to school and trying to pass a college test and like, oh, how do I remember this better? How do I process this better? They need to pass the test, so they put all this attention on passing the test, and then the day comes and they legitimately know the information, but they bomb the freaking test. Too
Mm-hmm.
much pressure, too much control, too much of all of
Yep.
that. So
Yep.
all of this for me, for a moment, I was like, we're chasing our tail here. But then I'm nipping it all in the butt for myself, like case closed on this particular subject, and then really enjoy tomorrow and move forward and all that good stuff. And that's what it is. That's what it is. It's literally, I'm a kid again. I'm officially a child again. And I
Yes.
just play and I do my stuff, and we got all of our little, stuffies guys and Pinky and all oh, that's funny. His name's Pinky, and the story was named Pink, and it was a pink flower. Oh, I didn't even put that together till just now. You know, I got magical stories and everything. And that's it. And so now there's no more errors. No. Okay, I'm just gonna say it, and you chime back how you chime back or whatever. So there's no
Hmm?
more errors in the system for us to fix. There's just fun and collaboration in the ever continual journey of shaman development and progression is that is practically endless. And it's that simple. It's literally that simple now.
Yep.
And you mentioned it earlier. I had to write it in my journal here because you're like, there's some stuff, there's some behaviors I used to have and ways of thinking. And now, since we've entered a new paradigm, then those old ways don't serve me anymore.
Hmm. A
That,
lot, actually.
that tower, that particular tower, that can crumble. I can let that crumble, pick up what I need from there. Boom,
Hmm.
boom, boom. Sound bowl survived that crash, you know, and
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
move forward with this. And now I needed to start putting that energy there. Whoa, okay. So I see where I am. Look, check it out. Where's the deck? It's right here. I know I put it right here. So at the end of your deck, I was like, was that the last card? Yep. And I got to my deck and I'm like, yep, that's the last card. The world card. What have I been saying since today? Draw a straight line and a circle around it.
Yeah, that's what I'm instantly saw it. Yeah.
So we got two worlds here, one on your side, one on my side. And when this deck gets to you, you'll be able to have the cards there and have the same cards, literally same picture on your side. And look, she's holding two wands,
Yeah.
like almost
Yes.
candlesticks. Like she got two, like there's flames coming off of there, off the top and the bottom, practically. So it looks like to me, anyways. It's not yellow, but
Mm.
there's the lion and the bull and the man and the eagle. We've been talking about all of this kind of stuff all day long. And okay, so I get to. I'm personalizing, but it's we and us, of course, always. And that goes to everybody watching too. I mean, we're all here together. Humanity is our nationality, legit. So I got to the world, and as I mentioned, cell division for replication and not loss.
Yeah.
Then the world is replicating into your world. So that's two. So two of these exist in our world now. And that's why I need to abandon old systems in my own operating firmware. So that you and I can build unlike before. Because
And you
essentially
know,
we've been
mhm.
go ahead, yeah.
You know what's the coolest thing about cell division of that mechanism? It goes one, replicates to two, replicates to four, replicates to eight, replicates to 16, replicates to 32, meaning every to 64. Oh my god. That it's every time it's double, basically. So it's like that's how you create new beautiful humanity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like one cell divides into two, divides into four,
Hey,
divides
look,
into eight, divides into yep.
you know my birthday without saying it, but that's 1248. That's my birthday, dude.
That's how literal. That's the yep. That's the sequence of doubling cells, bro.
I came in exactly planned. Like I've tried to tell people, and anyways, thanks for being my best friend.
Well, I was about to also do it. Yes.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm gonna go. We got like 15 minutes. I'm like, no, just hold. I've had to go to the bathroom for the past 30 minutes, 40 minutes, hour. I don't know. However, since last we drank all that water and more coffee, I think I could hold out for 15 minutes more.
We held on to much more for longer. We'll do it. We'll succeed. We're a resilient bunch.
So
What came to me? It's an interesting idea. So everything that you said is fully correct. Like now we let go of old patterns, and this is like the interesting conclusion of it. We as shamans can actually have a pretty good idea of what's going on in the universe. But especially in this new paradigm, we have to admit that even we have no idea what's actually going on. And that's how we can move on.
agreed. Agreed. Yes, and that brings us. We're not chasing our tail. We're solidifying this mathematical reality.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Because if you think
And
about, yeah, sorry.
no, you're good. You're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you think about it, the idea that even we can know everything is a trick of the ego, and humans do that. And yes, as shamans, we surely can know a lot more than anyone, but like we have
But
to admit,
but just
even
like
we
the
don't know.
cards came in, just like the oracle system explained, words they fail. They are not the actual substance of the reality. We
Hmm.
are in ever. We have created a new uh, possibility for a beautiful future.
Yeah.
And in that quantum working, yes, I've been very aware for the past 2 years that we're in new territory. These we haven't traversed this ground. This is new ground. This is
Hmm.
in the past we were running loops upon history so memory could be
Yeah.
retrieved, like somebody
Yep.
that died or something. That
Oh,
stuff was
that's
like
literally
you
what we
could make it
thought.
to where
Yep.
they
Yep.
and
Yep.
then exactly. And so and then when this happened, especially entering into 20, it was like everything's fresh, everything's new. Like if it like we don't have the data to bring it back anymore. Like it's happening for the first time. We need at least 2 sequences or 3 sequences to get proper data to bring that back to
And
life
here's
or
the fun
existence.
part. This sequence shall not loop. It's an growing, ever growing, as you said, sequence. The era of looping is done. So now it's just growth.
It's just
And
growth.
you're very correct. Mm-hmm. So it's a brand new territory where it requires even us to like uh, what's the word? Let us be taken by nature, the flow of nature, and not think that we are able to know, because we're not, because this is the design of someone much above us, and thinking that we know what they know is foolish.
Okay. So right there, you nailed it. I like the way you put it. So knowing that they designed this path for us and we got to where we are, we got to the Nexus event, we allowed that all to happen and we proceeded forward, then truly there is no worry about the future. We can
Yes.
literally be kids and let mom and dad work, and whatever they're doing, we don't understand it and we don't need to. We just need to be kids in our room and do what we do and play with our toys, and everything's okay, and food's coming and house is there and the world's going to keep ticking. That's it. That's
And isn't that what I've been told that, but couldn't put it into words emotionally? And isn't that what's been happening since the start of 2026?
yep. Yep. Yep, never experienced this. Not. I've experienced some stuff close to this, like I said in the past, but yeah, not this. This is different. This has been different, and every single day is something more and different and cool.
I don't even got to say that because I say it every day. It's implied.
Wow.
Exactly. We don't have to worry because the worries are a thing of the past.
This is from Chiron. 60 degrees sextile. The sextile represents the Star of David in the horoscope and is a crystalline structural dynamic of perfect energy on Earth, which is totally powerful, totally balanced, and which can be activated as a resonator with perfect universal form. Sextile formations are not open to negativity. They will function as comfort and balance if just left alone, and they will attune consciousness to the greatest potential if deliberately activated. They also can be visualized as the point where Earth form is crystalline or diaphanos, and where galactic resonance can implant. They are a multidimensional interface. We just brought glass. We're there. I just picked it up off the ground and started reading.
I Ching and your book working together?
No, this isn't
Fire
my
Knight?
book. No,
Oh,
look,
it's the
Chiron, dude. This is planetary energies.
it's still blue. It worked. Still blue.
I'm gonna keep reading this. This isn't. This seems pretty. You caught all that first paragraph.
Very much so.
All right, I'm gonna
I
read all
thought
of
it's
it.
the Egyptian book that you said
No,
like we're
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
no. This is completely different.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sextiles to Chiron represent planets which are in perfect relationship to Chiron. Chiron. I apologize. That's Chiron. As energies in our consciousness which are not blocked from I'm gonna say sextiles to Chiron represent planets which are in perfect relationship to Chiron as energies in our consciousness which are not blocked from transmutation, of letting go to a more conscious level. As we struggle to bring the consciousness of chirotic energy into form now, there is no better vehicle than the sextile to Chiron. Conceptually, this indicates that we will have more access to our chemical powers if we explore and develop the fourth and eighth houses. Natally, those planets sextile Chiron are the place to search for our deepest resonance with Chiron. Thus, Venus sextile Chiron would point to potential leaning from perfect balance, such as yoga or Reiki therapy, and or lessons from Tantric yoga. Chiron sextile, the moon, shows that the native can heal with the emotions, and that the moment when the native heals from the heart, absolutely phenomenal healing power will manifest. Activation of the galactic resonance of Chiron sextiles involves consciously attuning the natal sextiles as energy resonators to Enochian levels of mastery vibration. Enoch is one of the earth beings who ascended in the Hebrew Bible, as well as Elijah. This level of consciousness is assisted by work with quartz crystals, because quartz crystals are the mineral plane creations which best reflects sextile energy. Of course, quartz crystals are always six-sided and the angles are 60 degrees. They rarely form a Star of David within a circle because the length of the sides varies according to each individual growth dynamic. Like the astrological chart, we rarely see one of the complete Star of David within, but like individual crystals, the sextile energy is inherent in one 60-degree angle in one sextile. Enochian mastery vibration is attunement to all dimensions so that we have access to planes that do not presently exist within, such as the fourth dimension. This resignation implies a readiness and willingness to ascend to other planes or dimensions when cosmic holographic attunement occurs in time progression. What on earth do I mean? I mean that you can use the planets and sextile to Chiron to attune yourself to readiness for ascension to the God plane as Enoch did in the olden times. For example, one of the most powerful healers I know, who is only 23 years old, connects her clients to the unmanifest or fourth dimension each day. And as she has Chiron sextile Jupiter, the home of the masters, in conducting past life sessions, she has the skill to help clients bring in past experience with the fourth dimension experiences with the divine, and she helps them re-access that latent energy into this lifetime. She has developed galactic resonance to Jupiter through Chiron, and she can connect others to the masters as well. She is attuned to her connection to Jupiter and could send to a Jupiterian existence if a new level of attunement on other dimensions occurred in the universe. We are not separate.
We are rather unified.
I mean, I know your heart is feeling it, but
Yeah.
everything we just read at the end of the day, with 3 minutes to go, picking up this book off the ground at my feet and just reading where my fingers went, summed up everything we did. We did the technical work, 8 hours of technical quantum computing, and we just read a summary of it.
In the most quantum way possible, you found it with your finger, bro. Yeah. Victoria. Ah, truly, truly, truly.
I like that leaning in. That leaning in was cool. Like we're being it ourselves. That was cool.
Yeah.
You're cool. You're cool, bro. I love you, bro. If you were watching today, we love you too. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the family. Thank you for viewing. Thank you for being in the world. We wouldn't have a world without you in it.
Quite literally.
Got 2 minutes to go, and I'm I don't know about you, but I ain't reaching for anything too deep. I mean, man, I got something else to share. This Chiron book I'll give a little, it says we'll read this at some point tomorrow, but the next thing right after that was 60 degrees sextile Chiron. Tomorrow we're going to read 90 degrees square.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
that's,
this is a interesting thought that pops in my head. Okay, so you know how there's like angles, and a right angle is 90 degrees. So like this is 90 degrees. So
yeah.
this here. So in a square, how many degrees are there? 90 plus 90 plus 90 plus 90, 360.
And we're outside of that. What I, we got outside of it using a 60. We 60. We got behind
And some
you.
H's. And some H's.
Donna de Guay, we love you all very much. Until we see you next time.
Donna de Guay, infinite love. Yeah.